Oh, testing. Oh, yeah. We got audio, we got video. Let's get it going. Oh, I am hungry. I have not had dinner yet. Ugh. I actually had to order a salad from Northern Tap House on my way home from the gym. And lucky enough, they asked, do I want chicken or salmon in the salad? And of course, it's right after you hit the gym. You gotta have both. Get the protein, get the gains. Ugh. Ooh, mad hype for that. Hmm. Interesting. Grilled chipotle chicken. Always good. Throw that on there. Odor coming out of there. Huh. Who knows? Ugh. Chicken. Fantastic. Blackened salmon. Look at that. How many legs does salmon have? 0. Fewer legs, better protein. Fantastic. Although, you know, it's a little oily at the bottom of it. Scoop the salmon itself out. Leave all that oil and crap out of there. Perfect. Huh. Strange that a blackened salmon would have all that crap in it. Oh, odd indeed. Yeah, I completely forgot. I think the Nuggets and who are they playing? The Clippers. Game 7 is live right now. Forgot that I'm competing with that. And I'm starting kind of earlier today. I know that last week when we did Prior Lake at Forest Lake, I didn't start that until 9 p.m. and oh boy, that went on for a while. There was just so much to talk about. I don't think I finished until Eesh, when did that finally wrap up? 2-ish? It was before 2 o'clock in the morning, but it was pretty darn close. Somewhere around there. Oh, get the dressing on the salad. Dress both the chicken and the salmon. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's that Southwest. We love that kind of flavor. Gotta get those post-gym gains, right? You know, really fast before I get to eating the salad, I wanted to pause. There we go. Pause. Pull up the tab for a second. Switch that over to Instagram. So, I shared Minnesota State, not Minnesota State, Minnesota High School Football Network. My buddy Caleb shared a post of his. It was the next recruiting class. You know, funny enough, look who's on the cover right there, Sam Shaughnessy. We're going to see some footage of him here in a little bit of the Blaine versus Anoka game. And, you know, only 50 people looking, you know, whatever. I'm not really big on numbers or anything. I just like to take a peek at who's looking through. I know there's a coach from Maple Grove right there. There was another one from, I think that one's from Buffalo, Burnsville. But the one that really caught my eye, all the way at the bottom, is this right here. I'm like, is that really who I think it is? For those that don't know, Coach NJ Egan Football, followed by Skoholt. I want to say that is the actual coach, Nick Johnson, of Minnesota, or of Egan, right? Egan football head coach. Nick Johnson, work experience teacher. I want to say that's him. Chad Gage, co-OC, which is funny because is he related to Tate Gage, their fullback? Maybe. Images. There he is, and I mean, I want to say it's the same guy. He's got the same scruff and everything. I think it's Nick Johnson. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. I never thought that a 6A head coach would be looking at any of my stuff, but hey, here we are. Score one. You know what? Maybe I ought to keep a tally of that. How many 6A teams and head coaches either follow or look at my stuff? If you talk about teams, there's only 2 I know that follow me. It's Andover and Hopkins. And then for coaches, at least head coaches, he doesn't follow me, but found him lurking. Coach Johnson over at Egan. That's pretty sweet. So, does Egan play either Blaine or Anoka this year? I don't think they do. Chaco, Prior Lake. And this is not what I think the teams are going to be. This is the spreadsheet from when we did Road to the Prep Bowl on this past Thursday. Only got through weeks 1 through 4, so we're going to have to, I guess, finish that come this coming Thursday. Got the other half of the season, and then we're going to set up some state playoff brackets, and it might actually get interesting with the way picks are going. I got a few teams that are undefeated still. Centennial off to a 4-0 start. Of course, Lakeville South. All the kids want to pick Lakeville South in the South Metro, although both Prior Lake and Chaco are right behind them at 3-1. Not a lot of good representation out east. White Bear Lake is leading at 3-1. And then, yeah, two teams that have yet to pick up a win. Port Eastridge is at 1-3. Forest Lake and Mounds View are kind of trying to find their footing there at 2-2. And of course, picks going crazy in the West. Edina at 4-0, won an overtime game week 4 over Maple Grove. Minnetonka, of course, is at 4-0 with a pretty darn tough schedule, but it's going to be just as tough on the back half. EP, Edina, Wayzata, Maple Grove. So maybe they'll drop one of those. So I guess we'll have to see. All depends on what chat votes. Speaking of what chat votes, I got a knife in here somewhere. Right, there's the knife. Oh, gotta cut that salmon up a little bit. It's a nice chunky fillet, which is great. Tons of protein in salmon. But I don't want to just straight up eat a whole salmon fillet. You want to get it mixed up in the salad, right? There we go. That's much better. Which is weird, because the chicken's all cut up, but the salmon isn't. Oh. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Protein good. Ugh. Alright, so over here we got the Anoka and the Blaine game pulled up. This is the one we're going to be looking at today. It's at Anoka. This was week 3 last season. And I know that I was getting some comments like, oh, well, these teams aren't all that good. What do you mean Blaine and Anoka? Well, first of all, I think I mentioned this in my post on Insta. Both these teams had a QRF rating that was over 125. I definitely just closed out of that. Figures. Minnesota scores. So I want to say QRF. So it's probably the most confusing part of 6A. Well, just Minnesota football in general. Because I know, like, in the A tier is, I guess, trying to figure out sections versus conferences, and then the state tournament. That's like A tier difficult stuff to figure out. And then the S tier difficult stuff to figure out is the QRF, the Quality Results Factor, I think is what it stands for. Let me double QRF. QRF, blah, 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 blah. QRF rankings, legacy. I don't know. Eliminated from playoffs, but yeah, the QRF is in here. Basically, all it is just a calculation the state high school league uses to determine the quality of a football team. That's pretty much it. So, like, QRF rating, you see it right there. What factors into it? The strength of schedule, how many points your team wins by, general wins and losses. So it kind of balances out. And if you look at it's hard to... You know what? Let me see if I can't rank by QRF here in 6A. I can. Thank you, MinnesotaScores.net. We want Class 6A, and this is the most recent date. So if you go just purely off QRF here, what is Prior Lake doing at 11? But if you look at the top 10 QRF teams, both Blaine and Anoka are in the top 10. The only other ones, like, they're with the likes of Mounds View, Forest Lake, EP... And the QRF doesn't always mean everything. Like, remember, Blaine was at 10, Forest Lake's at 7. Playoffs last year didn't really go that way. I know that Blaine really gave Forest Lake a bit of a beating. Dude, Sam Shaughnessy was running all over the place in that game. That was wild. He was making deep passes, running the ball. Blaine's offense is just awesome, but that's what Coach Law for you. And then obviously Anoka made it all the way to the state semifinal. Both teams made it pretty far. Blaine lost in the state quarterfinal to number 3 Minnetonka. Anoka lost in the state semifinal, also to Minnetonka. You know, I don't think I watched the Blaine Minnetonka game, so I don't know how that went, like score-wise or anything. I think I even have it. I haven't pulled it out of the 6A pool yet. But I did watch the Anoka Minnetonka game live. Minnetonka ran quarterback GH counter into the boundary like 40 times that game, and Anoka just, I don't know if they didn't adjust or what the deal was, but they would not defend quarterback GH counter for some reason. I was like, oh, that, especially like going in game planning, I feel like quarterback GH counter is the top play Minnetonka ran all season long. Who's their best player? Caleb Francois. So if there's any play, like number one to take away, it'd be quarterback GH counter. Ooh, that salmon's good. We got salad, we got salmon, we got protein. Oh, you know, I didn't cut up the avocado. That is NPC mentality by me right there. Yeesh. Let's get into watching the film, though. So, here we go. Oh, you know what? I just realized my pinned comment up there is completely spelled wrong. I gotta edit that. We'll remove that. There's a space. Inappropriate language will result in a ban. Appropriate language, you will say, or rude commentary. Lance eating stream. Yes, I have not had dinner yet. So, and I just got back from the gym, so I gotta make everything happen at once. Don't want to miss out on the stream, but I also gotta get protein, get those gains. So we're making do. Place pin message. There we are. Now it's spelled properly. Alright. So let's get into the stream. So like I said, both these teams were underrated by a lot of teams last year. I know we at Lakeville South obviously underestimated Anoka, especially Coach Wasurick's ability to just pick apart a defense. He knew exactly how we were going to be lined up. Like I said, we gave him backside hitches in the flat all day. I'm eating raw steak. So as an adult and as a coach, I can't recommend you eat anything raw. I personally might eat a raw steak, but that does not mean that a student athlete necessarily should. You should consult a registered dietitian or have your adults consult a registered dietitian and see if that's right for you. And my salmon and chicken that I'm eating is actually cooked, so yay. Let's go over the teams. Blaine is visiting. They're in the white. Their colors are blue and lighter blue, I guess. And then Anoka normally wears the maroon jerseys, but they're in the all gray with the white helmets. And obviously, as you see, we're playing at Anoka. I'm getting like PTSD looking at this field, man. This is where our season ended on a 2-point conversion. Then again, it was our fault that we gave up 35 points to Anoka. So, like I said, we just really underestimated them. We didn't prepare properly, and Anoka did a good job executing. They had very few mistakes throughout the whole game. They had an incredible game plan going in. All the credit in the world to Coach Wasurick and his program. They definitely earned that one over us. Kicking off from the hash. Interesting. Oh, no. No. He wasn't out of bounds already, was he? Ain't no way. Oh, they gave him... Okay, so, for anyone that doesn't understand why I'm freaking out, I don't think that's Zach Welch back there, is it? No, that's number... That might be Trey Borchers. No, it's 11. That's not Trey Borchers. Kid caught the ball and went out of bounds at the 4-yard line. If he doesn't touch this ball, it's a penalty, and Anoka gets the ball up at... I want to say it's the 35 in Minnesota high school football. But because he caught it and then went out of bounds immediately, Anoka only gets the ball at the 3-yard line. Dude, 3 fastest ways to lose a football game. Turnovers, penalties, kicking game mistakes. Opening kickoff, Anoka's made one of the 3 deadly sins to lose a football game. We have a kicking game mistake right away. Yikes. Alright, so Blaine on defense, Anoka on offense. Let's see what they got. So Blaine generally runs a 3-4 defense. Anoka, well, I think they both are base 3-4 defenses. They're both base offenses. Anoka did a lot more pistol this last year, so pistol spread. Mostly 10 personnel, a little bit of 11. I think they're in 11 right here. I see a tight end or H-back, receiver out there. There's Zach Welch and pistol. And Blaine is more sidecar spread offense. And a big difference, Blaine loves to run the quarterback. Sam Shaughnessy, as you saw, he went to Air Force, is where he committed. I think it was just yesterday or the day before. So, congrats to the young man. I think it's a great fit for a quarterback with the ability to run. He can make those first level defender reads on inside zone keep and all that. Fantastic. But Blaine does not run, or I'm sorry, Anoka does not like to run quarterbacks. Peyton Podani is much more of a pocket passer. He can get out there and run a little bit, which you kind of expect, because I think he's also a basketball kid. But does he have, like, that take-off athleticism that, like, a Sam Shaughnessy does? Not really. He's more of a pocket passer. Mm-hmm. And I don't have any of the plays labeled. It's just whether it's run or pass. That's really all I can see. Either way, it says the first play is an 18-yard run. So, interesting. There's a 3-4. You're so cute. Can I get your number? NPC comment. Like I said, please read the rule at the top. Any inappropriate or rude comments will result in a ban today. I'd prefer not to have to ban someone, but, yeah. Let's see what they got going on here. It's going to be a run play, first down that makes sense. Looks like Blaine is in a 0-4-0. Looks like that's an outside backer. No, I'm not banning him yet. We're giving Emmett... Yeah, that's all good. As long as we recognize mistakes and learn from them, we're doing good. Just like Lakeville South needs to learn from our mistakes against Anoka last year, which... I won't specifically say what we're doing, but we have definitely analyzed the crap out of that game, and we hope to be a lot better this year. Obviously, a lot of things between now and then, but we got a lot of stuff to work on this summer. Speaking of Anoka, let's get back to it. So we're in a 3-by-1 set. This is a tight end right there. You've got slot receiver, wideout, and there's another wideout X receiver, presumably over there. Zach Welch is in the backfield, so it's 11 personnel. It's like pro left. Something interesting with Blaine, I noticed that outside, and this was something that kind of didn't make sense with Forest Lake and especially Prior Lake last week. Blaine has their outside backer walked up on the tight end. He's almost like not even in a 7. He's head up in a 6, and he's kind of flat-footed. It's interesting technique right there. Raw steak making my stomach feel weird. Man must have bought like a Walmart steak. First of all, I don't think a Walmart steak is actually steak, and you should not be eating anything from Walmart raw. In fact, I probably wouldn't eat anything from Walmart, period. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I want to say that strong... Oh, okay. So here's the funny thing about Anoka's offense. So always take note whether they run no huddle offense or whether they huddle up and call plays like that. How do they call plays? And this is something I learned, and actually I emulated when we had to play Anoka with their scout offense. Coach Wasurick does this with his arms, although it's a little more vertical. It's like they're clear for takeoff. So he gives them the hand signal for the play. They go up, they line up. Podani calls something out. They do like a fake snap, and they look over at the coach. And if he gives them the clear for takeoff hand signal, which is what we just saw here, then they can go ahead and run the play. Let's see it again. Watch Coach Wasurick. See how his arms go down like that. Clear for takeoff. Podani can run the play. He sees that. He turns back. And I think Zach Welch looks at it too, and the tight end. Yeah, all the receivers do. They're just trying to get the play. Coach says, yep, keep the play that's called. I like it. And you know what? Another thing I forgot to mention now that I'm talking about how to call plays, both of the head coaches for these two teams, Blaine and Anoka, do call the offenses. Coach Wasurick also acts as the offensive coordinator, as does Coach Law at Blaine. So doing double duty. Well, this is just inside zone. Kind of a weird way to run it. So you got a double team there, one-on-one on the backside. It's kind of interesting that they blocked the defensive end there, because if it's a zone read that way, normally you would all step this way. So you would have there, double team there. You can just get up to backer. If that's the read man over here, you don't really need to block him. And then you get a double team on the defensive end, work up to the other inside backer. Or actually, you don't even need to. You can work up to the safety. Those two work up to that backer. And that's amazingly blocked if they do that. But, yeah, they got a good double team here. No one gets off to backer, though. But hey, you don't need to do that when you have Zach Welch. Look at Zach Welch running, man. Ooh. I mean, this is kind of giving me Prior Lake vibes, where the blocking scheme may not have been the best drawn up, but you just have a stud making a play. Like, look, Blaine's middle linebacker here, playing a little bit high. I want to say that's probably their Mike backer. He's on the strong side. He takes a good step. He sees the hole open up. If he comes a little bit tighter, he has an ability to make the play there. But, yeah. And then this other backer went to the wrong hole. See how his gap is opening up right here? He decided to peek inside. You've got two linebackers in the same hole. Zach Welch identified that. Went the other way. And now you've got DBs trying to tackle Zach Welch. Not a good matchup in favor of the DBs. I would definitely take Mr. Welch in that one. That kid was a stud. And there you go. I don't know if that was an 18-yard gain. Was it? They were on the 3? That's not quite 18 yards, but that's still a... Or is it? Yeah, that is. Wow. Great first down play. Get some of the chicken. Need protein after that. Ooh. All right, pass play. Oh, some of this is labeled. What is a one-step? Does anyone know what one-step means? All right, now they're in 10 personnel. 3 receivers, trips to the wide side. They got the signal. Oh, no, that's interesting. He must have given him the all clear right there. Or he audibled. No, that was the all clear. It's hard to see because Coach Wasurick's out of frame here. And so, you know what? Something to notice about those Blaine outside linebackers, they must only creep up when there's a tight end or an H-back on the line. I don't know about H-back. We haven't seen that yet. Anoka does do some H-back stuff. I guess we'll see. But no tight end. And both the outside backers are split out. Remember how I was... And the safeties are over the top. Kind of an interesting mismatch here. I'd almost take a bubble right there because you've only got 3-on-3. And then obviously you have the mismatch right there of slot receiver on an outside backer. I'm taking that any day. It's, yeah, kind of weird. Are they running cover 4 here? It almost looks like it. He's poised to like take the flat, hook to curl, and he also has a flat. That's pretty standard quarters coverage. 4 and then 4, and then obviously your 3D linemen are attacking. For a 3-4 defense, I don't know if that's what they're going to do here, though. I guess we'll see. I mean, yeah, see? 1, 2, 3. He didn't go deep. That's the interesting part. That looked more like cover 3. Or what is 29's first steps? He's going backwards, but he realizes it's a bubble. So, hey, great play call by Anoka. Great receiver blocking on the edge. And then kid makes a stud play. Remember what I was talking about with Forest Lake running these bubbles last week? And I think I was talking about Hopkins running bubbles as well. Take the bubble to the outside. Look at this. He catches it on the edge. He turns out. He's not thinking of running upfield. He's got a great seal block right there by the receiver. Receiver blocking makes big plays. He gets to the edge, and now it's just a race between stud wide receiver and a DB. Free 10 yards. Definitely make your bubble screens go outside, just like Anoka just did. That was a very well drawn up bubble screen and well executed. Yeah, Forest Lake had definitely, they called the bubbles like perfectly, and they were well drawn up too. Coach B Scout did an awesome job with that. It was more so just the execution of them. The players kept trying to cut it back into the wash, and that allowed them to get tackled by Prior Lake linebackers. But you see here, because they take it outside, ain't nobody out there. Linebackers are all the way back there. They're not able to catch up, and that's what I was talking about. I'm going to take my receiver in a foot race over a linebacker any day. Very well drawn up. 10 personnel again, so if I had to guess, outside backer will probably be out there. Outside backer will be out there because there's no tight ends. Switch sides. Oh! That's exactly where they lined up. All right. Blaine outside linebacker alignments figured out. Okay. This is really weird that guard's a little bit too far back. Only one of the offensive linemen has his hands in the ground, and it says this is a run play. Huh? I'm really shocked. If it is a run play, they probably have like a fake, like a fake bubble on one of the sides just to get the outside backers. Oh. Wow, there's the fake bubble. Who would have thought? I'm not really a fan of this fake, though, because when you open like that, that's not how you normally would run a bubble. You want your feet turned that way with your torso facing in, hands this way so you can catch the ball and keep running to the edge out there. You never start backpedaling because then that means you have to try and turn your body as opposed to your momentum just naturally carrying you on a curve. You know, I think Farmington used to do that too. I was never a fan of how they did their bubbles. And again, it doesn't work. Look, because it's zone coverage, look at where all the eyeballs are. They're all at the mesh. None of them are watching the bubble. Especially after they just got burned on the bubble. So that's kind of weird. But again, that wasn't as much of a bubble. I guess this is why they call it one step. If it was a true bubble, the number 3 would have been the one going out there, but he's not. It's actually the number 1 that does a step here and then block, block. So I guess it's just general wide receiver screen. What do we got this time? All right, again, 10 personnel. This is the run play. It's another inside zone, and it's the exact same blocking scheme as the first time. Okay, so they're at least getting up. We have a double team, and then right there. So that tells me this is inside zone left. It's still a little weird that they're blocking the guy on the backside. If this is supposed to be... Because look where his eyes are. If it's supposed to be inside zone read, why do we need to block that defensive end? Why not take backside tackle up there? Double team there to backer. You can double team him. If outside backer's tight, you can get up to the outside backer. Otherwise, you can get up to safety if he's out there with the slot receiver. And then the only one that gets up to the next level is the left tackle, but the backer is making an inside cut there. And then he goes right into the inside. Inside backer needs to fill a little bit faster. See how he's just kind of standing here to take on the block? He's unsure. He engages 72, but you gotta keep your legs driving. He kind of steps a little bit and is unsure, and you can't, especially against a Zach Welch, you can't do that. Nice 5-yard gain. It could have been a much bigger play. If Anoka tightened up that blocking scheme, maybe didn't block the backside guy in the wash, use him as a read key on like an inside zone read, that might be better. But then again, they're gaining yards, so do they really need to fix it? Like, I guess only if they want bigger plays. Not that they're doing anything bad, but as I always say, it's good, but it could be better. Just like my salad. Oh. Chicken's getting cold, but hey, protein's protein. So 10 personnel, both are off. It looks like it's really weird. It kind of reminds me of Prior Lake, where they are only playing cover 4 and they just won't get out of it. Oh, there's the test. Coach Wasurick will give them the all clear for takeoff. Yep, all clear for takeoff. Run the play. So outside zone. See how instead of double teams, both guards are taking angles like that, and backside guards clipping off. This is some teams call it outside zone, like YZ calls it outside zone, but then teams like Rochester Mail will call outside zone stretch. So based on the blocking, I'm probably going to assume that Anoka calls it stretch instead of outside zone. Solid blocking. They got the edge block right there. Oh, but receiver blocking and big plays. This is where it's tough to run with 10 personnel against a base 3-4. Because look at what the outside backer does. And remember how I was saying, like, against, this was on the bubble when Forest Lake was in their quads open. They had 4 receivers here, 1 here, and they ran the bubble. Get a double team right there. Double team him up to the backer, or double team him up to the safety, because that is an outside linebacker. That's not a nickel back. That is an outside linebacker. He has a blocking advantage over your slot receivers, so it's going to take 2 of them to block him than one-on-one blocking there. Be a better blocking scheme on this inside zone, but instead you leave him one-on-one. He doesn't get anybody. Number 8 loses that battle right away. Oh, that was a block in the back. Yep, coach is not too happy about that. Yep, that one's not either. I can't say I blame him. That's the only reason the play got off. Is if you look, the Blaine outside linebacker does a great job. He's there to make the play, and then he's pushed in the back. So, But hey, good running for Mr. Welch. This is so weird, because Anoka's like, it almost reminds me of Prior Lake. The blocking scheme isn't really sound, but at least like the progression of play calls makes sense. And obviously you have a stud athlete at running back, and he knows to follow his blockers. If you've watched, Zach Welch just gets right behind the O-lineman and pushes forward, whereas Prior Lake is like, let me just bounce it outside every play. Oh, that was the real snap. Did he look over it all? No, he must have gotten all clear for takeoff right away. You know what? It was run, pass, and it says one step. Maybe this is an actual bubble this time, because it says slot. Oh, okay. So, talk about disguising blitzes. Outside backer is always off if there's not a tight end. Now the outside backer is up. Safe to assume they're at least bringing 4, your 3D linemen, and then outside backers blitzing. Look at how wide the other outside backer is, though. And again, if you look at who's matched up, it's only 3-on-3, and one of those is an outside linebacker. You can easily outrun him. Okay, this time it's the number 2 that gets him. Yeah, that one wasn't as successful. 52 got a little bit far upfield, but he did a good job engaging the block. And then Bengals all swarm to the football, make a tackle. Still a decent 4-yard gain. Fixed up the footwork a little bit on the first one, and that probably could have gone for no yards. Oh, and I missed. Did that backside backer end up blitzing? If he did, that's super predictable. Did he? He did. All right. And I saw on this play, he's lining up again, the backside backer. They're 3-by-1, still 10 personnel, by the way. And you know, this is what's interesting. So Anoka is like run, pass. They just are kind of going back and forth, keeping a balanced attack. If I'm running 10 personnel and I see that my opponent won't get out of their base 3-4 defense, you have a mismatch of slot receivers on outside backers. I'm probably going to look to pass more than I'm going to look to run if I get that mismatch. Unless either my slot receivers aren't good enough to be able to outrun an outside linebacker, or the other team's best player happens to be an outside linebacker. Like I know Chaska always put their best kids at outside linebacker. Before they pick any other positions on the team, they find their absolute studs, they play outside backer. Salad good, protein good. Outside backer, every time they walk an outside backer up, he's going to blitz. Because as we saw, the only time they walk him up was against the tight end. And this time there's no tight end. And I don't remember, did he blitz against the tight end? We're on play 7. That was play 2. Tight end this side did 52 attack. Yeah, he did. So, I mean, anytime they walk up, they're blitzing. That's pretty easy. And it's before, like, way early before the snap. So, maybe look at disguising things a little better. Oh, there's some calls for the defense. I don't know what any of that hullabaloo means. Oh, we got press coverage this time. Are we man? Inside. Is this inside zone again? No, the guards are stretching. Outside zone. Oh, nice move by the defensive end to beat the tackle. Tackle's going wide. He's already got a step on you, so you just get vertical. That forces the play to bounce back inside. That's actually pretty... You just need to break down... Oh, I skipped ahead. Just need to break down a little bit. Break down, chop your feet. Once you get vertical, right there. Break down, but Zach Welch is a stud athlete. And the only other problem... Backers are feeling a little slow. We got to scrape over, get up there, scrape over a little bit faster. Oh, we hit him in the backfield. 56 took a good angle. Linebacker took him there, but there we go. Hey, that's nice defensive pursuit. All of Blaine is hustling up there to go make a play. 3rd and medium? Yes, like 3rd and 5.5. 3rd and 5, maybe 4. That's solid. And of course, Anoka just ran. What do they do now? They pass. That must have been a pattern we missed, that they go run, pass, run, pass, run, pass. Do they do that regardless of what down it is, too? Because that seems like pretty spot on of a pattern thus far. Huh. If I did miss that last year, then I'm an NPC. Also, interesting, they're in trips, but it's like a trips tight here. They did that a little bit. RB screen. Oh, boy. Yeah, we got cooked by this. They love it on 3rd down. And guess what? What is the coverage here? He looks like he's playing zone. Are they playing a version of cover 6? I think they are. You're manned on the back. So cover 6, for those that don't know, this is like Vic Fangio NFL defense. Split the defense in half. You play 2 different coverages on both sides of the field. Normally, he would have done like cover 2 and a cover 4 on each half. And when you add those together, 4 plus 2 equals 6. Hence, the name cover 6. I don't think that's what they're doing here, though. It looks like they're locked on man on the backside. And then they're playing cover 4 over here. So they're half man, half cover 4. Because if you look at where the safeties are lined up, both of them are on this side of the field with the trips. And now you have 4. You have an outside backer out here with the trips, 2 safeties, and him. So I'm surprised they ran a screen here. I would have thought, you know, if you bomb that deep, he's not looking over there. He's looking over here. You have a one-on-one matchup right there. That's press coverage against your stud wideout. You got to go. Literally, you have a go. Good pass protection. Outside backer blitzed, predictably, right? Yep. Oh, the safety did come over. Give them credit. Wow, disguised the coverage. Nice move, Blaine. They shifted into a cover 3. And then the corner took the flat. Nice moves. I really like that. Credit to Blaine. The blitzes may be predictable, but disguising the coverage, oof, fantastic. And there's a D lineman that read the screen. Oh, he just needs to get over there a little bit faster. Who else read it? Running backs, yeah, these 2 didn't. Whenever you see the running back just run up past you in pass protection, you don't keep chasing. And look at how far back the quarterback is. 7 yards, 8 yards, well... 5, 6, yeah, he's 7, almost 8 yards behind the line. 9 yards when he finally throws the ball. You don't keep chasing a quarterback 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. It's obviously a screen at that point. But that's a hard thing to see on the field. And they only had 2 linemen in front. Nice blocking. Oh, dude, Zach Welch. I mean, I ought to start him on my fantasy football team. Look at this kid. Stud. Surprised that he didn't switch the ball to the outside hand. Minor nitpick there in technique. Look at the angles he's taking. Blaine kid gets a little bit faked, should be aiming inside hip, tackles too high, and instead of attacking him, he kind of waits for him here. And then arm tackles his hip instead of his leg. That, yeah. You gotta attack his lower body as a DB. Receiver blocking. Who's this receiver blocking? He touched him and then let go. And that's the guy that, well, he missed, but he slowed him down. If you get that block... Now, this is good receiver blocking up here. If you would have blocked that kid and maintain a block there, like, this would have been a touchdown. This was not the best block, and that was not the best block. You block those 2 guys, like the receiver down here is doing, that's touchdown Anoka right there in running back screen. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Like, sure, it was an 18-yard gain, but this was at the opposite 49. This could have been a 51-yard touchdown instead of an 18-yard gain if we just blocked properly. But no, receiver blocking makes big plays, man. If you want to play wide receiver and you can't block, you're going to go play defensive back. Two by two, 10 personnel. They haven't gone. They were 11 at their own goal line, and they've been 10 ever since then. Now, I don't know why you would switch, and Blaine won't get out of their base 3-4 defense, so keep using that mismatch. They just, well, I guess that was a pass play. It's a screen. They love screens. They haven't taken any shots downfield. It's been several bubble or one-step screens and then a running back screen. That's it. And then it was just inside, outside zone. That's all they've done thus far. So nothing too complicated, but they're doing it well. Also, subbed in at running back. Different kid, number 22. That is not Zach Welch. Oh, do we get the all clears? He's sticking the arms. He only gave him one arm, but I think that's like, yeah, that's good enough, sure. Maybe 2 arms is, oh yeah, clear for takeoff. 1 arm is, yeah, sure, whatever you can take off, fine. Ooh, see how he stays outside. Remember how I was talking about with Hopkins and the tunnel screens? And Mayo does a good job at this. If you're going to run a tunnel, you have to make sure all these guys are getting vertical. See how all of them are tracking this way? If you run a tunnel into them, your receiver's going to get absolutely plastered by a linebacker. But they do a good job. He catches it, and then where does he go? outside. He's got an edge blocker. Like, obviously, it's not going to be a touchdown because you got two guys unaccounted for and unblocked out here. But look at how far back they are before he can make the play. Especially with 3-4 defenses, so many teams love to sit in cover 4, especially against 2x2 looks. If they're playing quarters, take that easy tunnel screen. There ain't nobody up there. And it's weird that he's playing so far off. I would like to see him play up a little bit there. To suppose that they do run like an outside zone here and you send that end inside, well then you've got edge contain, and you can't do that if you're all the way back there. So interesting design from Blaine. And what was his first step? His first step was inside. How can you cover the flat if you step inside? See, like, that to me is like run fit technique. He's looking at it as a run play. He reads that it's pass, and then he gets out here. 9 does a good, solid job blocking. And hey, credit to the DB. Well, do I give credit to the DB? He comes up, stops his feet and waits for the hit. He launches a little bit, but I'd love to see him keep running through that. I think it was the Shock P. Hopkins game. We saw a Shock P DB come up and just absolutely crush a jet sweep. Stud plays. But yeah, always attack. Once they catch the pass like that, give him the sauce. He's past the line of scrimmage. He can't throw it again. And he's not eating chicken. Incomplete. Oh, no, it says hitches. Anything but Anoka hitches. Oh, PTSD. So, note the position of the outside linebackers. He's playing a little bit tighter. He's not as far back. That is suspect. And this one especially. Where's the wide back of every play? Out there. So, if he's blitzing, these guys are both playing off. You have a hitch right there, right there. There's nobody in that flat right there. If I had to pick, same thing over here. If he ends up blitzing, he takes the hitch. Nobody out there. You got plenty of space to target with these hitches against cover 4. Did he give him a clear for takeoff? I missed it. Was it clear for takeoff? Oh, 2 arms. He really likes this look. Clear for takeoff for Anoka. Both outside backers came. He's reading the hitch. Oh, it's weird that he threw it outside. I don't know if that's a hitch as much as it is a slant. He ran a slant. Those two ran hitches. Oh! Yeah, no. If I'm reading pre-snap, I would not have thrown to the wideout. Like I said, I would have thrown either there or there. Because you see, when Blaine walks the outside backers up, they're blitzing. Every single time they've done it, they've blitzed. So I don't know why it would change. And look, they both blitz. That's a 6-man pressure. So it's only single-man coverage. Yeah, it was there. He was slow to react. You got a matchup over here. Oh, that could have been a touchdown. Yeah. Oh, and Coach Wasurick knows. He's like, yeah, we had him, but that was not who we should have thrown to. So, next play. He'll dial up something else. But you see what I mean about Coach Wasurick's play calling? It's so methodical. He just does such a good job reading the offense. He's like I said, 1 arm maybe is like, yeah, it could work. 2 arms is like, oh yeah, we got him. Oh, tasty chicken. And he had him there. Just came down to execution. Could have been a big play in Anoka. But 2nd down makes it 3rd down and 4. 10 personnel, still 2x2 in the hash. Okay. Where's Blaine's outside backer now? Obviously, he's staying in the flat, not blitzing. Backside, he's back a little bit, but he looks like he's reading run fit more than blitz. Predictable. Huh. Yeesh. Didn't hit the bubble, threw it deep, 1-on-1. Ooh, tough. Was that more of a wheel route? That was more like a bubble and a go. Yeah, bubble fade is what it says up there. Duh, I should have read the play. Kind of interesting that it's only on that side, and they called a hitch and a slant on the back side. When I was at Jefferson, when we did spread offense, it was just the same concept on both sides, but I know that some spread offenses use passing trees, and they might call the pass concept only on one side, like, I know some of it is like 70s one side, 80s the other side. Then if you call a 90 series pass play, that's on both sides. So this is to the left. Maybe say this is a 70 series. I don't know. Maybe that could be how they call things. I've never seen Anoka's playbook, so I couldn't tell you. I guess I'd have to pull up to a 7-on-7 session and go watch Peyton Podani and ask him about it. Highly doubt he'll tell me, but yeah. Either way, they're at least taking a shot here. And it's kind of weird they got out of their cover 4. The corner came up and attacked the flat, even though he's bailing deep. Those two corners are bailing deep. It looks like he's supposed to be staying there. Maybe it's like an exchange thing. Safety takes deep. If there's a bubble, he comes up and the backer comes up. And I'm assuming Coach Wasurick knew they would do that because he got a one-on-one matchup. He loves those. But I would have taken a one-on-one matchup when I was in 3-by-1. Because if you saw a few plays ago, you had press man on the backside, and then they switched. Well, it looked like press man. Then Blaine switched to a cover 3. I think that was the best defensive play from Blaine. Disguising coverages. Oh, what's he dialing up now? This must be the formation. Something to the right. Nose, and then cross arms. Arms out, touchdown. I have no idea what any of this means. He did something to the right first. Maybe this will give in this. Hand on face. I don't know, maybe outside zone right. Let's see. Outside zone right. And I don't know if he gave him the all clear signal right away, so he's going to say something, look over, 2 arms. He likes the look. What's Blaine doing? Blaine's bringing the sauce, man. Once again, outside backers stacked up. It's a blitz. He sees the pressure. He knows they're coming. Oh, weird. It was inside zone. Oh, they had him. What did we do here? Oh, boy. This is just Zach Welch being a stud. Look at this. Blaine does such a good job. Backer fills. Run fits are looking good. Oh, backside. Just come and attack his hip. The outside linebacker is running to where he's going rather than attacking his hip out there. If he attacks Zach Welch's outside hip, that's a tackle for a loss right there. On 4th down, Blaine takes over on downs. That is technique. He came in 2 flat. Stud player bounces outside, and because you're playing cover 4, I don't know if it's cover 4 or straight man coverage. He's reading the backer. That just looks like straight man coverage. Bounces it outside. Oh, that's a tough one. Wow. And then that's just the stud being the stud. Like, look at this. Anoka's receivers gave up on blocking. We got 6 defenders flying after Zach Welch. Like, that man is carrying Anoka as hard as he can. What a stud. Oh, yeah, Coach Wasurick. You can tell that something went awry with that play. Look at him. What was that? Go get out there. What are we doing? Dang, he's got some pretty decent triceps on him, doesn't he? I might have to go to the gym with Coach Wasurick one of these days. Look at them guns. Oh, I just saw... I'll go back to that last play. Actually, no, we'll go ahead. Not too sure about the calves. I don't know if he deadlifts or does any lower body, but hey, pretty nice arm right there. I'd go lift with Coach Wasurick. Look at the pecs. He hits the bench press. We can easily tell that. He's got some pretty nice traps on him, too. You know what? I think he played tight end, actually. I want to say Coach Wasurick was a tight end at the U of M. I don't remember where Coach Law played college ball, if he did. I know Bo Wasurick was a gopher just like me. Obviously, I didn't play football. I'm a midget. Not even close to playing D1 football. But, yeah. He was a tight end back in the day. Oh, that's... Ooh, let me get that big piece of salmon before we look at this play. Huge salmon guy. Mm-hmm. He's saying, nope, 22 stay. He's calling 2. What is the 2 back? Twins something or another. 22 stays. Zach Welch comes off. 22's lined up as a receiver. It's an empty personnel look. So maybe that must mean 22 empty or something. Who knows? And he called it to the left, so empty left, or 22 to the left. Yeah, 22 to the left, and then he touched his nose. He's doing like a hammer motion, and then touched his nose. Hammer motion, touch his nose. Do the call, then look over. Do you have 2 arms? Not yet. There we go. So see how he waits? Look, he's pondering. He's waiting here up in the box. Do we have a good matchup with this play call? He's waiting. Then he gives him the all clear signal, clear for takeoff. Yep, and see, there he is in the headset. That's got to be what they do. Forest Lake ought to do something like that. That'd be killer. Because like I said, Coach B-Scout does a phenomenal job with their play calling. But if they slow down the pace of the game a little bit and really analyze the defense step by step during the game and catching them out of position, especially a predictable team like Prior Lake that doesn't do a whole lot defensively or adjust defensively, that would be killer. And Anoka, as you can see, is doing a great job at that. They have run like only 4 different plays. Like, it's literally been what, inside zone, outside zone, a bunch of bubbles in a running back screen, and then 1 hitch. Other than that weird wheel route, their fade they took deep, but that's all they've done on this drive, and they're chewing up play clock. They're driving on Blaine. They're just executing so well with that. And it's so good, it's making me hungry for chicken. Ooh, that's good grilled chicken. I don't know why it says run play. It's on a run play. Another 1-step screen. Oh, where's the receiver blocking? Once again, you can get a double team there, up to him, get out there, and then he runs to the edge, and now it's a one-on-one matchup. Or, I'll do you one better. Because he's in the middle of the field, and this play is meant to go outside, block there, double team up to safety, seal him there, out there, touchdown Anoka. A little bit better of a bubble. And remember earlier when they did the inside zone, and I was talking about how I didn't like how their bubble was like an open with a slight back step. Because now if this, I think that might be Trey Borchers, number 8. Now if he wants to get outside, he's facing the wrong way. He has to turn his body 180 degrees to get back out to the edge. Whereas if he was running a bubble with his hips facing this way and his torso back the other way, you catch the ball in stride and you just keep going. You don't have to turn your entire body 180 degrees. It hits faster. Blaine has less time to react. I don't know why they're both blocking the same guy. Yeah. That was the same thing with Forest Lake. Teams might need to rethink how they're blocking these bubble schemes. Because, yeah, some of them just aren't working out. Oh, yeah, and I know Coach Wasurick's not happy about that. He knows something. Look at him down here. Something went wrong. Yeah, see? Oh! Almost like some kung fu we just hit right there. Something did not go right with that play. What is he dialing up this time? We still in 10? We're still in... No. Yeah, we're in 10 personnel. Zach Welch is not on the field. You know what? I think they intentionally switch it because obviously he's like their best player. You want to use him as much as possible. I want to say he played linebacker a lot for him too, so you can't have him play all offense. Like, remember last week we talked about Prior Lake. Levi Eider was both the safety and the running back. He played 133 out of the 166 plays in that game. That is insane. And again, credit to Anoka. They realize we can't do that with our star player. He either might get hurt or get tired. And then get hurt as a result from being tired. Very smart on Anoka's part. Huge credit there to realize that. All clear for takeoff. Was 2 arms. He likes the look. Pass play. Ooh, someone called this a slant and hitch. I don't think this is a hitch because hitch, you open up inside. The receiver opened up outside. That's more of a comeback. Kind of weird that they called comeback because if you look at the way that the Blaine DBs are playing, they're facing in. They're giving you the inside. They're playing on the edge. So when you see that, normally you want to call an in-breaking hitch instead of a comeback because if you turn to the edge, that's where the defender is. Where if you go upfield and then turn this way, then he's got to try and fight his way back there as opposed to just stepping forward. Interesting. He's got the slot, though. And you know what? If they are throwing slants, what is the blitz they've run? He's creeping up. He's creeping up. Anytime a Blaine backer is creeped up, they've blitzed. Every single play. And what do they do there? It's the same thing. Blaine backer creeps up. They bring the sauce. Do they get home? No. Dude, Podani is so smart. He's got like that clock in his head like, oh, I'm about to get eaten alive. Get rid of that football. Oh, and then that's just making a great play. Oh, DB. DB. Look, he just keeps bailing. Yeah, he was worried about getting beat deep, and then he just lost his footing. That's a bummer. Gotta keep your feet under you. Great effort by is that the safety? No, dude, that's the linebacker. That's an inside linebacker busting his butt. Look at him coming across from the middle. That is effort right there. Huge props to the Blaine inside linebacker. What a play. It saved a touchdown. I'm sure Anoka will still get in. Slot twins run 11 personnel. So if they're backed up at their own goal line or at the opposing goal line, they're bringing in the heavier personnel. Now it's an H-back. Okay, so they do walk up a backer if it's they walked up a backer if it was a tight end the first play. Now they have an H-back. Backer is walked up on that side. I'm assuming they're playing cover 0, but the weird thing is, where's the other outside backer? 52 is one of them. The 20s are the inside. Oh, the other outside. All right, I'm dumb. They know they have jam in their playbook. They call jam. They have a 0 technique, and instead of 4s, they're in either 2s or 3s. That looks more like 2s, right? It's kind of hard to tell from this angle, but they're in 2s or 3s. And then both outside backers are up on the edge in 5s. This one more so in a 5. If you look, he's kind of stacked, and who's behind him? Safety's manned up. So right now, you know, they're at least blitzing 5, and you've got cover 0. I'm assuming the inside backers, he looks like he's more ready to read. He might be in man coverage. How do I think Anoka will fare this year? I honestly don't know. Like, so this is only the first offensive drive from Anoka. As you see, we're only 15 plays in. From what I've seen thus far, Coach Wasurick's play calling and his scheme are fantastic. It's more so just some of the execution they could clean up. And the other big thing to consider is all the star players Anoka's losing. You figure Peyton Podani's gone. Zach Welch, who's been an absolute workhorse on just this first drive, is graduating as well. Trey Borchers is graduating. Except for, like, the linemen. Yeah, I totally agree. They've lost a lot of linemen. My bad. They have a lot of the linemen returning. It's a lot of the receivers they've lost. The big thing, though, for me is the quarterback especially. Because Peyton Podani started 3 years, right? 22, 23, and 24. He's been starting since he was a sophomore. It's hard to say. I think the one thing that Anoka does have going for them is that the North Division, Metro North, is not all that tough this year. If you look at, where's the Metro North? Is the top one up here. So their first 2 games are pretty tough, and this is not how I think the teams are going to do. Let me go to the actual regular season. That's from a stream I did on Thursday where chat was picking all the games. If you look, they open up at Eden Prairie and then home versus Forest Lake, which, EP is EP. We know all about that. And then Forest Lake is on the up and up. They were 6-2 last year. Only got a 2 seed because they lost that tiebreaker to Mounds View. Really hard to say, but then you look at, like, Osseo, Blaine they can win, Andover. We don't know how Andover's going to be. I don't know how Rogers is going to do in 5A. In 6A now that they've moved up. The Champlin Park and Centennial games are the only ones where I'm like, okay, I'd probably give the edge to those squads because Champlin's going to have a lot of kids that are going to be good. Centennial's going to have a really good team. So yeah, I don't know. I could see like a 5-3 year, maybe lose to EP, Champlin, Centennial. It could be anywhere from like 6-2 to 4-4. I don't think they're going to have a losing record. But I don't think, obviously, they're going to be a 1 seed. I think 1 seed out of this section is probably going to be like a Blaine or more likely a Centennial or Champlin Park. If I had to pick just one, I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Centennial. Champlin, not this year, but next year. I think Champlin's going to start a lot of juniors this year. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of it comes down to who the Anoka quarterback's going to be. You're losing a 3-year starting quarterback. But then again, like I said, Coach Wasurick does a great job. I'm sure he'll be able to find another kid. Anoka's a big school, so I'm sure they got plenty of quarterback-worthy kids. So this isn't interesting. This is like a lead play. So tackle kicks out. H-back actually pulled inside. It's a nice little hole there. Because remember what we said earlier? Tackles, or the outside backer's playing off tackle. He's in a jam, the inside. Oh, and he's playing a 2 technique, and they pinched him into A gap. I don't know that I would have done that. So did they all slant that? It looks like the D-line all slanted that way, which is interesting. They slanted away from the strength. I would probably would have called a strong slant there, not a weak slant. Maybe that's something they game planned for. Outside backer did that too. 72 does a great job. He's playing a little bit high. If he'd get lower, it'd be a little more guaranteed. Inside backer does a great job scraping over. Oh, and then that's just the Bengals making an absolute stud block, or stud stand at the line. Look at this. Backers come up and fill. 84 didn't do that good a job blocking. That's just pure effort out of Blaine. Their inside backers are playing like absolute studs. The play before this, we had the inside backer chase down, I don't know if it was Trey Borchers or another receiver, on the edge at the goal line so that they wouldn't score. Oh, they're bringing in the jumbo package, aren't they? Double tight. It's not even true tight ends. This is a 70. They brought in another lineman. And they brought in a defensive lineman, 91 over here. Oh, dude. They brought out the Stillwater Maryland I. So what is a Maryland I? Maryland I is when you're double tight, 2 tight ends. And then you have 3 running backs all in a row. You've got 2 fullbacks, and then your running back behind them. That is a Maryland I. The only other team in 6A that runs that is Stillwater. You'll see some other teams do variation. Like Mounds View used to do a jumbo I. So that would be I backs, but instead of the second fullback being right behind the quarterback, he would have been offset to this side, so kind of like a king backfield as an H-back back there. But either way, 32 personnel, obviously run-heavy formation. I'm guessing they just do it like a dive or a stretch. I mean, it works. Hand the ball to Zach Welch. Get your best blockers out there in front of them. This is more like a sweep. See how their entire line blocks down? And then the first fullback, who's the tight end, by the way? 84 is their H-back / tight end. So they brought in D-line as true tight ends. Heavy down blocking. Huge heavy down blocking. 84... Well, he misses his block a little bit, but the Blaine kid doesn't fill fast enough. Inside backer doesn't fill fast enough. And obviously, you have to fill fast if you're going against Zach Welch. So, touchdown Anoka. Coach Wasurick says 1. Get the 1 out there and go get it. But hey, that was a great drive. Anoka got all the way down there. Also, shout out for Anoka for having the scoreboard down here. Love that they have that on Huddle. That's fantastic. I don't know if Coach Wasser decided that or someone else on staff, but greatly appreciated. Makes my job a lot easier. So let's see here. Extra point. No good. They missed the kick. Is it blocked or is it just missed? No, it was just missed. Wide right. Okay, that's tough. Missing or losing. Oh, how is that not offsides? Huh? It's close enough. Whatever. Blaine catches it. So remember what I said. See how he's starting to break out a little bit too early? He's playing safety on the edge. He's not convinced yet. You got to get vertical first. Get him sucked in. He can lead out there. You follow behind. And then you got a touchdown on a kick return. It's a better way to do it. I mean, that's solid kickoff coverage. He's behind the 30 at the 28-yard line. Yep, Coach Wasurick likes it. We're doing some clapping. Okay, so now we got to look at the other teams on the other side of the ball. So, we'll talk about Anoka's defense in a second because they're in their nickel package. Blaine, 11 personnel, like I said, sidecar offense instead of pistol. They will run the quarterback. There's our buddy Sam Shaughnessy going off to Air Force. You have an H-back on this side. No slot receiver on that side, so we have a trips look, 3x1, slot trips here. And something Blaine likes to do, they always have the receivers split out really wide. Normally a slot receiver, like if Wyzetta, for example, they'll put him here, and he's equidistant between the H-back and the wide receiver. But for some reason, and if Blaine was in a 3x1 with 3 receivers, they would stack their receivers tight right there. I don't know why. I think that's just because they like to spread the defense out, and it works because they run their quarterback. So say an opponent goes in a nickel package and only has 6 men in the box, You run the quarterback, now you have an extra blocker against a defense that has fewer bigger bodies to attack the run. So that's a very interesting choice for Anoka. One, to come out in a nickel package against 11 personnel. If it's 11 personnel against a team like Blaine that is known for running the quarterback, I'm probably sticking with my base 3-4. I'm probably only going to put in a nickel if they go to 10 personnel. Just because I know Sam Shaughnessy is going to run the ball out of 11 personnel. And then if they go to 10, then I still have 6 men in the box, either if I'm playing a 2-4 or a 3-3 stack with my nickel package, so I don't need to worry about that, because then there's only 6 blockers if you count the running back and have Shaughnessy run. But yeah, as is, they're playing a 2-4 nickel. I don't know if I've talked about the 2-4 nickel package yet on the stream. Yeah, because Prior Lake, I don't think Prior Lake had a nickel package. They put it at the very end, and Forest Lake just played their base 3-4. So the 2-4 nickel, again, talking about Vic Fangio defense, the Bears started doing this. I know University of St. Thomas does this. I saw St. Thomas Academy do this against Andover last year. What a 2-4 nickel is, you take your nose guard out of the game, and then you put in a nickelback, who is... I'm going to say he's probably over here, because that's a safety that's stacked down. One of these two is a nickel, and then safety, corner. You got 5 DBs in the game. That's your nickel package. What happens, though, when you run a 2-4 nickel, you don't have your nose guard in the game. Your defensive ends are not as big, and you're having them play the interior. I'm assuming Anoka probably realized those kids aren't as big and maybe uses bigger kids in their nickel package. But it just creates mismatches. And I saw, Coach DeVellis, Star Wars offense at Andover, I've kind of talked that to death. When St. Thomas came out in the 2-4 nickel against their 10 and 11 personnel, they just ran quarterback runs up the middle. Difference between dime and nickel? That is a great question. So a nickel package has 5 DBs in the game. A dime package has 6 DBs in the game. So, for example, if Anoka took out... Right now they have 5 DBs right there. Those 5 are all DBs. And then you've got your 4 backers. And then 2 D linemen right there in the middle. So that's a 2-4 nickel. If they wanted to do more of like a dime package, what most teams would do is they'd probably take out one of their inside backers and then bring in another safety or corner type kid. And then that would be a nickel or a dime package. Normally you only run dime packages against 10 or empty personnel. So it's and there aren't that many teams that do a lot of passing out of 10 personnel. At least like heavy passing out of 10 personnel in 6A. The only team in 6A last year that passed more than they ran was Rochester Mayo. And I don't think anyone played a dime package into them. It's just so hard because they had that great kid at running back. As soon as you go into a dime, Coach Holcomb is an offensive guy. He's going to go run plays or a running back screen. Now you've got big linemen blocking smaller DBs downfield. So, yeah, normally you do not see a lot of dime packages. Or unless it's like a prevent defense, that might be the only other time you see a dime package in 6A. Is if teams are going for a Hail Mary at the end, you put as many DBs as you can on the field. That's usually the only time you're going to see more than 5 DBs. Is it a Sam Shaughnessy run? No, but it's inside zone. Great job by the Anoka D line. Look at this. It's not inside zone. It's power. What? Who? Okay, something went wrong with the blocking scheme here. We just did not block the defensive lineman. First play of the game. Let's look at the blocking here. So you have a double team here. What does he do? He does nothing. So is this like a midline? Are they reading a B-gap defender? It doesn't look like it because Sam Shaughnessy's eyes aren't on the defensive tackle. I guess the defensive end that's moved inside. And there's the fake bubble that I always complain about. See how you just turn and face out? Another thing that I don't like, instead of going straight down the line, he's actually going backwards. So if they did throw that, then you have to regain 2 or 3 yards that you didn't need to lose in the first place. Always run your bubbles straight down the line. Always. I have no idea what play Blaine called here. And based on what the line is doing, I don't think most of the players knew what Blaine called here. And if it is supposed to be like a power, like it looks, where's he going? He looks like he's going to trap the edge. So if it's supposed to be like a trap, then you should seal off the, or maybe it's like a GH counter. If that's supposed to be it, you two should be doubling there up to backer. You should be taking him. He's the edge man. He pulls around, kicks out the edge. H-back comes around and hits there. And there's your play. But that's not what they did. He kicks out the edge. You have a double team here that goes to nowhere. The backside tackle goes up to the weak side backer. Okay, they do split off and take both backers, but nobody accounted for the man covering the puller. Yeah, that was real strange right there. I'm not entirely sure what Blaine's blocking scheme was. I mean, it looks like it was supposed to be like a running back trap with a read on the backside, and maybe that was a pre-snap RPO on a bubble route out there. But like I said, bubble route was run backwards instead of down the line, so that execution could have been cleaned up, and it looked like the O-line did not know what the blocking scheme was. Or, theory, O-line was expecting a 3-4 defense and was blocking as if there was a 3-4 defense and did not know how to respond to Anoka's 2-4 nickel package. Which, by the way, Anoka is still in their 2-4 nickel package. Nickelback. I'm assuming the wide side is probably a safety, and then nickel is that guy playing on the short side. Still 11 personnel. Now you've got slot twins. Again, I like that Blaine is choosing to run the ball. I think that's very smart. When they're going to give you a 2-4 nickel, run up the middle. And that trap play could have worked. The blocking scheme, I had no clue what was going on there. That was really strange. So what play are we calling here, coach? What do we got? No huddle. All in plays. He's pointing. Get out wide. Interesting now, I don't know if it is a handoff. It'll be coming this way because, you know, that's how you read sidecar offenses. I want to say it's going to be a quarterback lead off the edge there. See how the running back is in front of Sam Shaughnessy? It looks like it's going to be quarterback lead out to the short side. No, he did take the handoff. Quarterback did end up running to the back side. Okay, you get a double team at the point of attack. So it looks like it's just inside zone. And it looks like it's quarterback zone. He's taken the edge. You've got a double team here, which you can tell is going to go up to backer. Double team here, it's going to go up to backer. I like the play call, so what goes awry here? Well, your slot receiver not only didn't block the nickelback, look at him. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to watch. We call that a popcorn award. You get the popcorn around when you're standing around watching. If you want to watch, you can grab your popcorn, go stand over there, not on the field. You don't eat popcorn on the field. You eat it on the sideline or up there in the stands. Yeah, don't be afraid. Get up there. Go give that nickel back what for. You're a slot receiver blocking a DB. Receivers should be able to win that matchup. Especially if it's an inside play. It's weird that he's taking outside shoulder. Should have gone inside shoulder on him. Number 7 was a stud against us, man. When Lakeville South played Anoka week 10, second round of the playoffs, his blitzing was nutty. But this is just a straight read here. Ooh, look at that. Oh, they have him playing outside backer this game. He played inside backer against us. Reads, tackle doesn't block him well. Nice shoestring tackle. And that's not like that's a bad runner. He just took down Sam Shaughnessy. That kid's going to Air Force. This is a D1 QB right there. All right, whatever the play is, it's played, or whatever the formation is, it's strong left. I'm assuming if they're in 11 personnel, strength is to the left. What else did they call? I didn't see the rest of the signals. So you know what? That's something else to go over. Both teams are no huddle offenses using hand signals. They both clapped. So whatever it is, it's like, hey, that's the end of it. Now he's more inline instead of in front of him. Okay, so interesting. Inline, pass play. And what was the formation? Or is it a screen? Why? What? Huh? Okay. At least with Prior Lake, I was like, okay, I can see what they're trying to do. It's not making sense, and it could definitely be set up better, but I could understand what was happening. I'm like, okay, they stole a Centennial Buck sweep, and they just don't have a play that sets it up. They literally just copied someone else's homework without thinking how it fits into their homework, and it kind of sticks out. But this, I have no idea what is going on with this play. In fact, I need to have another bite of chicken. I'm like so confused. We're going to have to dive deep into this. Oh boy. Okay. First, let's talk pass protection. So as I said, 2-4 nickel. In a 2-4 nickel pass, you know that you're having those 4 rushing. You're only going to have 7 in coverage. You can tell nickel's out there. Nickel, 2 high safety, so that's your nickel. They're playing a 2 high safety. You have a mismatch out here on the edge because he's blitzing. They're giving you space right there, but it's 3rd and mile. They don't care if you pass short. So Anoka right now, great defensive play call. So the running back runs up the middle. There's a double team here, and I don't think that's the nose guard making a good play or the defensive end. They just literally didn't block it. It's a double team. They're like, nah. The right guard is holding. The tackle just lets the outside backer run around him. He's not kicking back. And, I mean, you're in shotgun. If you're going to play shotgun, you have to take more steps backwards because your quarterback naturally is deeper out of gun. I mean, if he was under center and he's only back there, then sure, you don't have to take as many kick steps back. But if he's dropping back in addition to being, in shotgun already, got to take more kick steps. And then the running back doesn't get anybody. The left tackle is kind of engaged. He's holding on the backside. What is the pass protection here? Do they know it's a pass play? Because the other 2 linemen are ineligible men downfield. You have a double team on an inside backer on a pass play. The running back went and is now lead blocking out as if it's a pass play. Was this supposed to be a quarterback draw? I literally don't know. And if you look at the receivers, what routes are they running? Verticals? Verticals. He looks like he's just trying to block. I think it was supposed to be a quarterback draw. That's the only thing that makes sense right here, based on the O-line not blocking and trying to kick everybody to the edge. The fact that you have linemen downfield. And he just kind of throws it away at the end. I don't think that was supposed to be a pass play. I think this was supposed to be a quarterback draw. I'm like baffled, especially coming from Blaine, because Coach Law is an offensive-minded coach. I think he's also the OC, like I said earlier. I don't know if I like a quarterback draw on 3rd and 14. I mean, that's a pretty typical play call, but I do not understand the execution. Some receivers blocking, some receivers running verts. I think the O-line just doesn't really know what's going on. If we watch the play, I think it was the very first play, I talked about how like the blocking scheme made no sense. It was a trap without a trap block, and nobody picked up the backside guard covering your pulling, or backside defensive lineman that covers your pulling guard. That was bizarre. This was the zone read, like I said, where the blocking scheme didn't quite make sense on this one. Because they're blocking the read, or it was a quarterback inside zone, and we just didn't block the edge man. So that was more execution. And then you call a quarterback draw, but everyone forgets to block on the draw. So Sam Shaughnessy has nowhere to go. Again, my only hypothesis is that Blaine's offensive line got confused because Anoka came out in a 2-4 nickel package instead of their base 3-4 defense, and they're like, wait a minute, we don't know who to block now, because it's essentially like having a 4-man front. Really strange. I like that they're running into it. I think running into a 2-4 nickel is incredibly smart. Just ask Coach DeVellis up at Andover. It's smart. That's what you do. But execution is leaving me scratching my head a little bit. I don't know, maybe they pulled a Prior Lake and they started stealing other teams' plays just because, oh, buck sweep looks cool, let's do it. Centennial has a good buck sweep, let's take it. But then again, those are just bread and butter Blaine run plays. Quarterback draw, inside zone, quarterback inside zone. That's all they did there. And even though it's a fair catch, it is so, like, dangerous when your offense... Let me get the lamp turned on here. It's starting to get dark out. When your offense goes 3 and out in 6A football, or just Minnesota high school football in general, look at the bad position you put your defense in now. They only have 52 yards to defend as opposed to, like, 80. When you go 3 and out, especially when you're pinned back, it puts your defense in a real tough position. So now I'd say advantage is definitely to Anoka. And remember how much time Anoka took off the clock. They took off half the first quarter. Blaine took up about 30 seconds worth of offense. So now your defense that's been playing for 6 minutes out of the 6.5 minutes of this game, right back on the field. Yeesh, that's rough. Also, I did not pay attention to what kids played both ways. I apologize. Let me know if you see a number that plays both ways for either Anoka or for Blaine. Like I said, I know did Zach Welch play defense that last drive? I think he's a linebacker normally. Yep, there he is. C, number 16. So he does play both ways. 22 is their other running back. He played both. He's a safety. He plays both ways. I don't know about the linemen. I don't think I see any repeats there. Strange. All right, so Anoka's back on offense. 10 personnel, 2x2. Maybe their offense is just switch pass, switch run, switch pass, switch run. Because right now they're in, and it's that same thing with the weird guard alignment. You've got these three in line. He is way too far back. I mean, that's almost like penalty territory with how far back he is. Interesting. Is this another fake? Yep. Coach Wasurick, clear for takeoff. Boom, run the play. Oh, I love the design. See how their bubble is built off of one of their run plays? It's meant to be fake outside zone or fake stretch. And they hit him with the bubble. And where's the bubble go? Cuts it outside. Dude, give Anoka credit. They're executing bubbles so properly. I don't like that he's coming back so far. Because look at where the line of scrimmage is versus where he catches the ball. He's got to regain 2 yards. But he's smart. Bounces it outside. Fantastic block. I think number 8 is Trey Borchers, right? If that is, that's a fantastic block right there. He's taking outside shoulder, drives him in, and then that's a free 5 yards Anoka. They're so good at executing their bubbles. Forest Lake slot receivers. Remember, if it's a bubble, hit the outside. Do not cut back in. Like, look at that last play. Suppose number 11 decided to cut back in, especially after the great blocking job that Mr. Borchers has done out here. Check it. Look who's coming for him. Backers. We don't want to invite linebackers to the party. I don't want my wideout getting tackled by inside linebackers. Get out on the edge where they can't get to you. Force a DB to tackle you. Fantastic execution. Gold star Anoka. 11. Oh, 20 personnel. We've got a Pistol King look. So this is something that only like Rochester Mayo, and I guess now Moorhead does. Mayo's not 6 anymore. Pistol King and Queen are rare. So what is Pistol King and Queen? So you have Pistol back. It is a 20 personnel. When you have 2 running backs, 0 tight ends. 20 personnel look. And it's when Pistol and then your H-back, or fullback, whatever they prefer to call him, is on the same side as your twin receivers. So that is a King look if he's on the same side. Because you essentially have a 3x1 look. Now, if it was Pistol Queen, your H-back would be on the 1 receiver side, and then it's a 2x2 look. So Pistol King is what they're in. If he moved to the other side, that'd be Pistol Queen, and that is a 20 personnel look. Very, very rare in 6A. I know that STMA does Pistol Eye stuff, and so does Mounds View, but that's with the tight end. So take him, put him right there as your Y as the tight end. He stays split out, he's split out, and then they would do Pistol King or Queen off of that. But that's with 21 personnel. This is just 20 personnel because there are no tight ends. I'm assuming it says run play up there, but yeah, I assume when you go to 20 personnel, it's a run play. It looks like it's stretch again. Oh, so, not happy. If this is outside zone, first of all, Blaine defensive end, you do a fantastic job of getting upfield, and you cut this runoff, and you force it back inside. He's getting held, but I like the technique. He's playing it great. And the rest of the Blaine defense comes up to fill. That's actually a really nice job defensively. Once again, though, what are the linebackers doing? He's up on the line. He's obviously blitzing. He's not. He's staying out in pass protection. At least he's sort of making his way out to the flat. He's going a little bit too deep. I'd like to see him more in the flat and then come back up so he can be a little bit more involved in the run fit. But he does do a good job adjusting back, kind of falls a little bit. But hey, great job to the front 5 of Blaine on that play. Especially the defensive end here, forcing things back inside. That's just a fantastic job. Whereas if See how the fullback's going out? If he's out there and hooks him or gets up there and Zach Welch keeps going to the edge, could have been a bigger play. But, yeah, he just kind of panicked a little bit, saw the DN there. If he was a little bit more patient and got outside. Also, what is with Anoka's receiver blocking? That's probably the one negative thing. Trey Borchers has done a good job, number 8 at blocking, but, I don't know what's going on here. You're just kind of looking at the corner, looking at the safety, playing patty cake, and yeah, not a fan of that. I mean, if it's a run play, go knock the DB out of his socks, because guess what? That makes him more fatigued for the next pass play, or just the next play in general, especially if you go up and you whack him every single play. Then when you run at him and he expects you to hit him, then you can break off on your wheel or your post, and now you have a step on him, because he's used to you hitting him. And it's just always fun. All right, we have Pistol King again. Like I said, it's Pistol King because 20 personnel. H-back is 2, the twin receiver side. So you have a 3-by-1 set, essentially. They're blitzing their weak side backer again. Maybe they only go out when there's 2 receivers out there. We haven't really got a lot of 3-by-1 looks from Anoka. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about that, that's another thing that Anoka probably figured out to beat Lakeville South last season. Zeta ran a ton of 3-by-1 against us. They missed a lot of their backside hitches because we had a little bit of pressure and we got there before Birkland was able to complete them. But it was there. We had nobody in the flat. Anoka noticed that on film and was like, you know what? We're going to take advantage of that. Coach Wasurick's like, how much you... And of course, with the way they call their offense, he goes up there, he calls, whatever he does is a tornado signal with the backside hitch. And then Peyton Ponan's like, you sure, coach? Do we have a good look? And then he thinks about it, gives them the all clear for takeoff signal, and then they just took it against us. Then see, that's why it's so important to not only watch film, but just understand how teams do things. Because without, like, obviously missing that context, then what happened? What's happened? We got blown out by Anoka because we didn't know that they would do anything like that. Whereas now that you actually study them in depth, you're like, oh, there's a lot more going on than we thought. They're actually picking us apart play by play, which again, huge credit to Coach Wasurick. That's fantastic. So fantastic, I have to eat chicken. I still have like half my dinner left. Oh, not a fan of that discoloration. What are we doing? Come on, Huddle. Oh, they did a pass. Dude, this is such good design. So talking about order of which you call plays. Like, remember Prior Lake was just kind of calling like random plays without setting anything up. Look at the last play. Pistol King. It was an outside zone or stretch. Next play. Set up to look like it's outside zone or stretch, but the H-back kind of snakes off. The O-line acts as if it's going to be stretch, and then doubles back this way. It's an H-back screen, and there's nobody there. Masterful design and play calling for Anoka. Oh, boy. Oh, just be a little bit more patient if that... Was that the left tackle? Oh, that was. If the left tackle didn't get as far... You know what's funny? He kicked back really far on the screen. Oh, no, that was the Blaine tackle that didn't kick back that far earlier. But, yeah, just let him go. Give him a little bit of sauce. Turn around, get upfield a little bit faster. And if you're 22, play it a little bit slower. Let the big man get in front of you. If big man gets in front of you and blocks that DB, you got a block there. He's there. It's a touchdown, Anoka. Got him. Oof. That's got to hurt for the big man. Oh, that's good teammate work, though. Go over, help your big boy up. They got some good culture over there at Anoka. I love that. You know what? I forgot to look at the sideline. What did Coach Wasurick think of that? What's his reaction? Oh, he gave him the thumbs up. Ha. He approves. Also, another thing that is interesting. So, Coach Wasurick alone calls the offense. As you notice, he's wearing white. Every other Anoka coach. Maroon. There's another one down here. Maroon. They're all wearing maroon. He is the play caller. He's wearing white, so he's easy to spot for the offense. Smart detail. Okay. This has to be, it says run play up there, but when you have trips into the boundary on that hash, this is really strange. Normally you're not going to pass. And as we talked about, when you have a 3-by-1 look or even 2 receivers out there, outside backers off, he's not blitzing. See, this is weird. Why isn't he up there blitzing? He looks like he's taking deep. Just undo some of that. It looks like he's taking the flat. He's going deep. He's probably playing flat. They must be doing like a cover 3 look here. But then is he also taking the flat and then hook and hook? Or you know what? Erase those 3. It's probably hook, hook, and then he's going more that way, and he takes the flat there. That's probably what their coverage is more like. So again, they look like they're a cover 4, and then they're going to shift to a cover 3. If they do that, that's going to be really impressive. Coach Wasurick gives them clear for takeoff. Is that what they end up doing? It is a... Dude. Okay, I'm going to give Blaine credit. They're actually... No, I was wrong, because what is the corner doing? He's dropping back. So they're just playing base cover 4. I'm starting to get Prior Lake. Remember in the Prior Lake Forest Lake game from last week, Prior Lake would not budge out of cover 4. Like, if it's the end of the world, you're on your deathbed, the only way to save your life is to get out of cover 4. They're like, give me cover 4 and I'll just take the death. Like, so bizarre. Just won't budge out of it. And they blitzed both inside backers. He came up to run fix. It was a run play. Dude, Zach Welch, what a stud. I'm impressed. The fact that they're staying in their base defense and Anoka is still able to run the ball against Blaine's base defense out of 10 personnel. They didn't even run a bubble. Okay, here's another thing that's strange. Who do I have in the Battle of the Lakes this year? Which Battle of the Lakes? Are we talking Forest Lake, Prior Lake, Forest Lake, White Bear Lake, or are we talking Lakeville, like Lakeville North, Lakeville South? Let me check the schedule. I think all those games are actually on the board. Where's Prior Lake? Like right here, Prior Lake at Forest Lake, week 1. Is that what we're thinking? If it's Lakeville North, Lakeville South, I want to give us Forest Lake v Prior Lake. There we go. Oh, that's a tough one. So when I watched the week 1 matchup from this past season, 2024, like Forest Lake badly outcoached Prior Lake, like by a 90% to 10% margin. Coach B-Scow, like his offensive play calling blew my mind. It was just so spot on to what Prior Lake was doing, and Prior Lake would not adjust at all. Prior Lake only won that game because kid big, fast kid run behind big kid. Like that's pretty much Prior Lake's game plan. Their offensive play calling didn't make sense. Their defensive play calling didn't make sense. Their offensive scheme wasn't even set up well. Like I think for like out of 4 hours worth of stuff I went over in that game, I want to say like at least 45 minutes of it was complaining about Prior Lake's Bucks sweep and how they took it from Centennial, and it just made no sense. Hey, is that my roommate Drew from Chicago? It is. But if I had to pick this year, I'm probably going to take Forest Lake. It's at Forest Lake again. They've been super close each game. They lost by 3 this past season at the end of the game. Year before that, when it was at Prior Lake, it was only 7-6. They only lost by a 2-point conversion. And my only complaint when I saw that 2-point conversion, there was a little bit too much motion and mismatch going on. It took that play a long time to develop. It's Landon's B-Day. Happy B-Day, Landon. Just took that 2-point conversion a little bit too long to develop. And obviously, Prior Lake's got big kids. Those big D linemen are going to get there. They have Jade Abasiri back then. So you can't really call something that takes a long time to set up when you're going to have big kids with that kind of pressure. And there was a few things, but yeah, I want to say this is the year that Forest Lake finally takes over Prior Lake. It's just so hard to say. Obviously, Prior Lake's very familiar with Forest Lake, but just the difference in coaching, I think, is going to be the big difference for Forest Lake, especially Levi Eider's gone. I know Prior Lake always has fast kids, but you don't have Levi Eider. It was actually kind of funny when we were watching Ethan Beckman last Saturday. He wasn't getting bodied, but like that number 4, the cornerback for Forest Lake, was kind of working him. He just threw him to the ground, and that kid couldn't have weighed more than like 170, 180 pounds, whereas Ethan Beckman's like 350 back then. So, you know, David was kind of beating Goliath. But I definitely want to lean towards Forest Lake over Prior Lake. I think this is finally the year the Rangers get it done, and honestly, I don't know what a lot of the teams in the East are going to be like. Mounds View lost their quarterback and running back. Stillwater still has Emilio at running back, but no Nick Kinsey. I think they're going to do a lot of I formation, a lot more old school running. White Bear Lake new offense, and then Woodbury Eastridge. I have no idea what they're going to look like. I might say Forest Lake is my early prediction to win Section 4 this year. I think they're going to get the 1 seed out of the Metro East. I should say win the Metro East, get the 1 seed in Section 4. It's the proper way to word it. Yeah, kind of like I was saying, Centennial might be my way too early preseason favorite to win the North Division and get the 1 seed out of Section 5. I can easily see those two probably running through their divisions. It's going to be very hard to pick the West and the South just because, like, Shakopee, South, North, even Rosemount, any of them could be contenders. And then obviously you got the West. Who out there? I mean, like, look at, if I go to when I had chat picking the games this past, for Road to the Prep Bowl this past Thursday, I mean, Maple Grove was 3-0, Edina was 4-0, Minnetonka was 4-0. Well, I mean, these two are still undefeated. Maple Grove lost in OT to Edina that week. Moorhead is still 3-1. I mean, that's over half the division that combined only has 2 losses. That is insane. Yeah, and obviously those aren't my picks, but I do think that it's going to play out sort of similar to that, in that we're going to have a lot of teams putting up a lot of dubs out of the West. They're going to start to pick each other off like weeks 4 through 8 as they play each other. But I think they're all going to get off to very hot starts. Other than, well, chat doesn't seem to think that STMA or YZ are going to do all that good, but I guess we'll see. You know what? On that note, another important thing, it is so important to get a 1 seed this year, because if you look at the tournament, the sections, where do I have the sections? That's on team overviews. So, like, look at the West, the North, and the South. Like, obviously they've got Coon Rapids locked in at 8 seed, Eastview locked in at 8 seed, and Hopkins locked in at 8 seed. But who's the 7th seed going to be? Any of those other teams other than Hopkins is going to be a 7th seed. You could potentially have St. Michael, Albertville, or Wyzetta being a 7th seed going to a 2 seed. And they could easily upset a 2 seed. Like, I mean, it's going to be nuts. Or same thing out of Section 3. Eastview is going to be the 8th seed. But you might have like a Lakeville north of Farmington and Egan or a Rosemount be a 7th seed. Like, that is a nutty 7th seed. Suppose you have Rosemount Irish coming to you. You're a 2 seed. You had a great season. And then your first round of the playoffs, you find out you're hosting Rosemount and Coach Erdman, and they're just going to come and punch you in the mouth. Like, that's going to be crazy. I have no idea how the state tournament's going to go this year, but yeah, it's definitely important to get a 1 seed so that you can match up against a Eastview, Park Roseville, Coon Rapids, or Hopkins. Otherwise, any of those 3, especially if you're coming out of Section 4, because you can't play that 7th seed that's going to be Park or Roseville, you have to play one of those better 7th seeds from the other sections. Just because the way the tournaments line up, you're in your like initial pod of 4, there's only 1 team from each of the 4 sections in that initial pod. So yeah, it's impossible for them to play any of those same teams. So Section 4, Forest Lake, if you want to avoid playing any of those 3 tough teams that are going to be 7th seeds, highly suggest getting the 1 seed this year. So you have to play Eastview, Coon Rapids, or Hopkins. Actually, could they play all of them? Let's take a look at what Forest Lake would do. So they are the 1 seed out of Section 4. So 1 of the brackets, they play Coon Rapids. 2 out of the 4 brackets, they play Coon Rapids. 3 out of the 4, so there's a 75% chance. Okay, and then Eastview. So just based on the available brackets and the maroon teams that are locked into 8 seeds, 3 out of the 4 brackets would have Forest Lake, or whoever the 1 seed is of Section 4, hosting Coon Rapids. And then the other bracket, the 25% of the time, they would host Eastview. Yeah, so it's just very important, because you want to play in Eastview or Coon Rapids more than you probably want to play in STMA, or Wyzetta, or, I mean, we know all about playing YZ at Lakeville South. Coach Brown does a great job over there. That is not a team I'd want to see in the first round of the playoffs. It was hard enough when we had to match up with them in the first round of the playoffs last year, especially after they beat us week 1. That RPO offense is it's a tough one to pick apart and counter. Definitely tough to replicate in practice too. So back to Anoka Blaine, inside zone. And see, remember earlier when I was saying I didn't like how wide the outside backer was, or the fact that he's playing so far off? Look at how long it takes him to make the run fit here. Tackle didn't do the best. Well, especially if the defensive end, if he's pinching in like that, normally he's supposed to be up off the edge, and that's like a stunt or a blitz. It's so bizarre that he goes inside, and then that backer plays it really slow off the edge. Like if you're sending the defensive end inside, he needs to be creeped up a little bit so that he can help and take the edge right away. Because now he becomes the edge of your defense. If he stays out there, there's a running lane. And if you have a fast running back with acceleration of 99, boom, shifty. Ooh, oh, and he's dragging him with it, dude. The Zach Welch glaze continues. Dude is a straight Krispy Kreme donut out here. He's fried perfectly, he's glazed perfectly, and he's bringing the sauce every play. Dude is looking like straight up Marshawn Lynch out of this backfield. Coach Wasurick's pointing. He's not happy at something. Is he talking to an official? What's he saying? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 11. I don't know what he's... Let's see. He called the play already, or he's pointing something out. Okay, so what do we learn about Blaine? Backers creeped up. They're probably sending the end inside. He's blitzing off the edge. That, to me, is a given pre-snap. But Annie sees that if they did want to call a pass. You do have a one-on-one matchup on the backside. He's playing off. So, but this is what they did to carve us up. Actually, I don't want to hitch here. Remember how I said hitch earlier? Look at how he's lined up. See how he's inside the numbers and he's a little bit closer to the numbers? This is where you want that comeback to the sticks. That is an easy first down that Blaine's giving you right there. Yep, and he's playing inside shoulder, so he wouldn't have been able to jump the route. Kind of a weird decision. So he's running a fade on the backside. He's throwing it into double coverage. Like, I get that they're doing a bubble and go. But remember, Blaine's been playing cover 4 nonstop. This is kind of a weird one for Coach Wasurick. I get the concept. You're doing a bubble, and these two have been blocking. But remember, these two have not been doing a good job blocking. So I would actually say this probably isn't the best setup. Because these two receivers, they just kind of like hover around those DBs. Remember, like 20 minutes ago when we were doing another bubble, I was talking about how receiver blocking makes big plays. I think it was on that Blaine quarterback, or no, it was on an Anoka run up here. I think it was on the 4th down. The receivers are standing like 5 yards away and just kind of like shuffling and mirroring the DBs. When you do that and you don't block them, then plays like this aren't set up properly and don't work. Because look, they're just reading you. If you go up and block them, then they come up and they prepare to get hit, and then you just go around them and you hit the fade. But if you're not blocking them on run plays or just other plays in general, then they're just going to drop back in coverage because they're not expecting to get blocked anyway, and it gives them time to read. So, yeah, I don't know if this is much a good play of Blaine as it is just kind of poor execution from Anoka's receiver, and that's negatively impacting your head coach's play call. Again, that's not on Coach Wasurick. That he does a great job with the play call, and I absolutely love that he's setting up a bubble and go off of the bubble. That is well set up. That's just the execution of these receivers that didn't allow this play to work. Like I said, when you're not going to block on run plays and you just take run plays off, then when you do this and try and fake them out on pass plays, they're not going to fall for it. They already know better. Also, there was I'm not sure if he was wide open over the middle of the field. I guess because the ball came out. Yeah, ball came out. That's why the safety broke over there. So, no, the number 8 was not open. I want to say that was Trey Borchers, but he would have been covered. That was 4th down, wasn't? No, that was 1st down. Okay. For a second, I thought that Blaine was lining up on offense. I got super confused. I was like, huh? 10 personnel, trips open. So, where's our backer? He's creeped up. He's not out there with the trips. I wonder what he's doing. Ooh, safe. All right, how much you want to bet? It looks like they're going to play cover 3. There. If they switch to cover 4, suppose he rotates down and he drops back, they're going to get a gold star, because that means they're disguising their coverage. But right now, it looks like it's going to be... No, it's not cover 3. You know what? I'm dumb, because what's going on up here? You have a 6-man blitz. It's man coverage. Man. Oof. Is the blitz going to get home? Let's see. What does Coach Wasurick think? Oh, he's in football position. Anytime you get the coach, knees are bent, hands are on knees, and they're down. They're scouting. Eyes like a hawk, hunting for dinner. He changed the play call, so he did not like the look he got on the initial play call. See, now Podani's calling things out. So they did change the play right there. What's the penalty? Was it delay a game? It's got to be delay a game. Because nobody jumped. Yeah. No, I'm assuming it was delay a game. Nobody jumped for Anoka. Okay, same look, 3x1. Blitz is called off now, right? They're backed up. Linebackers are off. They're not blitzing. We're back in our cover. It's really weird they're playing a cover 4 into a 3x1. Normally, you see teams like shift over. Like, I know that when Forest Lake did 3x1, well, you shouldn't do it like this, but Prior Lake snuck an outside backer out there, safety over the top, and an outside backer. And I was like, dude, you're giving them a mismatch. You have an inside linebacker matched up on a slot receiver. Like, could you imagine if Prior Lake had played Anoka and you got, like, an inside backer matched up on Trey Borchers? Like, what a mismatch. Obviously, they never played, though, so we never got to see that. But, no, Blaine's defense, aside from that one time that they... Oh, interesting. Was that a blitz off the edge by the outside line, or the inside linebacker? It looks like that was a stunt. He went in there, he went out there, but he's so far back that there's zero chance this blitz ever gets home, especially against a quick pass team like Anoka. Look, how many yards is he away from Peyton Podani by the time the ball gets off? There's a 0% chance. You might as well just drop him back in coverage. Like, that is kind of a pointless blitz there. If you are going to blitz Mr. Podani and call a blitz like that, I like the design because it's got a twist and it messes with the tackle. He's got to creep up just off the inside butt cheek. He goes in, takes the tackle with him, and then you peel off, play tight off of his butt, right off the tackle's hip, and then boom, you get Podani. But when you're coming from that much depth, look at it. You're essentially giving up 4 yards that you now have to make up. And distance and time, man, that's how fast you can. It doesn't matter how fast you are. There's still a certain amount of distance you have to cover. That's what speed is, distance over time. The greater distance you have in the same amount of time, you're naturally going to be slower because it's a longer distance you have to cover. And they also ran cover 4. Predictable. I'm surprised they're calling hitches and comebacks into this because... Oh, what was number 4's read here? That's really weird because he looks at the receiver in cover 4, and then he looks back to the quarterback, but then he steps inside. This looks more of like a stick call. You want to get comeback to the sticks. And if you're going to play cover 4, comebacks and hitches are wide open all day. That's a great call. And that's a great execution by Anoka's receiver. Like, outside backers, you have to take away the flats against Anoka. If you do not take the flats against Anoka to stop those comebacks and hitches or bubbles, believe me at Lakeville South, we know all about what happens when you don't take those away. Coach Wasurick will see that, and he will exploit it. All right, what's he doing now? Some kind of clapping thing? He's calling a triangle with a little clap. He's got like some jujitsu going on. Maybe he's doing like the Naruto, some kind of jutsu. He's giving him that tornado jutsu. Football position? Oh, yeah. Football position. There we go. All clear for takeoff. 2 arms. We're clear for takeoff. He likes the matchup. So, if you've watched my streams before on film review and we see jet motion with running back on the same side as the motion, you know there's a 0% chance this is going to be a jet sweep. Why? Mr. Welch is not in position to get or to lead block here. So there is no way this is going to be a jet sweep. And if it is, I'm going to be shocked because the running back's not in a position to lead block. And of course, it wasn't. Like, I don't know why I doubted myself. It's so obviously not a jet sweep. This is what, remember when I was talking about this with Hopkins? And look, Blaine falls for it. Dude, this... So, here's what I don't understand. If you're coming from, like, a Lakeville North or especially Lakeville North, I'll just talk about them for a second. We don't see many spread offenses down here. And Farmington was pistol. We don't see sidecar spread offenses. And they obviously run an I formation. 21, 22, 13 personnel with some of their single back stuff. run heavy team, play action, bootleg. It's all they do, right? So they never see any of the spread stuff. If they fell for something like this, or even Lakeville South, power T, we don't know what a jet sweep is. We don't have any receivers. It makes sense because we're just not used to it. But Blaine runs a spread offense, and a sidecar spread offense at that. For them not to know that the running back is not in position to lead block on a jet sweep is like mind-boggling to me. Because any spread offense, whether it's like a Jefferson or even an Alexandria, Robbinsdale, Armstrong, Edina does it, Chanhassen, any of those teams, if you look at when they run jet sweep, running back is always opposite of the jet motion to lead block. When you get a look like this, it's not set up well. Like, this is where I'm going to also, negativity to both teams here. One, Blaine should not have fallen for this because it is not well designed, and that's the Anoka kind of shade. It's not well designed by Anoka. It should be here, and then you should be doing fake jet motion that way. You can do a counter step, and then power back that way. That'd be the better way to design it, because then you get the defense flowing that way, and you run back that way. That makes sense, but Blaine, he's not over there. It cannot be a jet sweep. There is no lead blocker. If you're in 10 personnel and the running back is opposite of the jet motion, like, who's going to block out here? First of all, it's a mismatch, a slot receiver on an outside backer to set the edge. No spread team is going to believe that. Normally, when you have a jet sweep, you have to have running back on the edge out here. You have to have a reach block there, and he has to go take the backer, and then DB, and then the rest of these guys can either just cut or reach step, whatever they want to do. But if you can't set that edge, which you can't if your running back's over here, if you can't get that edge block and you're going to have him block there, one, it's a mismatch because that receiver is never going to make that block against an outside backer, especially against 3-4 defenses where teams will put their best players on defense at outside linebacker. Then he's just going to come up and make the play, like, without the running back there to block him. And then you have a DB left unblocked. Safeties come up to fill on jet sweep anyway. That's what they do. Oh my goodness. This might be, between both teams, the worst designed play, aside from the Hopkins inside zone jet sweep stuff that was going the same way. And remember, at least when Hopkins did it, Shakopee did not fall for it at all. They clearly knew. So all the credit in the world, which is funny because they run a flex bone offense. They don't pass the ball that often. But they do play Edina, Minnetonka, and Wyzetta, who do spread stuff. Edina and Wyzetta especially with their RPO. And Minnetonka loves jet sweep. If you want to talk about how to run jet sweeps and GH counter off of it, and which side your running back should be on in an 11 personnel offense, Minnetonka. Go talk to Coach Ash. He does a great job with that. But yeah, there's just so much to talk about. So it's power right. You get a nice double team. Nobody gets up to backer. Guard does a great job getting up to that backer. Double team on the nose guard kind of broke down. I don't know what happened there. The defensive end, we just kind of gave up on. That's a one-on-one matchup. First of all, if he's pulling, you have to get your hip to the center and cut him off. So that's a great job by the Blaine defensive end fighting inside. You can see he's being held. You have a double team here at the point of attack. That's good. Center gets up to backer, but the problem is when the center gets up to backer, is that the guard? No, it's the guard that gets up to backer. So watch. When the guard gets up to backer, the center needs to step across and take this shoulder. If the center, as you can see, is either locked up in the middle or on this side, that means the defensive lineman is primarily controlling the gap over here, which is where you want to run the ball. So that's not where he should be blocking. If the guard's going to be the one to get up to backer, center needs to get onto opposite shoulder and drive the nose guard down that way. Tackle needs to do a better job of sealing the block on the edge. And then I think the pull does a solid job right there. It's mostly the backside that just didn't hold it up. Center needed to reach. Pulling guard did good. One of the play side guard, he got up to, he just kind of stood there. He at least went to who he was supposed to, so I'll give him that. And then obviously, this is kind of like Prior Lake syndrome. It's like, yeah, big kid, just go do something. Fast kid, run behind big kid. And obviously, when you have a fast kid like a Zach Welch or Levi Eiter, especially Zach Welch, because he at least knows to follow his blockers. Levi Eiter, as we saw with Prior Lake, even when it wasn't Levi carrying the ball, they always bounced it outside. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to follow my blocker. Run to the edge. Middle school football. Fast kid, run to the edge. But no, give Mr. Welch credit. Follows his pulling guard, makes a great read there. Just wish the other half of the line would have gotten better blocks here. If you clean up the center's technique a little bit, and you clean up the backside tackles technique, that would have been a fantastic play. And if you would have had, you want to talk about 10 personnel? Instead of having the jet motion, if you're going to do power right, instead of him going in jet motion, have him go in jet motion. Now you can do a fake handoff with the same blocking scheme. Defense is going that way, and now it makes it easier for your tackle to get there. You get your double team. He can turn him out, pull around to inside backer, double team up there. It works so much better. Like, you don't even have to move the running back to another side. You know what? I guess it would be kind of weird because then you'd be running a jet sweep into the boundary. So I get the idea of running the jet sweep to the wide side of the field so it's more convincing. But again, if you are going to do that because you want to go to the wide side of the field, move Mr. Welch over here and then run power that way. You have the seal. Yeah, I guess you'd have to kick him out and turn him. And then you two double up to that backer. You pull around, take that backer. And then Mr. Welch follows underneath. That works way better. That's what they should have done. But, yeah. Enough about that play. I'm going to lose my mind if I have to watch it again. Just, yeah. Spread offenses, please learn how to call jet sweeps. Clear for takeoff. Do we like the play? No, he's changing the play. He is not a fan. Punch, something. That was like an empty signal earlier, but it looks like that's not what they're doing now. Inside zone. You can tell it's... What is the inside zone scheme here? You have a triple team up here. I think it's supposed to be power, because this guard looks like he's pulling. But the handoff is on this side, too. That's really strange. Also, Blaine outside backers, bubbling outside. As soon as the tackle blocks down, you're right on his butt cheek right there, sealing off the edge. You're the edge defender. That's your job in a 3-4 defense. I'm surprised the tackle's working outside shoulder. If you have your outside backer run fitting off the edge, and they play cover 0 down here, you can see man, 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 man. They're playing cover 0, so he doesn't have a man. He's attacking. Come tight off the butt right there. Do not bubble around. That's just running extra yards, and opening lanes for no reason. Oh, and that's playing too high. They had him. Yeah, I definitely think Blaine needs to clean up some of their defensive technique. Defensive technique, a little bit with the outside linebacker alignment. That gives a ton away of what they're doing. S. What is S? Are they kicking a field goal here? Is it 4th down? No, 1st and 5. We getting the Maryland eye? Wait a minute. Something sus. That is not Peyton Podani at quarterback. What is going on here? Tight ends at fullback. So we're in the Maryland eye again. We love to see the Maryland eye. Bringing out that classic. I used to run this in Madden 05 all the time. They're shifting him over. I'm guessing it's going to be toss right. No, it's stretch to the right. Oh, this is where I want them to have prior leg syndrome. You have a great reach block out here. He can go double team him. Bounce that outside. That's what the defense is giving you. There's all these defenders right there. I know that you see end zone, but there's defenders between there. If you follow behind your blockers and go out there, look at that. Look at all that space. That could have been a touchdown for... I think he still got it because... Fast kid, run... Well, he's not just fast. Fast and strong kid, run forward. Push. But, yeah. Playing Madden 05. What an unk. Dude, Madden has not been good since Madden 08. That was the last good Madden. New Maddens are absolute trash. They have nothing to do with real football, honestly. And back in Madden 05, they actually had the ability to draw up your own plays and run them. It's so cool. You could actually put pistol offenses in there. You could run any kind of pass concepts you wanted. Run concepts were there. It was awesome. If I wanted to run the Maryland eye in Madden 05, I just draw it up and I can run it. PAT good. Kicking off from the hash, interesting. It's kind of like deja... Oh... So remember what I said on the earlier kick return? See how he runs up. Look at what the kickoff team does. They're all folding in. After you run in, that's when you bounce it. Because look, there's nobody on almost an entire half of the field over here because they're all caving in. That's the whole point. Whichever side catches it, you run up on that side and then reverse field. That is like the easiest way to get yards on a kick return in high school. Ooh, and there was a block in the back. Oof. Yep. Saw that a mile away. It's getting chippy. This is a rivalry. I believe both these teams are in the Anoka Hennepin School District. Well, okay. Obviously, Anoka is going to be in the Anoka Hennepin School District. Like, duh. I don't know if it's like a big rivalry. Like, I want to say Centennial's probably a bigger rivalry for Blaine. Anoka's Champlain Park. That's the big rivalry there. And I don't know where Coon Rapids fits into that. I think Anoka Andover is supposedly a rivalry, like the battle for A-Town or whatever Coach Wasurick and Coach DeVellis called it. But obviously, they haven't. When was the last time they played? Let me just double check my. I've been trying to put that together when the last time each team was played, but it's hard to find some of the stuff, especially for like an EP or a Lakeville North that have been around forever. I do have Andover though. Yeah, the last time they played was 2016. I was still a sophomore at the U of M back then, so it's been about 9 years since we had that battle of A-Town. Eesh, that STMA was still in 5A back then. That's when STMA and Rogers were big rivals. Okay, Blaine's back on offense. They're in 11 personnel. You got slot twins, H-backs on the top of the screen up there. You've got twin receivers to the bottom. Interesting that Anoka is still in their 2-4 nickel. Remember how we were talking earlier? There were 5 DBs in a nickel package, 2 interior D linemen, 4 linebackers. And Blaine's passing. It says pass. You're getting a 2-4 nickel. Especially after that first drive, I'm surprised they didn't call the O-line over and said, hey, here's how we block a 2-4 nickel. Because that was the whole thing with Blaine's first drive, is the blocking scheme up front made no sense. I like the swing pass, though. They've got numbers. Oh, and it was dropped. The receiver blocking was there. Swing pass or bubble pass are the same thing. He was running down the line here. Now he's 2 yards deep. And he doesn't catch the ball. At least he was going forward when he caught the ball, but you gotta catch the ball. Solid receiver blocking. If you take an outside angle here, get out there. That's a touchdown, Blaine. That's well drawn up. Coach Law, credit. But once again, execution is what's kind of killing Blaine right now. I know Anoka's thinking that's a backwards pass, but it's not. Shaughnessy made the pass right there from the 11-yard line. Ball is dropped at the 13, so no, that is not a backwards pass. Credit to Anoka hustling there just in case, though. Let's see. Okay, going to a run play. Still a 2-4 nickel package. Anoka is, I don't know why you would switch. You've had success with it. And if Blaine's not going to block it, why bother getting out of it? At least now, Anoka doesn't have as bad of a mismatch. Because if you look at Blaine, we've got 4 wide receivers again. They're back in 10. I did not open up another tab. Did that just, close my huddle? I must have accidentally clicked the back button. That's my B. Oh, NPC activity. Anoka versus Blaine, and it was Blaine's second drive, so we'll just get back down there. It was play 30 something. I'm only 30 play. Okay. I'm only at play 30 something here. 30. It was 37. There are 192 plays in this game. I'm already 2 hours in. Dude, what? How is there this much to talk about Anoka versus Blaine? And again, remember, both these teams are spread offenses. The clock is stopping a lot. No huddle, getting out of the edges, getting out of bounds. The clock, no wonder there's so many plays. I'm just not used to this. Lakeville South, obviously, we run the ball all the time. We rarely get to the sideline, so the clock almost never stops in our games. That's just wild. Oh my goodness. So we had the swing pass. Ooh, okay. This is an outs or a stretch read. I don't understand this. So if this is supposed to be a power read where you have something like that going, Rogers loves to do this. And the quarterback, if you look at his eyes, what does he read? He's reading the 2 inside backers. So what happens on a power quarterback read, if outside backers go that way, quarterback keeps the ball. If outside backers stay where they're at, running back gets the ball going that way. But what's the problem? Once again, the Blaine blocking scheme up front. He's barely blocked. I'm surprised that the outside backer wasn't able to make this play. He's playing tight. Go get him. Bring him the sauce. Aim at his inside hip. And if he bounces outside like it does, he takes the edge. He's up there to attack. Oh, they missed. He's aiming inside hip or outside hip instead of inside hip. And he missed. I mean, Anoka's flowing to the ball. The pursuit's good. It's just, yeah, that's just really confusing that they couldn't get home on that. And once again, I don't understand Blaine's blocking scheme up front. It's almost like, yeah, running back fast, outrun edge defender. I mean, the kid was a stud and made a play, but once again, it's like Prior Lake syndrome. Fast kid, go run fast, as opposed to having a well-designed or drawn-up play. And I give credit to Sam Shaughnessy. He made the correct read. What do the inside linebackers do? They're sitting there. So he made the correct read and giving the ball out to the edge. Yeah. It's not like the play calls are bad. I just think it's like the execution up front. Something just is not going right with the blocking scheme for Blaine. All right, adjust the play call. 3rd down, they iced him. Oh, there was no hand signal for that, was there? Getting hand signals for, like, whatever their ice call is. Like, I know Rochester Mayo was like a shiver like this whenever they did that. They just come up and they snap. There's no play call. And we did the same thing at Jefferson, funny enough. Freeze. So when I saw Mayo doing that, I'm like, hey, it's the same thing that I already know. Perfect. But that's not on film. I guess I'm going to have to go find that on YouTube. Maybe QCTV covered this game. I know they cover a lot of the Anoka games on YouTube. Interesting. Hands up. He's signaling. He's pointing to somebody, telling the running back what to do. Quarterback lead. And he doesn't follow his blocker. He dives inside. Again, what is the... So at least, if this is supposed to be outside zone and he's going to backer, why aren't you stepping to reach? Why aren't you stepping to reach? Step to reach. And you got your guard trying to go downfield and block Zach Welch. He's looking to seal off Zach Welch instead of going up to get there. And then... read by the quarterback. Good job by Anoka's outside backer getting vertical. You attack that, and you force Sam Shaughnessy back inside. That's a great job by Anoka's outside backer. Rest of the defense fills. I think that's pretty well defended, but if I'm Blaine, it's like, what is my blocking scheme? Why aren't we reaching that guy? And look at the tackle's footwork. He's stepping backwards, then he backpedals. And look at how far outside that outside backer's lined up. Was that not noticed? There's, like, even if that's like an Ethan Beckman or like any D1 offensive tackle in the state of Minnesota, how was he, or even like a Ryan Babbitts from last year, or Greg Johnson for that matter, maybe Greg Johnson could do it, but that might be the only one from Prior Lake a few years ago. How is that tackle going to get all the way out there to reach block? It's just not going to happen. 0% chance. So, no, I would just say that was not a good choice. And again, the reoccurring theme of Blaine's offense seems to be that they are just not prepared for Anoka's 2-4 nickel package, and they won't adapt to it. Where's the 2-4 nickel weak? You only have 2 defensive linemen in the middle. You're weak in the middle. It's good on the edge because these guys are normally edge defenders. That's what they do in their base 3-4. So I wouldn't attack them. I'd go right there. You only have 4 guys in the middle. You have 6. Like, say they ran like a quarterback trap. Say you had him go there, he goes backer, he goes to backer. You don't need to worry about him. You can do like a bubble or something to fake him out. He seals off that backside outside backer. Guard pulls around. He runs upfield, kicks out there. And then he can lead through and go take a safety, or he can fake, and then Shaughnessy falls right behind him. Boom. That would be a much better design, or like a choice to run against the 2-4 nickel. Because it's a 2-4 nickel. You can run up the middle on them. There's only 2 D linemen. I don't know about that one. But Blaine does not like to run up the middle. If we look at all their stuff, like their power read went off the edge. Quarterback lead goes off the edge. They hit a swing pass. And I remember when, I think it was 2 years ago, the 2023 season, our sophomore team played against Blaine. I think it was week 7 because Eastview didn't have a sophomore team that year. And Blaine put up a ton of points on us. What funny, their current senior class, and I think their quarterback is a stud. He can run the ball. But they just ran outside every play. Quarterback lead, toss, outside zone, quarterback lead. That's all they did. And our 10th grade DC or 10th grade coach did not make any adjustments. So, yeah. We still won the game. It was like 50-35, but yeah. It's tough to win games when you're giving up 35 points. Is that like a praying hand signal? I'm assuming one of these calling the plays is probably Mike Law. Or maybe he's the one in the blue shirt. Maybe these two do fake hand signals, and then Coach Law over there is the one that actually does the real hand signals. But I don't know. I'm just assuming they're pulling an Anoka where the head coach wears a different color from all the others. Usually if you're doing hand signals, you have the coaches that give hand signals look different so the players can easily spot them. Like Rochester Mayo, their offensive coach that calls hand signals, he wore these bright orange gloves. Let me see. What player are we on? 39. Remember that. I'm going to go to a Mayo clip really fast from this past season. No, I don't want to see against Lakeville South. No Lakeville South, please. Oh, they got rid of all the scout film. All right, whatever. We're going to watch Lakeville South. Let's go to us on defense. So, see coach right here calling the plays. He has these bright orange oven mitts on. Actually, I don't know if they're oven mitts, but yeah, look at that. That's how you know who's calling the plays. I think Hefty over here also calls some plays, or does some of the hand signals too, but Gloves there is the one that really gives it away. So see, he talks, he's giving him a formation. I guess actually, let's go back. We might be able to see some of it here. Oh, yep, see? Calling something there. And then this, I think, is their kick-out play. And you know what's funny? So with Rochester Mayo's hand signals, whichever way they do plays like this, so kick, this is more so line like Prior Lake runs, and they're running it to that direction, which is to the, I want to say it's to the right. So I imagine down block, down, 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 and then he pulls around. There's your kick. Did we jump off sides or did they? Yeah, we did. All right, yeah, cool. But you get the gist of it. Teams usually do something like that to make it pretty obvious. Ooh, Lakeville South versus Anoka. Seen that one plenty. Don't need to watch that anymore. You know what? Maybe I will again. I was watching it on, I want to say it was either Thursday or Friday. Just going to go over some of Anoka's stuff. And I was just blown away at how good of a job Coach Wasurick did. Like I said, we lost that game because we got very badly outcoached. Everyone was like, what did Lakeville South lose in the second round? Are they cooked? What's going on over there? One, it was a little bit more predictable. You look at the QRFs, we're only at 109. Even though we're 15th, that's middle of the pack. Like, we're right there with Stillwater and Farmington. Not where you'd expect Lakeville South to be. And if you go just off of standings, well, we'll go by conference, because section looks a little bit weird. It leaves stuff. No, it's I went football. Let me just go by, we'll do section. Why not? Whatever. And then give me 6A. That section's the one that looks right. So QRF, if you look at points for and against, Lakeville South, even though we were the second highest scoring offense last season in 6A, only bested by, obviously, Maple Grove, 41 points a game, but we scored more than Anoka, or Minnetonka, Shakopee, Edina, more than Anoka, more than Blaine. But our biggest detriment, we gave up a ton of points. And even if you go back to the season before, remember, 25 points a game, that's almost 4 touchdowns. The year before, Lakeville South, 17 points a game. You go to the year before that. Well, Rosemount with 8, but 10.6 points a game. And then to our state title year, 11.8 points a game. So you see, big jump in how our defense was playing. So if you really want to know why we lost to Anoka, I'd say defense was a big part of it. Offense also, it wasn't as much the offensive execution. We started to get a little bit away from the power T, and when you do that, because kind of like I was talking about with Prior Lake versus Forest Lake, every DC in Minnesota prepares the same way for an opponent. They print out a list of formations and then the plays that the teams run out of each formation. So with Lakeville South, it's difficult. Their one formation is the power T. There's nothing to scout. But when we start putting in other formations, that plays into how every other coach every defensive coach scouts teams. And so they were able to figure out, okay, when Lakeville South goes into this look, they're doing this. When they go into this formation, this is the play they run. When they go into this formation, it's 90% pass. And Anoka picked up on that. They did a great job scouting. So, once again, a lot of credit to Anoka. Whew. I just realized it's dark out. Completely forgot that I started the stream in, like, broad daylight. Whew. Yeesh. Alright, we're in 11 personnel again. This is slot trips open. You have an H-back on the line over here, and you can tell he's an H-back because he's up on the line. Receiver goes sidecar. Is it quarterback lead? It's got to be. They got to be giving the ball to Sam Shaughnessy, right? You put the ball in the hands of your best player on 4th down. It's quarterback lead again. This time it works better with an H-back because, look, you're able to block the edge. The tackle couldn't get out there, so you block the edge. Slot gets a good block. That's much better. See, once you get the blocking scheme figured out, Blaine's plays work. Like, obviously, Coach Law knows what he's doing over there. And we talked about the same play was ran the play before. They did it out of 10 personnel. There was no way that tackle could get out and block that outside backer. But now they have an H-back out here. Or no, they don't. Yes, they do. 85 moved in. He went from a slot receiver into an H-back. And they're like, get in there, play H, and block the outside backer. And it worked. I mean, if you get block there, you seal the H, and then running back leads and takes out the safety, that could be a touchdown. But what keeps it from being a touchdown? Okay, edge block, good. 3 over there, good. Top 5 best OC in 6A. Ooh. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know. I'd honestly have to think about that. Let me look at... I don't know if I even have all the OCs on my sheet. So you got to remember, there's a lot of head coaches that call offenses, like, especially up north. Coach DeVellis does. He's the OC. Coach Wasurick's also the OC. I think I put this guy as an OC. I don't think he actually calls the plays. I know that Coach Wasurick does. Coach Law does. I know that Coach Diggins helps with the offense, but Coach Littlefield is still their OC. Coon Rapids, I have no idea. Like I said, this guy's a first-year head coach. He's a sped teacher at Andover. He played at Andover High School like a while ago. I have no idea what they're going to look like. I don't think Coach Johnson calls offense or defense. I know he looks at my Instagram posts. If I have to pick top 5 OCs or coaches that call plays, this is probably one of them. Coach Fritzy right there. Bo Wasurick is probably going to be another one. I want to say Mark. Ooh, that's also a top candidate. I don't know. You know, I don't know too much about Edina. I don't know if Coach Potts also does the offense. Coach Biscow, I think, does a great job calling the offense. Coach Vosson's a defensive guy. Coach Sproul's defensive. Here we go. Coach Esch, that's another top candidate. He also does the offensive coordinating job in addition. Oh, how could I forget? This one is obviously Moorhead's brand new to 6A, but you want to talk about a top OC? Kevin Feeney, top OC and head coach. And every time I find a picture of him, he always seems to be making some sort of expression like this. So a very passionate man. Coach Moberg is defensive. We don't know what Osseo's new head coach position is. I don't know. I know that Coach Fricklin's a defensive-minded guy. You know what's funny? Blaze Donut. Yeah, Blaze Donut, definitely. There's actually a link to Coach Fricklin's master's thesis, 154 pages. So if anyone wants to read that or have AI look over that, let me know. Prior Lake, no. What is that, Coach Grimmy? Yeah. Franz, no. There's Rosemount and Coach Erdman. Stephenson's defensive. I think Coach Betton is more of a defensive guy. I think he doubles as the DC, so... And, you know, I don't know if I'm going to give Shakopee's OC the most credit. They do a good job with the few plays that they run, but when they call them and what they should check to, I think they might be able to clean up a little bit. But for the most part, they do a fantastic job. I don't know about STMA, don't know about Wyzetta, probably not White Bear or Woodbury. Yeah, if I had to make a short list, I'd probably say Mark Esch, Feeney. You want to know about the thesis? I will actually post the link in chat if you would like to go read it. Let me see if I can't copy the link for you. Let me know if that link works for you. Give it a click. I can even pin it if you want to. pin that. Feel free to give that a click. That is the 154-page master's thesis from Coach Frickland over at Park Cottage Grove. And I believe it's about how to build a football program, right? Factors contributing to an elite high school football program. So, yeah, that man's a genius. But no, going back to my short list, it's probably Kevin Feeney, Mark Esch, Dan Fritzy, Bo Wasurick, and I guess Brad Beeskow. Yeah, you're very welcome. Let me know what you think of it. It's like I said, I haven't read all 150 pages of it. I've been trying to get through it when I can, but he's got a lot of good stuff in there. Yeah, I guess that's my short. Probably Bo, like I said. Oh, but I forgot Coach DeVellis. At maybe top 6. Ash, Feeney, DeVellis, Beeskow. Who am I missing? Dan Fritzy. Yeah, maybe make that my top 5. There was one earlier that I must have mentioned and I already forgot. Just looking through my list, though, that's just about it. Yeah, I'll go with those 5 for now. All phenomenal. And again, I think all 5 that I listed are also head coaches. There's a lot of head coaches that also double as OCs in 6A. That's kind of strange. I mean, just going back to my teams overall. You are. I don't know about Osseo. Well, supposedly they have a new head coach. It's neither. I've heard so many different rumors. There was a whole Lamker situation, but supposedly it's not him anymore based on the whole, like, drama between Augsburg and Osseo. Coach Stockhouse resigned. I don't think he's coming back. I even heard rumors that, is it Coach Gunderson from Holy Angels? Supposedly he applied for the job and was going to take it before the Lamker situation. And then after that went down, he pulled his name out. So I have no idea what is going on with the Osseo head coaching job. And obviously I'm not over there, so I can't do much more than speculate. What I do know, though, is that we looked on Thursday and there is no posting for a head football coaching job, only assistant coaches. So at this point, I assume they at least have somebody from their candidate pool picked out. Going back to OCs or head coaches that call plays. Lakeville South, sort of, not really. Nobody in the South does. Eastridge does. Forest Lake does. No. Coach LeBoer is a defensive guy. I don't know about Woodbury or White Bear Lake. I don't know if Bartlett or Hill also call plays. I'm just not as familiar with the East teams. I don't know about Edina. I would not surprise me in the least if what's his name did. Hopkins has an OC. I know it's Coach Chauncey's system, but they have an OC that calls. He's the OC. I know that Lambert Brown is an offensive-minded coach, but I don't know if I'll scroll all the way down to Wyzetta here. I don't think that he also calls the plays. If he does, I didn't put that in there. But they're RPO. You know what? Why don't we go look really fast? Wyzetta football coaches. Easy way to find out. Oh, well, there you go. Coach Brown is the OC as well. So, yeah. So that's 8 teams. An entire fourth of 6A football has the head coach double as the offensive coordinator. So, interesting. And I know some of the guys are also head coaches or DCs, like Shakopee is the case. I don't know about North. Maple Grove, I want to say Coach Sprell still does the DC duties. Prior Lake, that's one I forgot about. Coach Gegenheimer, head coach, and even though I think they have a DC on staff, I'm pretty sure Gegenheimer still calls the plays, which, as we saw last week on stream, there's not a whole lot of plays being called or a whole lot of adjustments going on defensively. So, maybe give the young guy a shot at calling plays for them. Anyway, back to Anoka Blaine. So, much better job. They seal the edge. Who missed the block? It was the slot receiver, wasn't it? Who did the slot take? He hit the safety, so he did his job. This is on the running back. Who did the running back end up hitting on this play? He runs inside for no reason. Why? Blocked. He literally runs into the mosh and blocks nobody. Whereas if he stayed outside where he's supposed to, all the edges are blocked, lead out there, get the safety, Sam Shaughnessy is running into the end zone. He bumps inside for no reason, turns around and says, "Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to block for you, Sam. Oops." And then the guy he's supposed to block ends up making a tackle. Again, Receiver blocking makes big, or just, we'll call it specialist, not even specialist. What is it, skill guy? Skill player blocking makes big plays. The running back gets out there and lead blocks for the safety, as he's supposed to. Touchdown, Blaine Bengals. But, yep, bad execution. And again, it's a 7-yard play on 4th and 1. That sounds good on paper, but had one person done his job, you're talking about a 7-yard gain versus a, what were they, 25? A 75-yard touchdown run by the quarterback. Like, receiver blocking or skill position blocking literally makes that big of a difference. 7 versus 75. Massive difference. All right, we have 11 personnel here. So, H-back, running back are opposite. I know that they like zone. How much you want to bet? He kicks back across the side, and he runs up that way. It says it's a run play up there. If it is a run play, that's a pretty safe bet. Dude, I've watched no Blaine film, and that was so obvious. Oh my god. What are we doing? Okay. The blocking scheme is sort of better on this, but remember when I was talking about, like, Anoka's getting good double teams at the point of attack? That's playing way too high. He's pushing him around. The double team doesn't get off here. There isn't even a double team. He just goes straight up to backer. They're like ISO blocking. Yeah, nothing is confusing me more. Oh, that's only the first quarter. How are there 192 plays in this game, but the first quarter was only 30? Maybe they put, like, all the cheerleaders and stuff in at halftime? Who knows? Yeesh. Yeah, that last play made no sense. I don't know why they're ISO blocked. So if you go off of, like, normal inside zone rules, it's gap, double team, fat man. Those are Wyzetta's rules. So what they would do is, suppose he slashes the backside. Is there a guy in my gap? Yep, I gotta take him. It's inside zone that way. Is there a guy in my gap? Nope. I can double back to double team. Is there a guy in my gap? Yep, gotta take him. Is there a guy in my gap? Nope. Double the fat man. Is there a guy in my gap? Yep, I gotta take him. There's your 2 double teams at the point of attack. Double the backer. Double the backer. Outside backer on the edge. He sweeps across and he takes care of him. And there's your inside zone. That would be Wyzetta's rules. But going back to... Actually, we'll do it against this last run play, because this is the one where they kind of messed it up. Guy in my gap. Gotta take him. Double team. Double team. Up to backer. Guy in my gap. Nope. I can double team. Guy in my gap. Yep. Gotta take him. Double up to backer. And then you swipe. Take out the backside edge there. You run. And there's your cutback lane. That's inside zone. That's how it should be done. But if you look, watch the double teams. Doesn't double team, goes right to backer. Doesn't double team, goes right to backer. And because they didn't double team, look, there's no push at the point of attack. What play? 40 and 41. I'm going to show Lakeville South footage here from our first game versus Wyzetta when they were on offense. Just because I want to have... This might have been an inside zone here. This is when we ran 4-3 defense. So see... Double team. Guy in my gap, gotta take him. Guy in my gap, nope, I can double. Guy in my gap, gotta take him. Guy in my gap, nope, I can double. Guy in my gap, yep, gotta take him. Backside. Now you have 2 double teams at the point of attack. Double the backer. Double the backer. So beautifully done. Like, Wyzetta's inside zone is awesome. And then look at the lane. They didn't get up to our backer. We did a decent job blowing it up. But you see, that's how the blocking scheme of inside zone is supposed to work. So I'm really surprised that, especially because inside zone is one of the few run plays Blaine has other than quarterback lead. Like, if zone is your bread and butter run play, then why is it this much of a struggle for you? I don't know. Like I said, the blocking scheme just leaves me with a lot of questions. I don't know if it's because of the 2-4 nickel. I don't know if it's because Blaine just wasn't... If they just don't have sound blocking rules. I don't know if maybe their O-line is confused on what the play is supposed to be. I don't know. Either way, that's when the next time you're on defense, call the O-line over and say, hey, for inside zone, this is the rule. Gap, double team, fat man. Usually offensive teams have rules for their O-line like that. If you're zone block, like I said, I just recited the Wyzetta rule. Gap, double team, fat man for inside zone. What is Blaine's rule for inside zone? I don't know. The only one that seems to be doing a decent job is the H-back. He's slashing across like he's supposed to. Oh, no. But this is an inside zone. Look who pulls. This is GH Counter, the meta of Minnesota high school football. Okay. Anoka's offense, look at where they flow. Why are we flowing that way? Like, I get that we're faking a toss out there, but look. look who is pulling. If running back's not going that way, but the pull is, no one in 6A does fake pulls. It's just not a thing. When you get to the NFL or even some college stuff, you'll see fake pulls. Does not happen in Minnesota high school football, at least not 6A football. So when you see GH counter, it's the same. And you know what? I'm willing to bet Minnetonka watched this game when they were scouting Anoka, and they saw, oh, Anoka has no clue how to defend GH or quarterback GH counter. And what was the play that they absolutely smacked Anoka with? Quarterback GH counter. And who's the quarterback running it? Caleb Francois. So they made an absolute killing out of it. And like I said, who's one of the top OCs / head coaches in 6A? Mark Esch. He noticed that, and that's a fantastic job taking advantage of that. So you get, I think one of the biggest issues I have with Blaine are their double teams at the point of attack. Like, remember when I was talking, whether you're like power run team, inside zone team, triple option, like inside veer midline, like Shakopee or Centennial, all those teams we've looked at, even like Forest Lake with their gun flex bone, every single one of them had double teams at the point of attack on most of their run plays. Even Mounds View did that. They had a double team on GH counter. They would block out there. Those two double team out, and then he does a kick out block on that guy, and then they double up to the backer. Every single team has a double team at the point of attack, except for Blaine High School for some reason. That I've just never seen that before. Like, look, right here. If it's supposed to be GH counter, he seals the back, you go there. If this is the point of it, so there's a few different ways you can do this. If you're like an Edina, they like to kick out the edge man, and then H-back runs inside, and they double there. If you're doing it like Mounds View kicks out there, they double the backside, double him to backer, then they do more of a trap block on the inside guy, and then run behind, and it's more like a trap GH counter. Maybe GH trap might be a better word for it. But those are the two ways to run it. What Blaine does is they ISO block it. The guard ends up hitting the same guy the tackle is. Once again, if you're a D lineman and you can get penetration or get vertical, it just messes with run plays. Look at that. Beautifully. Blows up the puller. There's nowhere to go. They get a double team on the wrong guy. He gets vertical. That forces Sam Shaughnessy to bounce it. The only thing I don't like is this corner's peering inside. He does fight across. He's taking an angle to the edge. He's getting an edge. And then Sam Shaughnessy. Ooh, shoestring tackle. Was that the corner that came up? No, that's the nickelback that came up. And again, that's an athletic kid. Why are you running? Blaine will not stop running to the outside against a nickel package. They have more athletic kids outside. Whether it's like a 3-3 nickel or especially a 2-4 nickel, run quarterback trap up the middle like I drew up last play. Or even like the quarterback inside zone where you get the double teams with the H-back. Like, there's so many things Blaine could do to exploit this defense. And it's like they just stubbornly won't get out of, like, running outside to the edge. I mean, it's almost like middle school-esque, where it's like, we gotta run outside, get fast kid to the edge outside. That's all you gotta do to win middle school football. I'm Lakeville North, throw the toss. Call toss. Whole game, 27 or 37-38 toss. That's all we need. But I'm shocked by this, really. I've never watched, like, any Blaine film. I think I saw a few clips of Forest Lake versus Anoka, and they carved up Forest Lake's defense, who we saw was pretty solid week one. Albeit it was against Prior Lake's offense that's not exactly known for being the most refined, I think is a good way to put it. But this is, like, shocking to me. And it's week 3 in the season. It's not like it's the first game where you're scraping off the rust. Okay, there's a timeout. It's 3rd and 17. You're way behind the sticks. 10 personnel. Normally you're calling like a bubble or a screen or a tunnel. Something like that is what you're going to call here. Anoka only brings 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess the Mike backer's kind of trickling behind. The 2 inside backers. Zach Welch is going to get him. No, they ran a deep corner route. Is this like a China? Yeah, it's a China, because they get the kind of deep whip route to suck him in, and then you get the corner on top of that. Kind of a strange play call against cover 4. Like, so I get what they're doing. They're basically messing with this corner, but if they're playing exchange, then you would exchange and take the deep. He goes up there and takes that flat. Yeah, it's a good play call. I think that the DBs for Anoka could have exchanged, but once again, Blaine isn't able to execute it. And most of the issues here are like either Blaine won't run up the middle or the O-line just won't execute the blocking scheme. And was this another 3 and out? No, they got a first down on 4th and 1. So they've had 1 first down this entire game, and it's already the second quarter. There have been more quarters than Blaine has had first downs thus far. Wow. I like I said, I was like, I don't want to say glazing, but in my post late last night / early this morning, I was talking about how both Blaine and Anoka had really high QRF ratings. They both scored a lot of points this season, great offenses. Obviously, Sam Shaughnessy's talented. He's going to Air Force. That's fantastic. Ooh, 11 personnel from Anoka. You've got a tight end, number 84 right there. He's on the line. What's interesting, though, even though there's a tight end on the line, isn't he supposed to be up there when there's a tight end? Blaine's defense has done that. And you know what? We were talking about special teams mistakes. Anoka's starting field position has been around the 50-yard line this entire game. Blaine's has been behind the opposing 30. Or I guess their own 30. Yeah, their own 30. So Anoka is absolutely killing it with the field position battle. Blaine's offense is kind of stalled. And then Coach Wasurick's just absolutely dominating with his play calling. All right, you've got reach blocking. I'm assuming it's outside zone. Or, I'm sorry, stretch. Yep. Defensive end does a decent job getting vertical to blow it up, but he gets too far upfield. I don't know if that's because he's being held, but we got to have better block destruction. And I'm not a fan of the hand placement. If you're working C-gap out here, then, you know, let's go slow motion a little bit here. If you're working C-gap, why is your backside hand up around his shoulder? It should be inside there to the chest, and then other hand on the armpit working half a man. So not a fan of that hand placement, and because of that, it makes it, look, see how hard it is to get off the block? There's no rip move. There's mostly just O-line, let's go. But by that point, the running back's already past me, and I'm just reaching out there to go touch him. Where's the rip and shed off the block? 52, just walk. He's kind of waiting. Go and attack. What are we waiting for? Anoka's got some speed. That's not even Zach Welch. That's the other running back. But he also played safety. I think we mentioned that earlier. And look at this. Clearly run play. There's already been a handoff. Still dropping back. Still dropping back. He just realized it. Still dropping back. Like, what? Where's the read? And that defense has to be tired at this point. That's another thing I forgot to mention. Like, they got the ball just at the end of the first quarter, and there isn't even a minute off of the second quarter, and they're already back on defense. Like, 11 minutes of this game, Anoka's been on offense, and like a minute and a half, Blaine's been on offense. That's crazy. But hey, it's a great strategy. Blaine's defense looks tired already, and it's only the start of the second quarter. Once again, credit to I don't know what this means. This touchdown. But it's some kind of hand signal to Coach Wasser. Oh, maybe he predicted the future, because I just realized there's a touchdown in this play. Dude's looking into like a crystal ball. Also, we've got pro twins, tight ends on this side with a wideout, twin receivers over here, so that's why it's pro twins. They're in pistol. And this is a run play? Is it going to be power, outside zone to the far side? Also, Blaine just switched to, I don't know if it's a true nickel package, if that's a nickel back or the outside backer. That looks a little bit too beefy to be an outside backer. I think their defensive end, okay, yeah, he was just standing up for some reason. So, still in their base defense. Inside zone read. That's weird that they're not blocking that edge. I guess they don't need to because the ball's going the opposite way. Because normally if you're leaving a guy unblocked on the backside, the handoff is on that side, and you're doing like an outside zone, inside zone read on him being the read key. But I guess you don't, again, Coach Wasurick's a genius. Why block that kid if there's a 0% chance he can make the play? And there's a 0% chance he can make the play. And look, see how Anoka's actually getting double teams at the point of attack? Double team up to backer. And then, oh, the outside backer here tries to scrape across. I don't like that he's playing at such depth. The safety's jogging because he's tired. That corner is still bailing deep. And if you're playing cover 4, why are you looking at the man instead of having eyes on the quarterback? Is that man coverage? Why are you playing so far off if you're playing man coverage? I'm so confused. And then obviously Zach Welch is going to do what Zach Welch does. Touchdown. Now that's 20 to 19 nothing Anoka. Dude, Anoka's just doing everything right. Like, I got to see Coach Wasurick's reaction to the touchdown. He's got to be hyped, right? Nah, dude, man is cold as ice. Look at that. He just points, a little bit of a jog, and then he sees a touchdown. He just says 1. That man is cold as ice. He is like cold-blooded killer carving up Blaine. And keep in mind, we are only a minute and a half into the second quarter here, and this game is already starting to get out of hand. I thought this was supposed to be a competitive game. Didn't Anoka only win like 27-13? They only score 1 more touchdown the rest of this game? There's no way. What is... we gonna get a kick here? Hello? There it is. Okay. I guess they just had a lot of stuff to record at the beginning. It's good. 20 to nothing Anoka. Dang. And like I said, we're only 90 seconds into the second quarter. We currently have... oh, look at this. Popcorn awards. Popcorn awards. Not blocking, standing around. Standing around. Standing around. Running backwards. Running backwards. Standing around. The guy behind him is doing a pancake, so at least one kid's pushing. He's blocking. But a lot of popcorn awards. A lot of standing around back there. And once again, talk about starting field position. You're at the 35, you got to go 65 yards to score. Anoka has only had to go 50 yards to score. And if Zach Welch can rip off a 40-yard run, then hey, then you only need 2 plays to score, I guess. Crazy. I got to get some H2O for this, man. This is intense. Ugh. Ugh. Maybe I should have convinced Coach Dean that we should have watched the Blaine versus Anoka game when we were scouting Anoka last year, so we could have seen their offense firing on all cylinders. And see Coach Wasurick doing his thing, because he is killing it right now. Swing pass. Nope. Quarterback inside zone. We do get a double team this time. 1 double team. We don't get up to backer. All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Blaine's O-line. Again, when you compare that to that YZ clip we watched earlier of their gap double team fat man rules on inside zone, I mean, it's like bread and butter, like second nature for YZ. But for Blaine, which is weird because it's not like Blaine does a lot of other run plays. So I'm just surprised that they're not like rock solid on these rules. Sprint out pass. Overthrown. This is why it's weird that they're taking the shot now. So Anoka's in a nickel. Looks like they're playing cover 3, flat, flat. He takes the edge, he takes the edge, and then you have hook to curl here. So you have got 4 guys defending second level, 3 guys defending third level. Normally you call a fade when you've got pressed up man coverage, and then you do something to trick the deep safety. But calling a fade against, and if you're going to call verts against cover 3 like this, think back to Prior Lake last week. It was a 2x2 set, and they were running up the seams, run up the seam, and that's how you split cover 3. But they're not doing that against cover 3. They're in a 3x1 set. So again, verts isn't necessarily a bad play call. It's just the formation into a cover 3 doesn't work. And they have a bubble on the backside. See how there's nothing to split the cover 3 and you're running a fade into the zone that corner's already covering because it's cover 3. That's his deep zone, deep third of the field. Yeah, even Coach Wasurick's like, he's in football position, then he's like, man, what were they doing there? What's going on? The man himself is confused over what they were doing. So, hey, let's see what... oh, not the glitch. Another 3x1 as a timeout. All right, forget it. Oh, did Anoka's entire football team come onto the field for the timeout? What is this? Look at that. All right, hand on helmet. Call this. Hand on helmet. Hand on helmet. We're in 11 personnel, 3x1. Anoka's still in their nickel. They did not adjust to the 3x1 look, so we have numbers on this side. Again, it looks like they're playing more cover 3, flat, flat, there. Yeah. And then these 4 are all attacking. And that's exactly what the coverage was. Like, easy to tell pre-snap, but what is it that Blaine called against this coverage? Deep slant or deep post. See, again, this is a weird route because he should be running more of a dig against cover 3 to get in between these two levels. See this nice lane that opens up? That's where you want to attack. But when you run a deep post, where is he catching the ball? Middle of the field. Who's got zone, deep middle of the field? Your safety in the cover 3. That's his zone. So again, I'm not entirely sure why we're... Like, if he ran up the seam here, but even then, there isn't anything on the opposite seam to trick that deep safety. So he can come over, the corner can come over. Yeah, that's really strange. Just, I don't know. Maybe they just don't know what coverage Anoka's in. Good catch. Good play by the receiver, though, even if it wasn't the best drawn up. And, I mean, it's not like Anoka's changing what they're doing. Once again, they're playing the same coverage. I don't know who's up in the box for Blaine, but someone had to have noticed this. I mean, whether it's 2x2, 3x1, 10 personnel, 11 personnel, they've been in the same coverage. And they're still running outside with an athletic nickelback out there to support an outside backer. Like, I mean, they got a few yards out of it, but, like, why? Also, Anoka corner. Sam Shaughnessy is running the football. That receiver's not going on a go route. Go attack. Get up there, hit the edge. He does eventually, just backs up a little bit. All right. You want to see running against a 2-4 defense? We're on play 54. Play Brian Urlacher. Remember that. If I go to other items here, I'd like to put in... oh, did Coach Burke delete all my stuff that I was uploading? Let's see here. Unless I put it in other items this season, miscellaneous. Yeah, I think he deleted all the other games that I put in here. I was watching the Andover versus... It's just not on here at all. I swear that I had it in here, but I was watching Andover versus St. Thomas. Let me see if it's still in our library somewhere. Andover, he might have deleted it. Oh, from 2021 when we played Andover's JV. Yeah, it's been deleted out of here. I'd have to go pull it out of the pool again. Just see. The pool might be locked. 6 a.m. I still... Oh, never mind. I'm still in the pool, and every other team is still locked out of the pool. No one else is looking at film. So if I go to my buddies down here at Andover, they uploaded... This is Andover versus St. Thomas. I'd have to add it again because it was deleted out of our playbook. But they did an absolute killer job running the ball, especially with that quarterback of theirs. Kid's a stud runner, and they just ran all over in the middle of St. Thomas's 2-4 nickel package. And once again, St. Thomas would not budge out of it, and I was shocked by that. I'm like, really? And it's not like this is like a revelation that, whoa, who would have thought the 2-4 defense is weak to the inside run? Like, that's been a thing since like 2019, like pre-COVID. So many teams like the Packers, the Browns, the Lions, they all tried to steal the 2018 Bears defense and run the 2-4 nickel that Vic Fangio kind of fathered in. And they all were weak against the inside run because they only had 2 smaller linemen on the inside. It worked for Chicago because we had, who was our freezer guy? I'm totally blanking on his name. I'm actually hating myself now that I don't... Akeem Hicks. Akeem Thick. That's what I called him. You had Akeem Hicks and Eddie Goldman, 2 guys well over 300 pounds clogging up the middle. If you're going to run a 2-4 nickel, you need meat like that. Like, Prior Lake could probably pull off a 2-4 nickel if they put Ethan Beckman and then somebody else in the inside. Or if you're Uzigo, you have Jade Abasiri and Martin Owusu inside. They could have run a 2-4 nickel. But like an Anoka or a Blaine, I don't quite see it. St. Thomas Academy, I think, had some big kids. I mean, 5A school, private school, but I don't know if their nose guards were all that, or I guess defensive ends were all that big. It's just so hard to say. Is this another power read? This might be a quarterback read. I can't tell if this is a read or just a straight-up jet sweep. It looks like it's just a straight-up jet sweep because I don't see any read. If you look, he's looking at the handoff, not at the inside backers. So remember earlier when they were reading the inside backer to see if keep or give? This time, there is no read. It's just a design jet sweep. Decent blocking. Good job following the blocker. Hands are off, though. Stay engaged. Why are we giving up on blocking? Who are we blocking, I should say? He seals the... Yeah, he passes that off. Tackle gets a good seal block. See, this is another thing I don't like. I know that this kid plays a little H-back, but he's also a slot receiver. You have him blocking an inside backer. Gets a good push on him. But then there's nobody to block the safety. You still get yards that don't tackle around the head. Not good for any kids. Not safe. I mean, it got enough yards. It's not going to get you a touchdown, but hey, you don't need it to. Got like 7 yards in a cloud of dust. Sets up a nice, easy third down. I'll take it. So 3rd and 2, we're in 11 personnel, 80. So this is another thing that bothers me is like as a defense, or I shouldn't say bothers me, but gives me a little bit of trouble as a defensive coach. And I touched on this big time with Mounds View because they did it. When you have a kid that plays both H-back and 11 and plays out as a split receiver in 10 personnel, because then as a guy in the box, I can't ID whether you're in 10 or 11 personnel because it's the same 11 kids for both personnel packages. That gives me all kinds of trouble. And obviously the DC on the sidelines like, well, is it 10 or 11? It's like, could be either. Depends on what they line up in. I know we had issues. Lakeville North, not with 11 and 10 personnel, but Lakeville North did that. They took their wide out. There was a wide receiver, and I'm like, oh, it's 11 personnel. And then they lined him up as an H-back. And he's like, Lance, that was 12 personnel. I'm like, it's because the wide receiver lined up as an H-back. What are my thoughts on the Bears draft picks? I did not watch the entire draft. I only saw the first round draft. I thought we were taking Tyler Warren from Penn State. As soon as Ashton Genty went to the Raiders, I'm like, okay, we're locking in for Tyler Warren. And then we took Colston Loveland, who I think is a fine tight end. I think Tyler Warren was the better tight end. But if you are going to take Colston Loveland, why did we take him at number 10? We could have traded back and picked him up at number 20. Like, there was zero reason to take Colston Loveland at number 10. The Bears I'm sure we still got our guy. He'll be solid. But we could have traded down and picked up some more, a little more draft capital or maybe another player out of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Solid move. And I think he'll be better because Cole Kmet is okay at receiving, but he is not a blocking tight end. He cannot block. And in Ben Johnson's scheme, with a lot of his stretch and outside zone stuff to set up like boot and play action, you need to have a tight end that can block. Like, think about TJ Hawkinson. After that, it was Sam Laporta. You have to have big physical tight ends. And so what is the first thing the Bears take? A big physical tight end. Michigan especially, physical school. So, yeah, I do actually like the pick. I just think we could have traded back to get more value. You know another similarity between Blaine and Prior Lake? Remember Prior Lake would not give up on the halfback swing passes? Blaine also will not give up on these halfback swings. Now to Blaine's credit though, they have him there. Jason agrees. Yeah, pretty standard assessment. Jason Gold Star. It almost looks like they're playing man this time instead of nickel, but on the weird yeah, I don't understand this right. Is this a 3x? So this is a 3x1 look. So remember, or like a few plays ago when Blaine was in 3x1, I want to say it was back here. Yeah, and I said Anoka didn't adapt to it at all. There was no mismatch. See how there's only 2 guys out here versus 3? I was like, oh, there's a mismatch there. So you know what? Credit to Blaine. Someone up top must have noticed that. Because now we're in a 3x1. Anoka is not adapting to it, and we have a mismatch. Blaine takes advantage. And they get big yards out of it. Blaine gets a gold star. That was good offensive play calling. They identified something or a pattern, and they took advantage of it. Fantastic work right there. Anoka is getting confused. They have a kid run out. Then he turns around and he runs back. Kids aren't aligned properly. Blaine's looking to snap the ball. Ooh, yeah. I'd almost take a timeout here. This is not good. Nick will get over there. Once again, they're not adjusting to the 3x1. Blaine's 3x1 to this side. They hit a bubble. I don't know, because there were 2 guys out there, so it's probably smarter to run inside. But again, what's the blocking scheme? He looks more like he's pass blocking. He's a little bit too tall. He's way too... Yeah, they're both way too tall. And then Anoka does a great job scraping. Look at their linebackers. They read inside zone. They see it's over here, and then scrape over, especially their nickel back. Look at the nickel come up and fill. Number 4 right here. Ooh, nice. Dude, Anoka's playing good D. I'm shocked that Blaine's not doing more to take advantage with 3x1 sets since Anoka's Anoka's nickel package won't adapt at all. But yeah, that's the only weird part. They did last play, and then they just kind of stopped. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Find a few more plays, or how do OCs set up their plays? They just say, this is what I call on this down and distance. Do they not look at, this is what I want to call against this defensive front? And once you've identified that, like the coach in the box identifies, hey, regardless of whether we're 3x1 or 2x2 or 10 or 11 personnel, Anoka is just playing this base nickel, and they are not changing it at all. They will line up in that base nickel package, and they will not move out of that nickel package or adjust in any way. Then you have an advantage. You know what they're going to do. Call plays that take advantage of that. Like we said, if they're going to run cover 3, now they're not because they're in cover 4, but Anoka took a timeout because they didn't know what they were doing. Let's see this again. Are we going to get another cover 3 look? Yes. If you know that they're in cover 3, oh, and this is a completion for 4 yards, but if you know it's going to be cover 3, vert to the edge, seam, vert to the edge. And we know Sam Shaughnessy can hit deep passes. He did it against Forest Lake. They have good receivers. Number 85 is a stud tall receiver. If the safety goes down there, they've got the verts. Outside whip route is that same like whip corner concept. You know, maybe they, and then they have 2 posts on the backside. Maybe they call plays similar to a lot of spread offenses. They call like 70 this side, 80 this side, and then 90 is both sides for pass series, and then they have a passing tree. A lot of spread offenses do that. We didn't at Jefferson. We kept it simple. But that is common for especially a lot of like older school spread offenses. But again, I'm surprised they're just sticking with random base stuff instead of being like, Anoka is in the nickel. They won't budge out of it. They won't change their coverage. Let's call something that attacks the nickel, which they might do here. See, I run a 3x1. Actually, talk about where you have a mismatch. You're in a 3x1. You have an inside linebacker matched up on your H-back. That is a mismatch in favor of the offense. And he's got to be blitzing, right? Because they blitzed every single play. No surprise there. Dude, Anoka, yeah, 4th down. Anoka's defense is just getting it done. And it's not even as much, like, not only is Anoka's defense getting it done, Blaine will not adjust at all. I'm, like, shocked by that. So strange. And again, it's inside zone, but if you look, what are the blocking rules? It's all ISO blocking. There's no double team at the point of it. I mean, I don't think there even is a double team on this. And Anoka brought 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a 6-man pressure. So Anoka's bringing the sauce on 3rd down. Why aren't we throwing a... Oh, like, there's so much other stuff. Or even like a hitch. You have an inside hitch or a slant right there. Well, no, they're not giving you the slant. What about the backside hitch? Well, yeah, because you know what? Look at the edge. He's blitzing. Your backside hitch for 1st down is right there. Which is funny because Anoka would love to do that. That would be what Anoka would call. Strange. Oh, and it's open. But again, they're doing the classic Blaine receiver non-blocking that we've seen all game, where they just kind of stand there. Well, right as I say that, there's a good blindside block. That could have been a penalty. But, I guess that's the only time a Blaine receiver will block, is if it's a non-existent play and he just wants to get a cheap shot. I'm shocked by... Yes, look at the poor Anoka kid. He's like, man, what was that? Look at that. I feel you, man. Way to get back up, though, and keep playing football. Gotta just shrug stuff like that off. Oh, no. They're not getting off the field on 4th down. So, again, 3x1. Did the nickel package adjust at all? Yes. Both nickelbacks are now over on the same side. So they did make an adjustment. All right, I give credit to Anoka. They noticed a few plays ago when Blaine ran the swing pass out there. They're like, oh, we need to make an adjustment versus 3x1 because they've kind of got us beat when we don't adapt to that. Now they've made an adaptation, which is funny because Blaine ran the one play to kind of exploit it and then never went back to it. Now they're going to hit the comeback, right? Yeah. I mean, they had that to play before, right? Was the nickel over here? Is that the nickel or was that the inside backer? I think that was actually the nickel. I messed that up. Other inside backers over here. So, yeah. Play before, like I said, they had the outside hitch there. I guess someone up in Blaine's box must have realized that too, because the very next play, what do they call? They call the comeback on the backside. You know what? Let me see, because they do a fake cadence, and then what are they signaling over here? One of these has to be the backside tummy clap. It's not the clap. The clap is just saying that they're done. I know, like, thumbs up like that means, like, YZ's done with their play call. Clap must mean that Blaine's done with their play call. Something to the right. Maybe that's, like, sticks right or chain. Maybe that's chains right, and they're just saying run to the chains. Who knows? Either way, they saw what I did in the very next play. They're taking that backside comeback. It's weird that they're doing a sprint out pass with that. I think that's just to give the receiver a bit more time to get out downfield. It was a great play call. Anoka was giving him that. I don't know why Anoka played cover 0 there. Did they blitz everybody? Because last time they ran this, they blitzed everybody. Yeah, same play. So 3rd down, you bring the sauce. 4th down as a DC, the smartest thing to do is just play your base defense. Keep it sound, keep it simple, because all the pressure's on the offense to get it complete. If you just play basic assignment football, the offense is significantly more likely to make a mistake on 4th down than they are on 3rd down. Let them make their mistake, and let's get off the field, put our offense back on the field. You know another thing that I forgot to mention about Anoka, now that I'm actually looking at the field and, like, the background there, behind the stadium? Anoka is one of only 2 6A football teams where their football stadium is actually not located at their high school. It's Anoka and Shakopee, I think is the other one. Yeah, because they play at Shakopee West Middle School. Their varsity stadiums are not at their high school. Anoka High School is, like, further north. This is outside one of their elementary schools, close to downtown Anoka. And then Shakopee's, like I said, it's instead of playing at Shakopee High School, it's a few blocks north of there at Shakopee West Middle School. With Vaughn Field, man, that's a cool venue for football. We've scrimmaged there the last 2 years at Lakeville South. We had to go over to Shakopee. Awesome field. And hey, we're gonna get to play there week 2, so I'm excited to have a varsity game there. Okay, who's pulling Anoka? This time they do a better read. They're not linebackers both all take their read steps over there. He should be crashing in harder as the edge contain man. If you see he blocks down, get in there and go bring the sauce. Hit the trap block. But he gets a kick out block. That's a much better run GH counter, but once again, what are we... And we've got a double team at the point of attack! They're learning! Do we seal him off, though? No, he spins out of it and then helps make the tackle. It was a much better GH counter than they've previously run, though, so give Blaine some credit. They are figuring it out. Backside seal, center took off. Yep, center covers the pulling guard. Double team at the point of attack. Good. I mean, that's how I drew it up earlier, is it not? Double team at the point of attack needs to be better. This guy really needs to get outside of him, double him, and then you two need to get over here, kick him out. You get up there and seal him off, and then it's just Sam Shaughnessy versus one safety. And if you wanted to be even funnier, get him up there to hit the safety, get him up there to block the nickel, because you don't need to block this corner out here. This corner's never going to get all the way over there to make the tackle, especially not with this short of yardage. I mean, that's like 20, 25 yards he has to run right there just to be involved in the play. He's never going to get there. H-back gets a solid block on the linebacker, though. Did he block the linebacker or did he block the safety? 21's a safety. No, he blocked a linebacker. That's my B. Yeah, he got to the backer. He should. The play side tackle and play side guard, their double team was not the best. Again, step to the outside shoulder of him. Because you don't, you're taking inside shoulder and he's on the side. Anoka's kid makes a good job, or does a good job, spins outside and is there to help make the play. Got to work on double teams. Got to work on some of those blocking schemes at Blaine. That one was at least drawn up properly. A little bit of the execution could have been cleaned up. 2nd and 3. We gonna get on the board here, Blaine. Inside zone. Linemen are going backwards. Why they're okay. There's the hole. Hole is right there. Touchdown's right there. Instead, we run into the linebackers. Anoka's linebackers do a great job filling to where he's going. Running back just hit the wrong hole. But like I said, credit to Anoka. They did a good job filling. Oh, this is a touchdown pass. They're in 10 personnel. Anoka's in their base nickel. It looks like they're playing man with... Okay. Why aren't we running up the mid? Like, how did that last run play up the middle not work? They're playing a 2-4 nickel defense at the goal line. Okay, they're blitzing up the middle. This next time, though, like, that's how they're getting through. They're just blitzing up the middle, which is a way to get around the 2-4 nickel. Ooh, an X blitz. Sneaky. But, oh, the pick play. Yeah, that... How... Did Anoka ask for a penalty on that? This was on 3rd down. Do any of the coaches know? Oh, there we go. Football position, football position, football position, football position, football position. We got 3 of them this play. Oh, that is like NFL pick play right there. And look, he doesn't even try to get a route on. He literally just went out there and hit him. And Anoka's kid almost got back there to make the play. Do any of the defensive coaches react? No, they're like, oh, they got us. Yeah, I definitely would have been asking our head coach to say, hey, pick play, pass interference. I don't know if the State High School League has rules on pick plays. Oh. Coach Wasurick saying something about it. Oh, rolling up the sleeves. Yeah, like what, man? What do we do? I don't know. Hands out to the side. What was that? I don't know. Rough. So Blaine's 1 touchdown was on an illegal pick play that should have been offensive pass interference. There we go. Nice Anoka. Remember the first kickoff? They caught that and ended up having to start at the 3-yard line. Not that it made much of a difference. They still... Did they? I think they scored their opening drive, right? If not, it was the 2nd drive. Make him re-kick. Now we get free yardage. Nice. See how you reverse the field on a kick return? Yes. What have I been saying every Blaine kickoff? See, he starts running upfield first, then he makes his way more to the middle. Once he gets there, all of Blaine is caved in. Now you hit the edge. Once he hits the edge, fast kid on the edge. Now you get yardage. And once again, where does Anoka get tackled? Right around the 50-yard line. Even the managers are hyped up about it. Man, what kind of... Must be like 4th of July or something for this Anoka game. Now you only have to go 50 yards to get a touchdown. Anoka special teams, huge underrated element of this game. They are dominating the special teams battle. 3-by-1 set. We have 11 personnel, tight ends on this side. How much you want to bet they're going to give us stretch out this way? Let's see if they do. Maybe. Stretch out there. There you go. Zach Welch had to cut. I'm surprised he cut it back inside. Did we not get a... All right, 52 for Blaine. Huge credit for getting up there and forcing it back inside. Outside backer, even though he was all the way off, he did a good job containing and forcing that play back in. Okay, glitch be gone, please. There we go. Yeah, that was really well played by their outside backer. 11 personnel, tight ends on this side. Now you have a 3-by-1 look. They're not going to go right back to the same play, are they? You're having a blitz on the left. Are they going to run outside zone to the stretch to the right again? Let's see. Coach Wasurick's out of frame off to the, I guess that side over. No, that side. Yeah, he's out of frame over there, so I can't see what signals he's calling. If he does the 2 arms, that's clear for takeoff, but I imagine he did a little bit more than that and was calling an audible. Nope, inside zone this time. Don't need to block those pesky outside backers. And then Zach Welch just going to do what Zach Welch does. And see, like, where's the... you sort of get a double team at the point of attack. Center's got to do a little bit more to help the guard to drive him back. Center does a good job. And then we don't get up to the other inside backer. Who gets up there? Is that the tight end? So again, if you're going by guard or... Gap, double team, fat man. He's out of the box. You don't have to get him. I can double. Guy in my gap, got to take him. Where's a guard here? Guard, guy in my gap. Nope, I can double. Center, guy in my gap. Yep, got to take him. Guard, guy in my gap. Nope, hit him. Center, or tackle, guy in my gap. Yep, boom. And then guess what? Now you've got double team, double team, double team. And you can hit him with that inside zone. But nobody gets up to their inside backer. Nobody gets to the outside backer. So blocking scheme could be cleaned up a little bit more. If they did clean up that blocking scheme and followed Wyzetta's rules, I mean, that would have been a touchdown, Zach Welch. I just watching him run, he's an absolute beast at running back. Like, and I got to see him play live. Fantastic that I got to do that. Of course, it sucks that we lost, but hey, awesome you get to see a kid like that. Is it stretched to the top of the screen now? Yep, because they're pulling around. How many run plays does Anoka run? It's just stretch or inside zone. That's it. Who did we forget to block this time? We do a decent job sealing the edge. Oh, this time it's the inside backers for Blaine. The backside inside backer chased that all the way down. Nice play. Now, I don't think they even called him on a blitz. I think he just read that, right? Unless his blitz was that late. Watch him. He's right here. Right over here. Let's see if he does it. No, he was blitzing. Yeah. He was just happened to be blitzing over there. Good blitz. Gold star Blaine. Third down stop. 4th and 2, you got to get off the field. What is... Oh, Pistol King again. What has Anoka done out of Pistol King? They've run stretch out this way. Let's see if they do it again. They also did that screen to the backside, but it says it's a run play. So I'm assuming it's stretch. And plus, what else does Anoka run? Stretch and inside zone. I guess they did have that one lead play that they did at the goal line out of 11 personnel, but that was like a one-off. Otherwise, it's been inside zone or stretch. No. They ran counter? Oh. How was that not blown up? Oh, dude. Blaine outside backer had this play made, man. And then the other outside backer got way too far upfield. He couldn't scrape over. Defensive end missed. Oh, look at the Blaine coaches. They can't believe it. They had him stopped. Look at the D coaches right here. They're like, oh, we got him. Look, right here. Oh, yeah, we got him. Oh, no. Are the hands going to go up in the air? No, this guy's not too happy, though. He's giving some choice words. Oh, let's see what we got now. Anoka's back to 10 personnel. Our buddy 22 is out of the game. No Pistol Queen or Pistol King. This time we are trips open. Still Pistol, though. Oh, yep. There's clear for takeoff. See the arms going down? Arms are down. We're clear for takeoff. And... ooh, another bubble. Does he get outside? No, he cuts back inside. And so remember how I was talking about Forest Lake and cutting bubbles inside? You go right there, you have a much better running lane. You especially look at where number 9 is blocking. See how he's got his butt here? You run outside the butts. There's your running lane. Do not cut a bubble screen inside. There's all kinds of buddies there waiting for you. Is Blaine still playing cover 4? Yeah. They will not get out of their base 3-4 deep. Anoka will not get out of their nickel. They at least adjusted for the 3rd and 4th down play on the last drive. Didn't work for them when they made that adjustment. But neither team seems to want to make any defensive adjustments. Was there a fumble here? Did I miss this? Oh, the ball did pop out. Who got that? Was that the safety that came up and hit that? Was that his own guy? No, he literally just drops the ball right here. Nobody punches it out. He just loses it. And then Blaine recovers. Yeah, it's, wait a minute. Why is this Anoka coach right here is calling it Blaine football? That's weird. Normally, you don't really see one of your coaches trying to tell the officials that the other team should get the football. Interesting strategy. Let's see if it worked out for him. You know what? It did not, because now Anoka's not on offense. Now Blaine's on offense. Huh. Interesting. Wrong key. Here we go. Let's see first down. It's an incomplete pass. We know that much. 11 personnel. Slot twins. H-backs here to the bottom of the screen. Again, is this a... like... So it looks like this is a power read again, but this time they're doing it backward. Or is this just another inside zone? It is another inside zone. See, gap, double team, fat man. He kicks out. None of the double teams really get up to backer all that much. And then it's a pass. It's a play action off that. So in order for a play action to work, your base run play has to work first. You can't call play action. Like, so this is one of the biggest things. If you call a run play into their base nickel and their base nickel stuffing it, then their DBs can just stick to their run assignments. If these 6 guys in the box, like I guess 7 if you count the other nickel, can take care of the run, then they don't need to worry about their pass assignment, or they can just focus on their pass assignments because their buddies are taking away the run, which is what Anoka's doing here. So they don't need to respect the run because the front 6 are taking care of it. So they keep everything. Yeah, that might just be a play design. I don't know why there's 2 receivers in the same area. But like I said, you don't need to respect the pass or the play action. I'm sorry, you don't need to respect the run if your front 6 can just stop the run with your nickel package. Then your DBs can just focus on covering, which is what they did there. All right, what's the audible, coaches? What do we got? Raising the roof, flap. Raising the roof. What is raising the roof? Is it a pass play? No, it's a zone read. Or it's that power read we were talking about. How do you know which way it goes, though? He's not calling anything to the right. Oh, wait, he did. Look, right hand, see? Right hand. There you go. That's what I missed. So plays going to the right. And again, what is he reading? He's reading the inside backs. This is like a Rodgers power read, just it's more of an inside zone read with between the quarterback inside zone with running back going off the edge here. And what do the inside backers do? They're both staying in the middle, so he should get the ball going out there. And he does. Once again, ooh, what's that flag? Was there holding? Yeah, there's holding. What is the next stream going to be? You know, I was debating that. On Thursday, I'm probably going to do part 2 of the Road to the Prep Bowl stream. We only got through weeks 1 through 4 last Thursday. So I'm probably going to get through... Oh, message retracted. Okay. But yeah, probably going to be Thursday, and we're going to go over the second half of the 6A season where chat picks all the games. Also, fantastically played by the Anoka outside linebacker. He sees the running back running out. He gets right out there. And like we said, just like Prior Lake, Blaine will not let go of the swing pass. Well scouted. Anoka well executed. How was this game like not 50-0? I'm shocked. Anoka is like killing it right now. They are way out coaching Blaine. Not so much in the defensive end. It's more so defensive execution. They're just playing hard. I like their nickel package, though. Oh, there was a mosquito on screen there. Did you see that? That's classic Minnesota. Oh, look at that. Oh. Worst part of Minnesota. Stupid mosquitoes. Ew. Another rollout pass. Is he going to this? Oh, my. It's the same pass concept. It's that whip with the corner. Like, how many plays does Blaine run? They've done the whip corner. They got their touchdown on that pick play that they did. They run stretch, their power read, and inside zone. And they've run QBGH counter twice. That's what, 5 plays? 6 plays? Oof. Yeah, I don't know, man. 76 is an S. There's no play here. This is a kick. And once again, this is another 3-and-out Blaine. Your defense gets a great stop. And look at where the returner's standing. He's at the 50. Where's the ball? Oh, and the ball went out of bounds. Where'd it go out of bounds at? No way. The 36. You give them the ball back with only 36 yards to go to get a touchdown. Oh. Like I said, special teams mistakes, one of the fastest ways to lose football games. Blaine is making a ton of special teams mistakes. And bicep spasm. It curls for the girls a little too hard today. Blaine is making a ton of special teams mistakes. Anoka is taking advantage of all of them. Even though Blaine's winning the turnover battle, kicking game mistakes and penalties are really holding him back right now. They're losing 2 out of the 3 major impactors, or I guess factors of a football game's outcome. Ooh, rare sidecar here. Is it going to be a sprint out pass? No, it's in. Ooh, was that power? I think they called power. The backside guard pulled. Yes, he did. It's a skip pull. They ran power. So, see how they were able to get up to backer at next level. Mr. Welch, or Zach Welch was a little bit impatient. He does a great job following his blockers, though. We kind of missed there. Let him block and then keep running. Yeah. Some of the O-line missed their blocks, but they ran power with a skip pull and they got 10 yards out of 10 personnel. Like, all the credit in the world to Anoka, man. They're executing, like, is amazing. What do we call him this time? Wait. Maybe, is this like a double twins? No, because you're in trips. Something wide, arms. Okay, you know what? When we did goggles like this, that was called fab at Jefferson. That's a fade with a bubble. And it says X fade snag. I wonder if it's going to be something similar. Oh, did he give him clear for launch? I forgot. Yep, gave him the 2 arms. Clear for launch. That's basically what it is. Well, it's more of a post than a fade, but it's there. He hit the snag? Oh, Mr. Podani. Mr. Podani. Mr. Podani. We have a touchdown. That's all right. He sees a lot of open space out here. He makes a decent read, but I mean, it's a similar kind of play. It's not exactly what I said. You have the snag, the bubble, and then you have a post on top of it. It's a great play call, and look, it gets open. That deep post was wide open. Sidecar. Are we 11 personnel? No, we're 10. We're double twins, 2x2. Fake power is a play action power. See, this is why it's so hard. Because how is he supposed to fake the handoff to his right and then immediately turn around and pass left? Normally, if you're faking a handoff this way, you do a pass this play. And you'll see RPO teams do that, like Wyzetta and Edina. If they are handing off on this side, RPO is on that side. It's got to be on the side of the handoff because that's where the quarterback's eyes are. Otherwise, he's doing a handoff this way with his head turned all the way around. I'm not even that flexible. I can't do that. But that's just not going to work, especially in a football game when you got 11 guys in another color jersey that want to kill you. Yeah, and as you can see, the play action really didn't do a whole lot to fake him out. So, again, Coach Wasurick gets, we'll say, half a gold star. It is a great idea to call play action off of one of your run plays that just worked, but the design of passing it to the wide side did not work when the run play is on this side, or when the handoff's on this side. That would have been one thing I would have cleaned up. Also, fun fact, do you know that Coach Wasurick has a PhD? I'm fairly certain he does. I think it's on his LinkedIn account. Talks about his PhD. So another thing we underestimated. I remember our DC was like, or I don't know if it was our DC, one of our defensive coaches at South last year was like, they're not going to be patient enough to take all these hitches. Little did had I looked up that their head coach that calls their offense has a PhD, I would have been, I think this guy might actually have the patience and the intelligence to do that. So, yeah, bad scouting on my part. I definitely should have pushed harder for that. Oh, there we go. Double hands. Clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, Coach Wasurick. Yes, sir. Power again. See, now this is a much better play action. See how the handoff is on this? So the handoff is on this side, but now the pass threat's on this side. The inside backer's filled. Play action slant is wide open for a touch, or RPO. I mean, this is Edina right here. This is Coach Potts. You have power, inside, handoff. Who's your second level D-gap defender on an inside slant? Or second level B-gap defender? Second level B-gap defender comes. Quarterback reads it. You have the slant here. Right here. He reads. He's attacking. I can throw over the middle of the field right there. He hits him. And then he's walked into the end zone for a touchdown. Mason Weston, Myers Sweeney touchdown. But Anoka does not do RPOs. I wonder if Anoka could get into RPOs. That simple RPO I drew up right there, Anoka absolutely could have done that with Peyton Podani. It would have been a touchdown right there. But like I said, they're not an RPO team. What does Coach Wasurick have to say about that? Any hands, gestures, hands on the hips? So he's, all right, man's thinking. What do we got next? He's getting some buzz from up top. And he steps out of frame. Oh, no. He's calling something. Shirt to the right. Shirt to the right. Something to the left. Then he put his hand down his leg. They're going to call a timeout. So I guess there's no actual play here. He must see the play clock. Yeah, he sees the play clock, so... I think he called some kind of rollout pass to the left. Did he do... You know, he might have done the flood signal. Did I miss that? Flood is this, and that's the same one we did at Jefferson. I know that... I think Anoka has the same hand signal for it. Let's see here. Does he do the rain motion? Oh, damn, I skipped it again. Let's see. All right. Slow. I got the mouse controlling it this time. I'm not going to mess it up. He walks. No, he's going to go call time. I must have missed it. Get him in here. Hands brushing on the leg. Yeah, right there. It's hard to see because I'm from behind, but he is doing this. Just with his elbows a little bit wider. More like this. So... He did call flood, and he put his hand on his left leg. It is flood left. And then they took the timeout. Kind of weird that he called flood out of pistol. So, we were talking about pistol king versus queen earlier, right? King, he was lined up on the same side as the twin receivers. Now, H-back is lined up on the backside. There's all kinds of weird stuff here. Their tight end is split out as a wide receiver. Instead of 22, they have 9 in the backfield as an H-back. What is going on here? Whatever it is clear for takeoff. Sprint out. Smash. This is more of just like an up and out and then a deep corner. It's more of like a spout concept. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You could see that was coming all day. Coach Wasurick knew it as soon as the kid tackled him. Oh, look at that. Holy buckets. Let's do a hand count. We have 1, 2, 3... That's close enough. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Just right at the beginning, there were 16 hands up in the air asking for pass interference. It's a good call. Can't tackle a receiver before he catches a pass. There's no play here. What do we got this time, Coach Wasurick? Officials timeout. Never mind. Each team... Yeah, Anoka's got one more timeout. Must have had to reset the clock or something. What do we call it? Whatever he called. Clear for takeoff again. Run it. Stretch. Gets the edge. This kind of surprises me. Well, that's the safety coming up. It's harder to run stretch because when you get to the edge, safeties have to come up and be force players outside. And if you have nobody to block, it's a little bit easier in the open field because they have so much room to work with. It's hard for them to gain all that ground back. But here, you're at your own, or at their 10-yard line. There's only 10 yards to work with. That says 13, but that's incorrect. They're at the 10-yard line. There's not a whole lot of real estate to work with, so he can come up and make a fill, especially because it's man zero, cover zero man coverage. Who's he manned up on? He's manned up on the tight end that's blocking on that side. And the tight end has to get a reach block, so I'm not as big a fan of this play call. I think it works better against zone coverages. It does not work against man coverage, and what does Blaine only run in the red zone at this point? Cover zero. All right, what do we got this time? Butterfly, waggle that way, wave that way. Whatever that means. Oh, and then we get into football position. Hands are on knees. Wouldn't it be funny if it was GH counter? It looks like they're set up for Zach Welch GH counter here. And he gave him the all clear for takeoff. No, it's okay, so that must be H-back, motion. I think that's what he called. But then what's the run play? Stretch or lead? Lead. Oh, 1 yard line. He's calling something. I think he's saying spike the ball. Spike the ball. Do it. No, he gave him an actual play. Ooh, time's running out, man. It's got to be a pass. Yeah, Podani has no clue what's going. Oh, what a trick play. Dude. Oh. high IQ plays from Anoka. Look at this. The H-back motion into the direct snap. And he... Oh, there was a penalty, though. What was the flag? I think the receivers weren't set. I like the disguise, but you gotta get set. See how he's not set? Yeah, he's not set. He doesn't know what's going on. His hands are up. I think the receivers didn't get set, and that's why they called this. Otherwise, that was a touchdown. That was so... Yeah, Coach Wasurick can't believe it. The masterful NFL. I think I saw the Bears try and do that, except we snuck Cole Kmet under center, and obviously you don't just sneak Cole Kmet under center for no reason. It was stupid of the Bears to do, and it's a little bit different. It's easy to fool a Blaine defense that won't make any adjustments. Also, a strange play call. Is Blaine jamming at the end zone here? Yes, they are jamming. See how they're back in their 0s and 2s? And then they're playing tight. They're jamming again. So, strange play call to do a sneak like this at the goal line. Especially when they're in 0s and 2s and they're playing so tight. Like, I get the design and everything. Funny enough, if Blaine called that into Anoka's nickel, it'd be a touchdown. But Anoka calling that into Blaine's jam front at the goal line, not as good of a play call. And then, like I said, I don't think the receivers were set. Somebody was not set. Or they just called a false start. We got the false start, though. Oh, yeah. See right here? The right guard jumped. Oh, that's what it was. That's rough. That could have been 6. Yeah, poor Coach Wasurick can't believe it. He's trying to go up to the officials and say, hey, man, can you tell me what happened? I want to know what happened. And he's telling him, false start. One of your kids jumped. Yeah, I guess he probably didn't see it live, but the right guard did jump there. Dang, that's a bummer. That was a touchdown, Anoka. That was so creative. Like, oh, what a play. Now you're pretty much in a passing situation. Anoka has 0 timeouts left, and it's only, what, second down? 5, yeah, second and goal. You have no timeouts. There's only 14 and a half seconds before halftime. You are in complete passing mode at this point. Oh, he's in football position down here. Only gave him one hand, so he maybe not as confident. Yeah, I guess you're clear for takeoff. Oh, the swing. Ain't no way. You think that Blaine would know to cover the running back swing because all they run are running back screens or running back swing passes? Like, how many of their plays have had a running back swing on it? Meanwhile, here's a running back swing. Also, give the design credit because it's cover 0. I think Rochester Mayo did this against us with Lakeville South. They brought their backside receiver in motion across, and our corner went with. And then nobody stayed with the running back coming out on the swing out there. And what's his name? It was number 26. I'm forgetting his name. The kid just walked into the end zone on a swing pass. It's the same concept. Coach Wasurick's design and his play calls and his adjustments are nutty. He's up there with Coach B-Scow with play calling. Look at all the Anoka kids celebrating Zach Welch right there. I got to see that. Look at all the youth football players with him in the end zone. That's an awesome sight to see, man. Smart play call. You get a tutty right before halftime. Yes, sir. Look at the youth football kids. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That's main character energy right there, Mr. Welch. Something about it, Coach. Interesting hand sign there. He didn't seem like he was too happy, even though they just scored. Now we're clapping. All right. We're only halfway through the game, if even. No way. No way. No. Oh, my goodness. Anoka got it. Dude. Special teams mistakes. How many times have I said that this game? Anoka got it, didn't they? They did. Oh, my goodness. The field position game. Fumbling the kick return. Anoka is dominating special teams, and it is the biggest factor, other than the fact that Blaine won't adjust. And I don't know what their blocking scheme is. But other than that, special teams mistakes have killed Blaine. And I guess a pass interference penalty on the last drive. So now they're losing penalties. Rewatch what happened. I got you. So watch very closely. It's a deep kick back here. It's a low line drive, so I'll play it slowly. It bounces, and then the kick returner is not able to pick it up. See, it bounces off his hands, and then it just rolls forward. He misses it, and then this Anoka kid, he falls down, couldn't get his hands out. This Anoka kid fell right on it. Rolling around, bouncing around. He has no idea the football's loose. As far as he knows, his buddy is picking it up. Look, the football literally bounces past, and then they scoop it right there. Whoa. That's like mind-boggling, man. And with 9 seconds left on the clock. 8, yeah. Wow. Special teams mistakes, man. That's nutty. But now Anoka has a chance. They're already up by 20 points, and it's not even the end of the first half yet. They're about to get another chance to score here. I don't know if they're in field goal range. I don't know how good their kicker is. I know that Eastridge's kicker can easily nail a kick from this range. Timeout, Blaine. Obvious passing. Okay, you know what? So remember earlier when I said when we were talking about nickel versus dime defense, the only time a team will switch to a dime normally is if like it's the end of a half or the end of a game and they're trying to Hail Mary or obvious like deep pass to the end zone. Look what we got here. It's obvious deep pass. Anoka has to go, 27 yards here to score? With Podani another 5 yards behind that because they're in shotgun. And why did it go to the league pool? I will cry. Huddle. Oh my goodness. Get back to Anoka, please. I think it was like play 90 something. Which is crazy that I'm not even 100 plays into it and there's... Oh, there's the penalty for the false start. Extra point good. Fumble on the kickoff. Timeout. Here it is. So, no. Not only are they not in a dime defense, I don't think they're even in a nickel def. Is this a nickel back, or is that still... He's still an outside backer. That's the same number kid. Is that 20-something? They're not playing a nickel package. Because they still have their 3 down linemen. And they're not playing a 3-3. He's out. They're sticking with their base 3-4 defense. In this kind of situation... Huh. Especially into 10 personnel. I don't know. If Shakopee was on defense right now, they'd be playing 3-3, and then they'd be playing 3 deep safeties, 2 corners. They'd be absolutely in their nickel package right now. So yeah, I have no idea what the thought process of Blaine is right here. Maybe they think their base defense is better than their nickel package, or the kid that would come in their nickel is not as good as their outside backer in coverage. And that's why they're sticking with base 3-4. That's the only thing I can think of. Ooh, that wasn't there, and that was a... No, it wasn't a pick. It was knocked down, but that was not there. Really weird that they're running, like, a vert concept into cover... Where did that come from? Was that Zach Welch? That was a halfback wheel route. So if they're running cover 4, I would have called this into the boundary. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get, like, okay, Coach Wasurick credit. They're trying to get all those guys out wide. I think the issue here, though, is if you look at where Mr. Welch ends up, he's not as much running down the middle of the field. He gets a little bit too... Actually, no. He's, like, right down the middle. That's just a good play by Blaine's safety. I love the play call. He knew that they'd be in cover 4. He knows that they won't get out of their base defense. So he sent the running back right down the middle. I just don't think there was... the safety looked over and realized, oh, crap, I got to get over there. But I don't think there was enough of a fake from the receivers out here. They didn't really have much of a deep threat. And honestly, it looks like just bad luck. The safety happened to look over and sees Zach Welch. And look, he caught him early. See, he sees him all the way up there and comes over to take him. That's just a good play by Blaine's safety. Anoka did have a great play call to beat Blaine right there. Dang. But 4.5 seconds left. I assume Blaine takes a timeout. Anoka doesn't have timeouts. Called something with a touch. I think touchdown might be his thing for like check in with me before you call the play. Who called? Did Blaine? Blaine had to have called this timeout, right? Yeah, I see their coach at the top there. Anoka doesn't have timeouts. I think it's a penalty. It might have been a penalty if you call a timeout when you have none left. I don't remember. Okay, so last time, how much you want to bet? Now it's going to be a wide wheel route instead of up the middle. And guess what? Now Blaine is finally in their prevent defense. Maybe that's what they were arguing about last play. Like, put in the prevent defense. Oh, no, I don't want to. Actually, this should be a penalty. Oh, and it says it is. What's the penalty? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? So this is like pregame. Like, if you play Friday night, Thursday, you go over all your special teams, you go over 2-minute drill, you go over goal line, you go over prevent defense, and then you go over 2-minute offense, Hail Mary offense. Like, this is stuff you do on Thursday before game day. And it looks like Blaine has not even considered practicing it, either Thursday or at any point. Who on, did Anoka spot that? No. Who spotted it? Someone had to have noticed it. Those coaches are talking with each other. I don't think either of them noticed it. Is he counting? Yeah, he's looking over there. He must be counting. Wow. Now you give free yards to Anoka? Yeah, see, there's the count. They have 12. And look, see, they don't even know which kid to bring out. He doesn't know if he's supposed to come out or not. I literally just think Blaine has never practiced their prevent defense. So, yeah. So now they're in a nickel package, right? You have 5 DBs, 3 linebackers, 3 D linemen. So it's a 3-3-5 nickel. So you have a 2-4 nickel for Anoka, 3-3-5 nickel for Blaine. And it looks like they took, 52 and his 4 still in there, or 24, so they took out an inside backer. Which normally is what happens if you're, like, I know Shakopee did that. When they run their 3-3 nickel, they pull an inside backer out instead of the nose guard. Either way, if you're running a nickel package and you play a 3-4 defense, you're either pulling the nose guard or one of the inside linebackers. Those are just the most common nickel packages for 3-4s in Minnesota. Really isn't, I don't think there's any other nickel packages. That's pretty much it. Either the 3-3 or the 2-4. Technically, there is a 4-2 nickel, but I think the only teams that do... No, Champlin doesn't do it. So there's only 3 teams that run 4-3 defenses still. Edina, Champlin Park, and Centennial. That's it. Yeah, I know. I should just look at my scouting playbooks back there on my bookshelf. It'll be up in there. But those are the only 3 teams. I don't know what Edina's nickel is. I got to watch more film on them. I haven't watched any of their defense because at Lakeville South, whatever a team's base defense is not what we're going to see against the Power T. If you play your base defense in the Power T, we're scoring 50. Just ask Farmington. But Champlin's is a 3-3 nickel. Centennial might be the only team that does a 4-2 nickel. I'd have to watch some of their games against, like, Anoka or Blaine to see what they play. They may just stick in a base 4-3, but I'm, like, 95% positive that Coach Diggins Jr. probably has a 4-2 nickel package that he runs. Actually, no. I want to say they're also a 3-3 nickel. I think they pull out one of their, like a defensive tackle or the nose guard. I think they pull out the defensive tackle, the 3 technique, then they leave the nose guard in there. I think that's what they do. I don't know. Okay, how do we get a sack here? They're only rushing 3. Who got the sack? Defensive end. Oh, it's not really a good pass rush move. He's working half a man. Whacks the hands off. Tries to fight inside. The defensive tackle stepped inside where the guard's helping him. Shoulders turned. Fights half a man. Where's the rip? Where's the rip? Where's the rip? Oh, he doesn't rip. He just lets go of him. And I mean, he still gets there, but if you rip off, it's a much better chance. Either way, that's a great stand for Blaine. You get the sack, and now you're going into halftime, and you saved a potential touchdown. Wait, what in the world? What is youth football? Is that flag football? Pistol? What am I watching? What is this? Oh, I mean, I know it's halftime, but huh? Who All right. I gotta tell a story. So, a buddy I knew in high school growing up, Matt Alberg, he was on our football team. He used to play guitar with me in a band back in, I think, ninth grade. Um, he had to film what is going on. Yeah, I have no idea. Apparently, dancing in halftime show. So, he was supposed to film our week 3 game versus East Aurora. This is my sophomore year of high school back in, I think it was fall 2011. Um, and he did like the worst job filming. He filmed the entire cheerleading show at halftime, missed every special team play, and then the entire second half, he had like his thumb or his hand, because he was like sitting on the railing up top. He had his elbow like this, and it was like taking up half of the camera like that. And so you just saw like his arm just sitting in the frame. And then after that, he started eating a hot dog. And the best part was, because we played on Friday. Funny enough, sophomores played Friday right before varsity. It's a weird thing in Illinois, different in Minnesota. But then Saturday morning when we watch film, he's like, "Coach, there may be some weird stuff on there. I don't know how film turned out." He's like, "Alberg, what are you talking about?" This was Coach Wolf, great guy. He's like, I just don't think I did that good of a job. Would not give details. And then we just died laughing in the film room. And then, of course, we lost our next game to South Elgin because we were 3-0. We were cocky. But, yeah, we don't need to see... Dude, how many of these plays? And they recorded warm-ups? Okay, maybe it's not going to be 190 full plays. A lot of these plays are Blaine warm-ups, Anoka warm-ups, more warm-ups. Now there we are. We had, like, 15 dead plays right there. All right, did Blaine learn? Yes, he caught it over here. He reversed field, but what did I say you had to do if you're the opposite return man when you reverse field? You have to block the edge defender. If he blocks the edge defender and he gets out, that's touchdown Blaine, and they're right back in this game. But where does he go? He runs right at the middle, and he touches nobody. He's going to go hit the kick. Wow, you're going to block the kicker. Thankfully... yeah, there were so many other guys. Instead of getting slowed down by number one plays inside a little too much. Don't jump inside there. You have to maintain your edge, force him in, and if you force him in, look at all those tornadoes that are chasing him. Make him hesitate, force him back in. Instead, you dip inside, he cuts outside, and now Anoka has to chase. Blaine's got good field position, though. They're across the 40. But it could have been a touchdown had they gotten a better lead block in the kick return. Okay, 10 personnel, and again, something they do that is annoying that Mounds View does. Number 85 is both an H-back and a slot receiver, so 10 and 11 personnel are the exact same 11 kids. So if I'm up in the box, that is impossible for me to ID to our DC if they're in 10 or 11 personnel, because they could come out in either of them. At that point, you pretty much just have to look, okay, is there a hand signal that determines what formation they're in? And is there a difference between... I'm assuming there has to be a difference if it's the same kids. They have to have a hand signal for whether it's, like, slot trips. Like, I know when Wayzata wants to do, like, H-back attached, they tuck their arm under the armpit like that. That's H-back on this side. Or they'll do, like, H-back trips, like that. So, little details you can pick up on for sure. But with Wayzata, they actually like fully switch out 11 versus 10 personnel. So at that point, you're just reading the formation. Whereas with Blaine, they have to communicate both what personnel you're lining up in and the formation with hand signals, since it's the same kids. He's like, just wait, just wait. We're gonna call something. Officials say we're good. They must already have had the... Alright, just stick with the same play. Inside zone. Yep. I don't know. It's not even like it's a triple option play, because like when you look at like an inside veer or a midline from like Shakopee when I reviewed their film, or even Forest Lake, there's a first level defender that's left unblocked, but everyone's blocked. And again, look at the double team at the point of attack. He just pushes off and gets right to the next level. And they're just getting off their double teams too fast. So if when you double team, you don't just chip and then go. You have to physically drive and then peel off an attack. So like, okay, you can actually see two different double teams side by side here and what they both do wrong. So he peels off way too early and there's no double team at the point of attack. These two stay way too attached he eventually gets up to backer. So that's a pretty solid double team at the top. They drive him back. Anoka's D lineman. When you get double teamed, see how he's got hand on one man, hand on the other? That is not how you fight a double team. Whatever gap you're controlling, whatever shade of a man you're attacking, so if he has B gap here, which makes sense because his buddy has the edge out there, the outside backer, if you're working half the guard, which normally you should, guard's a little bit smaller than tackle, you should have hand on inside shoulder right here, other hand in armpit. You have to stay low. He's standing way too high. What you want to do is get foot right there, turn yourself sideways, wedge that foot in between the two linemen. Now you have your hips in between them, and it doesn't matter how much they push you, you're in between them. If they push you, they're just sandwiching you together. You have your door closed, they have to bounce it. And that also means they can't get up to the next level because they're sandwiching you. But yeah, instead, and then what does he do? My least favorite move ever for a D lineman. He spins. Oh, D lineman, spin move. The only time you can do a spin move is if you're an edge defender, you get to quarterback depth, and then you spin back inside. That is the only time, as a defensive lineman or pass rusher, you should ever do a spin move. Only time. And then the linebacker just doesn't feel all that well after that. Also, different linebackers. Where's Zach Welch? They have 31 in there instead. And yeah, he doesn't scrape. He just kind of runs forward. Strange. Number 7, though, making the play. Kid's a stud. He chases an inside zone down as an outside backer. Oh, he was all the way out there and he closed that gap. That's just stud football right there. Way to make a play. Inside backers definitely should have filled faster. Like I said, this defensive end could have filled better. But again, I give credit to Blaine. You're seeing a 2-4 nickel. You called a run up the middle. You had an easy 5-yard gain just from double team blocking when you stick to your double team rules. Oh, boy. Power read. Okay, so another power read. Well, not power read. I don't even know what to call this. Zone read. But that's not like a traditional zone read where you leave the guy unblocked. Sweep read. I like that. We'll call it a sweep read. So, what are we reading here? Where's Shaughnessy's eyes? Inside backers. If they go out that way, then Shaughnessy keeps the ball. If they stay here in the middle, running back sweeps the ball out there. Yeah, so see why this play didn't work? Where are the linebackers? Are they going out there? No. Both inside linebackers stayed in the middle. I think this play got blown up because why aren't we blocking him? Is the whole thought that your running back can get outside of him? That's arguably Anoka's best defender, number 7 right there, other than Zach Welch. But Zach Welch isn't on the field, so right now, that's their best defender, and you're going to leave him unblocked on a sweep read here? Which then forces Sam Shaughnessy to go in the middle, which is not the correct read, because as we said, those inside linebackers are both still in there. You know what? We're on one. I'm not going to switch. I'm going to go over to YouTube really fast. I want to say that I know Rogers does this a lot. Rogers versus Sartell. I think this game might be on YouTube. Sartell Sabres. There's football, man. You know what? I know it's up here because I've watched this multiple times before. Arc Center, Sartell. Football Moorhead versus Sartell? From 4 years ago? Ninth grade football. You know what? It's on this, what's it called? It would have been live. Football, go back 2 months. School board meetings, yeah, because that's really what I want to watch right now. Basketball, hockey. Oh, there's a Zamboni. That's what it's all about. That's Minnesota right there. Basketball, hockey. JV, Park Center, St. Cloud Tech. We're getting close. Soccer. Bemidji freshman football. I swear they put varsity football up here. Unless they took it all down. If they did, I will cry. They did. They took it all down. Dude. Rogers MN football. Did they? I don't know if they did it against Moorhead. I know the Moorhead game is probably still up here somewhere. Rogers versus. Huh, must be fake. Yeah, this is all old stuff. I guess someone took it down. Bummer. I love reading or watching all those games that parents and school district posts, but maybe some of the coaches got wise that I was spying on all that stuff and they started taking it down. Who knows? Okay, you want to know, now that I'm thinking about YouTube and spying, so, and I mentioned parents recording things, so Buffalo used to be 6A. We never played them at Lakeville South, but, there it is. One of the parents at Buffalo actually posted every single Buffalo football game, like, in full from the 2023 season. And I turned some of the audio down. We don't need to listen to it. But the funniest part is he always sat opposite of the Buffalo sideline. So, like, this is their playoff game versus Woodbury, round 1. Woodbury scores. So, yeah, there was something going on there. Defense, blah, blah, blah. But it's all pointed at the entire Buffalo sideline. You can see all their hand signals, all their play calls, everything. All because a parent recorded it. See? All that's on YouTube for free. And you don't even have to... And again, it's legal because no one is going there. No one's paying that parent to record it. A parent just decided, like, hey, my kid's going to be pro. I'm posting his footage on YouTube. Make sure not to get your kid's sideline in that video because, like I said, now, like, let's go to Buffalo on offense. I know that Woodbury scores pretty fast here. Now I'm actually getting a look at Woodbury. I haven't seen them all that often. Looks like 11 personnel, kind of like Anoka. They ran a quarterback. Oh. Interesting. Was that a power or sweep read? That might have been a sweep read. No way. It's power read. Oh, that was Roger. Okay, so funny enough, Woodbury also runs power read. They just didn't do too good of a job at it. There's touch. Oh, they have the same Oh. Okay. Lakeville South. We need stadium lights like that, or the Forest Lake ones. That is... Oh, and it goes across from both sides. Dude, that... Okay, Woodbury. I like that. But, no. Going ahead to... Skip, please. Can I get to... offense? Here we go. Quarterbacks. They call the first play. Boom. Zoom out. And then, here you go. They're about to call something. Watch. And this is why you don't record. They're reading over their play sheet. And... we gonna call something? Yep, see? There you go. There's all the hand signals. There's your formation. And there's your play. They called this. How much you want to bet it's a bubble? Bubble to the right, because they're in trips. No, it was a quarterback run to the right, but... I mean, you get the idea. If you sat down and watched all that, you could probably pick apart every single Buffalo hand signal, and the coaches would never know. They have no clue that a parent is recording all their games and putting it on YouTube, but... stuff is up there if you want to go find it. Do not do that. Easy scouting. Puts your... and ironically, they do it because they want to get their kid exposure. It just gives another team an advantage. Obviously, not every team has a guy that's going around looking for all this stuff that's a nerd for football, but stuff is out there if you want to go find it. You got someone on your staff that's willing to go take a peek. Oh, quarterback GH counter, swing pass, and they can't. Okay. If swing passes are one of the only things like Blaine runs, it's like one of their bread and butter, how are they struggling this much to complete one? Once again, Anoka thinks it's a backwards pass. Is it? He passes it from the 43-yard line. The ball is caught behind the 43. Not by much. But that's still a backwards pass. I mean, I'm sorry. It's still a forward pass. Barely, but it's a forward pass. Or wait, no, was it? I said he threw it at the 43. And it was behind the... no, that is a backwards pass. That is a fumble. I'm dumb. That was a fumble. Technically speaking. I guess the ball rolled forward, and they're going to give Blaine the benefit of the doubt. The game is a little bit out of hand at this point. But, yeah, I agree with the Anoka coaches. That technically was a backwards pass. That should be... Wait. Was that 4th down? I mean, it was 3rd down anyway, so now you've got the punt team coming on. Oh, boy. What's happening here? Oh, S. You know what's interesting? So this is something I noticed when I was watching some other Anoka games from Anoka home games. They have S's put in here. And it's all centered around, like, things that could have been penalties or calls. That's what's really weird to me. And they're all labeled as S. So I don't know if that's Coach Wasurick or someone on staff. Maybe they're submitting these plays to the state high school league saying, hey, here's examples of officiating gone wrong or something. That's just speculation, but it is interesting to note that on the Anoka film, anything that does look like a penalty seems to have an additional clip taken out of it with a letter S, or at least labeled as an S. Otherwise, it's ODK. Kicking game, offense, and defense. Punt return. Let's see. So far, we know how Blaine has been with special teams. Also, was that 3 and out? Yeah, because they started at the 41. Yeah. Another 3 and out for Blaine. Anoka defense is killing it. Okay, this time, good job for Blaine punt. They pin Anoka back deep. Blaine had a good special teams play. Improvements! We love to see it. We're all about improving and getting better. We have 11 personnel. It looks like pro twins, tight ends on the bottom of the screen here into the boundary. Twin receivers up there to the top. They're in pistol with Zach Welch behind Peyton Podani. And the worst part was that wasn't even 90 seconds for the first drive. Like, Blaine's offense was on the field for 81 seconds. And then a little more than 81 seconds, 91 seconds. And then your defense is already right back in the game. And they were on the field right before halftime, too. Power, you can see the guard pulling around the center. More of a trap. No. Huh? What? Okay, I'm confused. Anoka's confused. Let's break this down. This is going to be we're going to have to break out the drawing on this one. So it looks like this is supposed to be power, but the blocking is really strange. If this is supposed to be power, then I think what throws it off, why does a guard step outside? If it's supposed to be power, you should have a double team here up to backer. You should take him. You take him, you pull around and take other inside backer, and then you seal off the backside end, if that's what they're doing with power. But that's not what happens here. Take a closer look. It's more so with the play side guard. He, takes a weird bubble step out. The backside guard pulls around as if it's power, but then he just seals off the guy behind him, and then the handoff is... Look at Podani's footwork here. See how his back foot swings around this way? He steps there, and then the back foot... What did I click off of, Huddle? I will cry. I swear I'm not leaving this. Maybe they're like, you know what? You can't watch any more Anoka Blaine. You've seen enough of this. Oh, what play was that? It wasn't any of the S's. Was it kickoff? That was the... Oh, did they score again? This is... No, that's first half still. I forgot. I get it past all the... all those S's. D, 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 S, K. Oh, here it is. Play 114, man. Yeesh, there's still just under 80 more plays to go. Again, they're still in their base defense. There's a tight end. Running back or linebacker is up. He's going to blitz. See how this safety went up? Now he's back. He's out there. He's going to cover the flat. Deep, 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 deep. And then I'm assuming hook. He's probably more hook that way. Safe assumption that's what their defense is going to be, their coverage. Let's see. Although if he's blitzing, maybe the corner takes the flat and they shift to a cover 3, and then he comes over here, and then flat. I don't know. We'll see what they do. Yeah, it looks more like a cover. Well, no, they just fill because it's a run play. But what was I saying earlier? It was Podani's footwork. So see how his initial step, his play side foot steps out, and then his backside foot swings around? That is an outside zone handoff. So what is going on here? The quarterback and running back handoff or exchange is an outside zone. These 3 block outside zone. These 2 are blocking power. He is... I guess he just went up to hit somebody. But, yeah, I don't think Anoka was on the same page as to what the play call was here. I think it was supposed to be stretched to the left, and they just didn't get the call off. And he's like, what are we doing? Oh, give him all clear. Give him clear for takeoff. Give him the hands. Yep, clear for takeoff. It was a nice little short one. It's like, get going. Oh, nope. Bubble left and they dropped it. Oh. I never understood why teams... So if you're going to run a bubble, can't do a high arcing pass like that, because see how it's got to travel like that? You want more bullet pass. I guess he has to, because there's a guy in his face right there. That's just good defense with Blaine kind of messing up the rhythm. And the defense fills. That was a good defense against the bubble. Oh, what is Coach Wasurick calling this time? Oh, we're in football position again. You know what's funny? Watch every time, whether it's college football, NFL, high school football, even youth football. See how many times a coach is in, where's my hand? Football position like that down there. You're going to see a lot of coaches that do that. Once you notice it, you'll never be able to unsee it. Oh, there he goes. Clear for takeoff. That's the only time he gets out of position, is when he has to say clear for takeoff. Pass play, because they're kicking... Well, I guess I could have looked up top to see it was a pass play, but O-line kicked back. Backside comeback. Oh. Yeah, that I'm surprised there was no flag. He's draped over him, but I think... Yeah, that's a grab, wraparound right there. So that was bad, but then again... If you take away the wraparound, this hand getting out in front and playing defense, that part is good. It was that wraparound at the beginning. So there was good DB play there, but also pass interference on the front half of that play. So, I mean, that's a tough call. Obviously, you could go either way with that. We don't complain about penalties, though. Our philosophy as coaches are, you go with what's called, and you control the controllables. Let the officials worry about officiating. We worry about coaching. It's just the way football is. Was that another S? See, it is. It's another weird S after a penalty. I wonder if Anoka puts those in to like mark where penalties were in the game. Interesting. It's only after like weird penalties or no calls. That's the only time I see those weird S's. Or if it's halftime and they're recording like warm-ups, youth football with the cheerleaders. Either way, that's a great stop by Blaine to get back in the game. Ooh, did Blaine touch that? That was a low-line punt. Nice punt, stopped there. Did that hit an Anoka kid? Did it hit this Blaine kid? Oh, nope. He barely did not touch it. The Anoka kid got between him and the football. Dang. That's close. But hey, great field position to Blaine. They're in Anoka territory to start this drive. Anoka didn't even take a minute off the clock. Your defense gets a great stop coming out of halftime, even though they're down 20 points. It's a great way to get your offense back in the game and to mount a comeback. Good job to Blaine's defense on that drive. And like I said, Anoka looked really out of sync on that drive. The bubble screen got disrupted by Blaine's defense. The first stretch that they ran, I had no idea what was going on. Anoka didn't seem to know what was going on. The handoff was fumbled. O-line was doing weird things. And then third down, obviously the pass interference. Inside zone again. Scrape across. How are our double teams? Nobody got up to backer. Oh, they did a play action off their inside zone. Always have play action off your top run plays. It looks like it's just verts. Yeah, it's just a kid making a stuff. I mean, the Anoka kid is with him the whole way. What is the deep safety? So, what are we in? Cover 3. This is a decent read because he's going into the seam. But I don't know why the deep safety doesn't keep backpedaling. Instead of staying in the deep zone and then coming over, he cuts up front and then tries to chase from behind. That's a little bit bizarre. But good play by Blaine. Anoka was still in their 2-4 nickel package. Yep, see? Nickel, nickel. They won't budge out of it. Well, I don't see why not. You held Blaine to 7 points. Blaine can't get out of their own way. Oh, I accidentally skipped that play. They're in 11, again, 85. Like I said, he could be an H-back. He could be a split-out slot receiver. 10 and 11 personnel are the same kids for Blaine. Makes it hard to ID. Inside zone again. What is the blocking scheme? So, double team, yes. Double team. Look at their double teams. Like, they let the Anoka kids do a really good job of fighting in between the double team. More so this Defensive lineman right here. He's doing a great job with all the double teams. See how he gets. I'll give him some props here. See what I mean about trying to get your feet in between and splitting the double team? That's a fantastic job. Whereas if we go and look at the other side, he's playing a little high, and see he's got a hand there, he's got a hand there, he's trying to fight two men. It's hard enough to fight one O-lineman, let alone two at the same time. You fight half of one lineman. You can, as a D lineman, you can always beat half of an O-lineman. Unless it's half of Ethan Beckman. Half of Ethan Beckman is still about the size of other O-linemen. But, yeah, not good technique. But he's still, this is what's weird to me. He doesn't have good technique. He still somehow gets between them and makes the tackle. How does it take that long for an inside zone to develop? And how is the double team blocking that? Like, they both stopped blocking the first level defender and went right to the linebacker. Yeah, that might be my biggest takeaway for Blaine is what in the world is the blocking scheme? And clean it up. Like I showed that clip of Wyzetta like a long time ago with their inside zone scheme. Gap, double team, fat man. Stick with those rules, Blaine, and then practice the crap out of it. And you'll have a killer inside zone. But, Blaine and outside running, match made in heaven. Give Sam Shaughnessy ball, let fast kid run fast. Man, this is a tough one. Again, when you call this outside, like, quarterback lead, look at how far out the edge defender is. And he has to get out there to get him because the running back has to go get the nickel because of Anoka's defense. Again, I just don't like all these outside runs that Blaine's calling against Anoka's nickel package here. Because even if you can get outside of the outside backer, there's another edge defender out there to take away the edge. Like, look at all that edge pressure. It's like a double pincer. It's like, you know how spiders have, like, those two little mandibles right here on the, or not mandibles, but whatever they are, those two, like, front legs, then they have their fangs underneath that? It literally looks like a tarantula. Like, and if you don't want to get bit by the spider, go right through it and just be like a bullet going straight through the spider. That's probably the funniest analogy I've made to get around it, but, if they're going to crash for the edge like that, where's the hole? There's the hole. Like, But again, we've seen what Blaine's inside zone blocking is. They can't get it going inside. But you want to talk about adjustments? Anoka has lined up in the same defense against 3x1, 2x2. They changed 2 plays. They changed 3x1. But whether you're 10 or 11 personnel, they're in that same nickel package with the same cover 3 defense. If that's what they're going to do, and you want to run inside zone, do what, let's go to the play before. So H-back was over here. Run quarterback GH counter like Mounds View does. Get the running back over here, fake jet motion, fake the handoff there. He can kick out here. You get, actually, you don't even need to do with the double team there. You double team back here, get them, double team him to backer. He can trap that guy. H-back pulls around inside, takes him, and then Sam Shaughnessy runs behind all that. Then it's just Sam Shaughnessy against that deep safety. That gets him out into space, that runs up the field. Like, that'd be such a killer play for Blaine. And because they run it more like Mounds, even, look at that. Look at that. If you get an H-back leading up, man, it's there. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I thought Blaine ran GH counter. They've run quarterback GH counter twice off of, like, a fake pitch. But going back to Prior Lake, Forest Lake, remember how I was complaining that Prior Lake ran like 20 buck sweeps, but they didn't have any plays to set up buck sweep? This again, it's like putting the cart before the horse. Blaine keeps running this quarterback GH counter off of, like, as a fake off of their toss play, but they never ran the toss play that sets it up. So there's no threat of the toss play. It's again, think about Shakopee. Waggle works because rocket toss goes first. You run rocket toss, you waggle back the other way. And they always do that. They never run waggle before rocket toss because they know don't put the cart before the horse. Whereas now that I'm seeing this with Blaine, they're like, just do the fake toss, who cares? Well, the opposing defense cares, and they're picking it up right away. Oh, boy. Yeah, and then like I said, as we saw, nickel comes up, corner does a great job maintaining the edge. It's just running to the outside against that 2-4 nickel package just is not ideal. Football position. Yep, dude. Oof. Coach Wasurick's lower back has to be killing him. He's always hunched over all the time. Yeesh. Hope he has a good masseuse. Speed this up a little bit. So what does what does Blaine do on this play? Sprint out, pass left. No, I can't because the running back's not in position to sprint out. Yeah, straight drop back. Oh, they call verts. Oh. So why did this not work? Because even though it looks like cover 3, it's not actually. It's cover 1. So a slant would have worked better here because they blitz. Again, if you have an RPO, running backs on this side, fake here, RPO, that'd be beautiful right here because your D-gap defender attacks, you throw the slant. Wide open, right there. That's a first down in this little window right here before Zach Welch can make a play on it. But if you're going to call verts against this, it should be out of 2x2. Why are we doing it out of 3x1? Because now, when you do it out of 3x1, he has trouble getting all the way over there. The backside nickel comes over and helps and makes a great read. The deep safety is right there to pick it up. They're all covered. Like, dude, Anoka did such a good... And again, you're a spread offense team running spread offense plays against a team that runs a spread offense and does this stuff. So Anoka is well prepared. They practice against it every day. It's great play, Anoka. Yeah. Penalty here on 4th down. Oh, 85 jumped. Yeah, I think another receiver jumped too. Yeah, he shifted. So, dang, man. So penalties, turnovers, and kicking game mistakes. The 3 fastest ways to lose a football game. And Blaine has done all 3 of them. Oh, wow. I'm surprised the score is not worse. Like, if Anoka did not go, or if Blaine's defense didn't get a stop that last drive, then it would be getting ugly. Okay, so what do we got here? You've got your 2-4 nickel still. Notice that they shifted a nickel up to the back side now. It looks like they're playing more of a cover 4 this time. They are. And did they bring 4? Yeah, he's more sitting back. But yeah, they ran the cover 4 with the 2 guys looking to the out, exchanging it to the corner if he goes out. Ooh, you had one right there. You had the post coming in. That safety bit with the out. You had right there. That would have been a touchdown. So decently drawn up by Blaine against the coverage. But again, I think Blaine, based on the plane call, they're hitting the seams. It looks like they were expecting cover 3 again, and they did not get cover 3. Because if you look, if this would have been cover 3, and that's the one deep safety, and he's still a nickel down here, then he would have gone that way. There would have been nobody left here, and that's a touchdown. But because it's cover 4, and Blaine must not have expected that, good shift by Anoka. Way to catch him off guard. Now, 22 is a little bit slow to get back over there, but cover 4 was able to stop the verts. I don't know if Anoka knew that ahead of time, but that's a great play call. And then, yeah, you've got Zach Welch. Oh, that's what he's doing. He's a quarterback spy. That's what I didn't think of earlier. Look at him. He's just spying Sam Shaughnessy. And he sees Sam Shaughnessy run. He's like, that's my kill. Oh. Yep, see? And then look at him as he gets up. He's all tough. Yes, sir. He's flexing. Who'd win in a fight? 100 gorillas or 1 Zach Welch? I might take the Zach Welch. Oh. Dang. He scores touchdowns. He gets quarterback sacks on 4th down. And again, talk about special teams field position mistake without punting or doing anything, and the fact that you ran so far backwards and the ball was thrown backwards on that, which is a fumble. Ball gets backed up even more. Now Anoka only has to go 53 yards to score. So that almost constitutes another special teams mistake on Blaine's part. Shocking. How did Forest Lake... I might have to watch the Forest Lake Blaine game sometime. I'm, like, shocked that Forest Lake got smashed by Blaine. Especially, like, watching this game. Or was Anoka just this underrated? I don't know. And like I said, Blaine really isn't taking advantage of Anoka's nickel package. I know Anoka did the same nickel package against Wyzetta, and Lambert Brown, like, carved it up. Because Anoka beat... Wyzetta beat Anoka week 8 of the season. But then again, you got to remember how Wayzata calls plays. They do their check, they line up, do the check, fake clap, no handoff, and then they call a play based on how the defense is aligned. Sort of how Anoka does it, a little bit different. Coach Wasurick just calls a play, and if he likes it, he's like, yeah, clear for takeoff, just go. Whereas Wayzata actually will do like a whole setup. It's like they're preparing a whole bed and breakfast. I mean, it's not even like they're doing anything complicated. It's just power. Again, look at the double team at the point of attack. They get up to backer. Backside guard gets inside backer. Like Anoka's blocking scheme is sound. The technique could be improved a little bit with the footwork. They could stay a little bit lower. Like, they're letting him through a little bit. But he's walling him off. He's getting a piece of the backer. Other guards taking the other backer. Receiver blocking leaves a little bit to be desired. This could have been a touchdown if the receivers actually would have blocked. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Like, if you actually got a block here and a block here, like, why are you running a fake slant? Go beat him. Go block him. If you get those 2 blocks, this is a touchdown because the O-line does such a good job taking away the inside backers. And the receivers just get tripped up. Oh, like, look at that poor receiver. He got hit by his own man. Wow. Dude, credit to Blaine, or I'm sorry, Anoka's O-line. Execution's pretty solid. Oh, interesting motion. Toss. First time we've seen toss. And I guess that's technically out of a pistol right there. If you freeze it, that's a pistol king look. Because you have your H-back offset on the side, where pistol. H-back is to the twin side, pistol king. And they pull a guard around. Almost, yeah, I mean, that's how Jefferson used to run toss. We would pull the play side guard around. I know with wham toss, so when we talked about Prior Lake last week, they pull the tackle around. Usually the big left tackle, Mr. Beckman or Greg Johnson before him. Oh, and he cuts inside when he should have run to the outside. Look at that. Look at that. Look, there's, yes, lane is out there. Kid has to chase you down. Toss goes to the outside. Run it to the outside. And I'm really surprised by this because Mr. Welch has done such a great job following his blockers this game. Yeah, that could have been a bigger play Anoka had he followed the blockers. I mean, it's still solid. You got 5 yards. You could have got 30, though. That's the whole thing. Ooh, we got bunch receivers at the bottom now. And Coach Wasurick said clear for takeoff. Let's see what we get. Bad snap. Oh, you got a one-on-one man. Oh! Oh, no, no, no. So, is someone that coaches even, I know it's not a D lineman, it's an outside backer, as a pass rusher. So, 2 things you never do. 1, we talked about. No spin moves, unless you get to quarterback depth against a tackle and you spin back underneath inside of the tackle. That is the only time you can do a spin move. The one thing you never do, and I teach this to 9th graders when I used to coach them, you do not jump. You are not Super Mario. You are an edge or a pass rusher. You're trying to sack a quarterback, not stomp Goombas. You do not jump. Ever. Because when you jump, watch this. Give him a pump fake. Oop. Duck underneath, making you look like a straight fool. And then look at all that green out there. And Peyton Podany is not the fastest kid. Like I said at the beginning, he's not like your Sam Shaughnessy or scrambling type quarterback. I mean, I'm shocked that a varsity pass rusher is jumping like that. Like, that's almost like a coaching point. You just don't do that. Because, look, as soon as he jumps, Peyton Podany knows. He hits him with a little fake. He jumps to block the pass. So, this is what I learned from Seth Wallace, DC at Iowa. When a quarterback is going to pass like this, so we'll get a little bit closer here. Right here. He's right-handed. The ball's in his right hand. You put up your opposite hand, and it's called a match drill. So quarterback's right hand is going up to pass. You put up your left hand here. You do not leave your feet. Your left hand goes up because that interferes with the ball's trajectory. You still run at the quarterback with left hand up, mess the ball trajectory, and if he tries to pump or pull it down, you're still running at him. You're still on your feet. You can change direction to make the play. But as you see, instead, we jump. Both hands are in the air instead of just that one, and Peyton Podany reads it. He's a smart kid, 3-year starter. First down, Anoka. And he didn't need to, like, go get a touchdown. That was just well read by him. Oh, that could have been a sack, Blaine, if technique was cleaned up a little bit. But nope, instead, First down tornadoes. I do like the call on the backside, though, trying to get the backside hitch. That's what they were going for. And if they were playing Lakeville South, they would have completed it because we wouldn't have had pressure off that backside. I'd hope one of our kids wouldn't jump. I imagine we've coached them not to do that. I guess it depends on which kid, though. All right, let's see what's called. Something or another. Something to the left. Down to the left, and then whatever this is. Clap left. I don't know. Stretch left. Toss left. Nope. Sprint out left. It's a pass play. It says there's a penalty on this, though. Oh, well. I think we found the penalty, gentlemen. And ladies, I don't know, could be females watching. Now that flag football is popular in Minnesota, that season's going on right now. Actually, we have a bunch of games tomorrow. I think Lakeville South plays down at, like, Waterville. We have a really weird division. It's like Lakeville South, Lakeville North, Fairmont, and then Waterville, Elgin, whatever it is down there. Sprint out pass. I mean, Blaine's playing tight coverage. Coverage is good. It's just execution again. Do we need to tackle him? Oh. This is what's weird. It seems like it's all like minor technique stuff with Blaine. Like the design of the plays is there, but the execution is not. Whether it be special teams, whether it be how your DBs are playing pass coverage, how they have to play one-on-one, how your outside backers have to pass rush, how your D linemen handle double teams, how your O linemen have to handle double teams. I guess double teams just aren't a thing up there. I don't know. This is really strange, though. Like I said, I've almost never watched any Blaine film, so I'm really surprised to see, especially with them being such an offensive team. You know, you got on the running back, it's out there to lead, but he's a little bit late. I'm not as big a fan of the design of that because what they're trying to do is set up the bubble screen. They want the running back to get out there to lead block, but the play gets off so fast he can't get out there to lead block. So, better way to do that, have him go out there, running back swing screen, have the receiver block. As is Mr. Welch just can't, and he's a stud. He's one of the fastest kids in the state, but he's not able to get out there. So yeah, interesting play design. Not what I would have called slant RB wheel look in. I don't think that is a pass play that is in Anoka's playbook, but I will humor them and watch it. Yep, he's in football position down there. We're clear for takeoff. What do we got? Running back had the rail route, the wheel out of the backfield, slant, and then in. I don't know what that was. Oh, whatever it was. Didn't gain any yards. Now it's 2nd and 7. They're a little bit too far away from the goal line. Blaine is playing cover 0 again. The outside backer at the bottom here is trying to fake like he's not blitzing, but he's going to. Yeah, see, and then there he comes up to blitz. Like, you're at the goal line. You only play cover 0. He's going to blitz. And there you go. He blitzes. Power. This time, well-timed blitz by the, oh, it's an X. This is like, remember when I was talking about the stunts last week and saying this is what Prior Lake should have done on some of their blitzes? Because they had, like, no variety. It's just, yeah, whatever backer that is, just you go in your gap. Sure, whatever. Like, there was no creativity. This time, defensive end runs upfield. Tackle takes the defensive end. Guard pulls. Outside backer loops inside. And look at the bind that Anoka's tackles. And he's got both arms out. He's like, oh no, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Where does it go? Great blitz. Great play call. I'm surprised it took until 4 minutes left in the third quarter to pull this one out of the defensive playbook. But hey, it's a good play call. It works. Look at that. He's in position. Oh. Gotta keep our feet, though. So when we're coming through right here, he gets off, and look at that nice little rip. See that little detail? Gets the hand off. That's nice technique. Credit to that Blaine outside backer. That is nice technique. But then what does he do? He plants both his feet hard in the ground instead of chopping them, and that causes him to miss. Never plant your feet. Once you plant your feet, you are a statue. You are concrete. You cannot move. You gotta chop the feet so that you're able to go in a direction. Keep those feet churning. And look, Mr. Welch keeps his legs churning, and look what he does. He keeps pushing the pile. I know I was joking about lifting with Coach Wasurick. I think I need to go deadlift with Zach Welch. Have him pull up to the Lakeville Lifetime Fitness on a Friday night. Okay, did I miss a hand signal? What did he call this time? Something that's up here on the inside. I don't know. Maybe that's like squirrel. Squirrel eat acorn. Maybe that's what he's calling. I don't know. All clear for takeoff? Yep, clear for takeoff. Sprint out pass. Yeah, they're not going to call that. I see what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get that corner to jump inside, but they had a really good job exchanging routes there. That's just good defense, Blaine. Oh. So, my conspiracy theory is currently gaining more support. Remember what I was saying about those plays labeled S and how they always seem to come up in Anoka's film after a either a call or a no call? I don't know. It is very peculiar that these plays are being singled out. Maybe they're being sent to the state high school league and officials. Maybe they're not. Who knows? But it is very peculiar that those plays in particular are being singled out in Anoka's film. And that's not something I've done. Like I said, I don't have any ability to edit any of these plays. This is just footage that we took out of the 6A pool from game film that Anoka has uploaded. So this is Anoka's film, not mine. Was that blocked? It was. How? They just didn't block the edge. And there was good penetration. Did Anoka's kick... or what in the world? Yeah, see, the ball ended up all the way back there. Who blocked? He had to have blocked it because he came through. He's hyped. Play it in slow motion. Who knocks it? Hands are up. Oh, no. The ball was a low line drive. It hit somewhere in here. It bounced like right off of that kid's gut. And yeah, because see, the ball just loosely falls down right there. It literally hits this kid like in the chest or in the... And he's like, oh, where'd it go? And then there it is. Or maybe it hit one of the Anoka kids in the back. I don't know. Either way, kick is no good. Low line drive. Blaine takes over. That's a bummer. The one positive, though, Anoka blurned isn't a word. They burned a ton of play clock. I had to get water before this Blaine drive, man. Oh, boy. This thing is endurance. It's been 4.5 hours, and we're not even in the fourth quarter yet. Like, by this time, we were done, or I guess I was done with the Anoka, Prior Lake Forest Lake game, but there's been way more to talk about with Anoka and Blaine. And obviously, they're both spread offenses, no huddle. So, play clock's not being chewed up all that much. And game clock has a lot of stoppages for incompletions. Or runs that go out of bounds. Oh, boy. Ugh. Yeesh. Oh, that was a nice voice crack right there with the water going down the pipe. Oh, boy. Next play. So, all right. Talking about bad field position. You're on your own 4-yard line. They're in 11 personnel. It says it's a run play. Is it going to be quarterback lead to the outside? Inside zone. So this time they call inside zone opposite of the H-back. So when you call it to the H-back, he slashes across. When you call it opposite of him, double team, and then he fills off the backside. And then double team to backer, double team to backer. So that's what it should be. Is that what happens? Sort of. How does it say it's a gain or loss of -2? That was actually a... Oh. Why are you holding the face mask? Why? Did they call it on the Anoka kid? What is this? Look, he's being held, and then what does he do? And that's number 7, right? That's their stud player. He's like, what do I do? And then look at this. He like hits him with a wrestling throw. Look at how snappy and fast that is. That I did not speed that up. I'm gonna play that in slow motion. Look at how fast this kid's thrown to the ground. Wadoom! All right, play it in real time. Watch how fast. Boom! Well, emotions definitely run high during high school football games. Don't want to give your team a stupid pen. Oh, and then, yeah. Still holding him, and then the punch to the face right there. Obviously, all the Blaine kids are pointing at him. Flag comes in. 3 different flags come in. Not something you want to be doing. Oh, you know what? Of course, there was a penalty, and so what follows it? One of those letter S's. Yeah, very peculiar. Maybe Anoka just goes over all the penalty plays or plays that could have been penalties. And maybe they have their players do something as a repercussion for it. Oh, wait, it's the same play twice in a row. 137 and 138. It's the exact same play, because see, they're still fighting up there. And there's the throw again. Unless it was just deja vu and the exact same thing happened twice in a row, but no, because it's still 1st and 10. Yeah, I have no idea what happened there. Then there's another letter S. A lot of letter S's in this. So, hey, that, you know what? That works for me. That's less plays I have to go over. 15-yarder, though. Personal foul. Okay, so H-back, running back are opposite sides. If it's inside zone, it's going to go that way. And it says run. Is it going to be inside zone? I don't even need to play the rest of the clip. That's what it is. Look, he's coming to slash back across. You have double team, kick out. Should be working the backer. He hits the cutback. Anoka does a great job filling. Look at Anoka's linebackers. See, they see the hole, they read, they scrape. He's trying to fight over. 31 does a great job. The defensive lineman is still fighting. 28 rushes to the ball and gets involved. The DBs are coming up. I mean, dude, Anoka is just stud. Fantastic play. Oh, Mr. Welch is saying, yes, sir, it's my time to come in and play linebacker. Make a sub. There he is. Are they still in their 2-4 nickel? Yes, they are. Anoka is destroying Blaine's run game with a 2-4 nickel package. Like, what? How? Like, remember when I was talking about 11 personnel is one of the most annoying in football and why it's like the meta in college and NFL? Because it puts defenses in a bind. Do you play your base defense and give them a mismatch with a slot receiver in the passing game? Or do you play a nickel package to help defend the pass and then have a disadvantage in the run game, especially if a team has a running quarterback like a Sam Shaughnessy? Like, on paper, Blaine should be running all over up the middle on Anoka, but their execution of inside zone is, I don't even want to say it's inconsistent. I don't understand their blocking rules on inside zone. It's just not there. I mean, I'm almost tempted to just say take it out of the playbook and replace it with, like, trap. Run trap, power, and GH counter. That's all you need. Like, or just work on double teams. Is this the same play again? No, it couldn't be. I literally said that this was inside zone. No, it's a pass play. So if it's inside zone the first play, this has to be play action off of inside zone, right? He's still going to slash across. Yeah, that's what it is. So that's good play calling. You hit him with a run play, then you do play action off of it. Oh, and did they hit verts against the cover 3? They did. Why did this not work as well as it could have, though? It is a 25-yard gain, but look who's able to read and come over. You got him in the seam in between, so that's a good call against cover 3, but guess what? There's nobody in the other seam, so the safety is not put in conflict. If he had his head up a little bit earlier, he could have come over and made that play. So that's a little bit of luck. But again, that's hard, because if you're doing the play action, H-back has to come across, so that leaves nobody there to go on the flat, or to go on a vert. Unless you have him do like a step in, and then bubble back out, and go hit the vert. Or you run inside zone the other way, do what Wyzetta does, kick out, double, and then he fills on the back. And then when he fills on the backside C-gap, then he can go hit the backside seam. And then there's your tight end vertical route. And then you have someone running down the seam there. That opens up this seam. Safety has to make a choice which way he goes. Quarterback throws opposite of that, and that's open. Ooh, either way, that's a good catch in traffic. Kid made a good play. Now you're across the 50-yard line. What do they call here? This, and clap. That's all the play call. So the clap is the end of the play call. I gotta be careful. I accidentally almost hit the power button on my PC. I had like my right hand down here next to the PC, and I was like, oh, that That would have been rough. 4 hours and 40 minutes in, and I accidentally kill it before we get to the end. Double pass. He's looking to pass. Anoka was not fooled. Anoka was not fooled. He stayed with the receiver, the nickel. And again, they're hitting the edge. The corner's not going to come up to play jet sweep because the nickelback is the one that has to contain. Like, this play would work against a base 3-4 defense, but it doesn't work against a nickel package, let alone a 2-4 nickel. Like, Blaine keeps going after the edges. Oh, there's a flag. I don't know what that flag is. Some kind of penalty, but it's just not there. Or whatever it was, must have been a false start or something. Because they're backed up 5 yards. Yeah, I do not understand at all what Blaine's like plan of attack is here. Like my biggest takeaway is that they just were not expecting Anoka to come out in their 2-4 nickel package, and they won't adjust to it, or nor do they have anything that they can execute well that takes advantage of the 2-4 nickel package. Quarterback lead to the edge. Do we get the nickel? No, we don't get an. It might have been a little bit of holding there. Decent. I mean, it's a decent play. They do get the blocking on the edge that they needed. They seal the outside backer. And again, why does it work? You had to put the H back in to get the outside backer. You have slot receiver go get the nickel. He gets the wide out. Now remember last time, what did I say the running back has to do? He's got to go get the safety. But this is where Anoka's defense gets some credit. He's fighting across. The nickel does a fantastic job here. He doesn't get sucked inside. He stays his ground and forces it to bounce. Now he takes the running back. Safety's unblocked. Anoka kids can fill. So that could have been much worse than what it was, but they were able to hold it to just 5 yards. So, you know, credit to Anoka. They were able to shut down a big play right there. 7-yard completion. They're in 10 personnel again, but it's the same 11 kids. Sprint out pass. It's the same whip corner deal where he does the little whip and he does the corner. How many plays does Blaine have in their playbook? Like, I remember when I was talking about how Shakopee is super dangerous because they only have like 11 plays, but they rep the crap out of him. And so they run it like clockwork and rarely make mistakes. Blaine has not run that many plays, but they don't look like they're well executed, which is the weird part. Like, if you only run 11 plays, you rep the crap out of those 11 plays. I don't know. What I'm trying to piece together is what are they doing at practice? Because like we said, there was that weird thing with the nickel or the prevent defense at the end of the half. Special teams has been really weird and wonky. The offense doesn't have a whole lot of plays. The defense doesn't adjust or have the best technique against the pass. We talked about that one jump on the pass rush. The double teams aren't there on the O-line blocking. Like I would just so curious what all that practice time is being spent on. Just because, like we said, what's on the film is what's on the film. That's what you coach. Like last year, Lakeville South, we had a lot of mistakes on film because we did not do a good job as coaches. Like, I could have done a lot better than what I did last year. I've got the self-awareness to admit that. But like here, I don't understand. It's very strange. And the flat at least is open. That's a good read. I'm surprised Anoka's not covering that. Is it man coverage? If it's not, and he's supposed to take the flat, this is the nickel's fault. I don't want to say it's a kid's fault. But I believe he should be in the flat. Because see how the other nickel runs? It's almost like man coverage. And if it is man, then you should stay with your man. I don't know. He turns and he runs deep. I think it's because number 2 went deep and he didn't pick up number 1. But if it is man coverage, why are you backpedaling? Then should you take him? Safety takes him? Either way, there's an Anoka coverage breakdown. Blaine takes advantage. Ooh, falling down, though. Still gets some good yards. Sets up 3rd and manageable. They were behind the sticks, and now they've got 3rd and 3. So, hey, give them some credit for fighting their way back. Okay, 3-by-1 set. Best defender is up there. Zach Welch is not on the field right now. Ooh. Interesting, though. They're bringing the heavy blitz. How do you know? Because the nickel is cheated over. You've got your comeback, one-on-one on the backside. Are they going to take it, though? No, they ran inside zone against the same heavy blitz Anoka gave them earlier. I don't know. Is this just like a lack of adjustment? Did they not expect Anoka to do that same third down blitz they have done all game? I don't know. I'm confused. And then, yeah, fourth down. Look at that. Look at the effort from all the Anoka coaches. They're all so involved in the game. Look at the sideline. All the kids are like, fourth down, man. It's like a sea of fists. Like, all right, not to leave the play. But if you go over to, I don't know, the Disturbed album, 10,000 fists. There you go. 10,000 fists in the air, right? Just look at the cover. That's literally Anoka right now. Same thing. All them hands in the air. I don't think any of the Anoka kids look like some of these interesting characters, but same deal. 10,000 fists in the air. Maybe that ought to be the new song, because that's the title track. Wouldn't that be sweet if Anoka like ran out of their big tornado to 10,000 fists in the air right as David Draymond hits his like whatever he says in that song? That'd be absolutely fire. Okay, so fourth down, 3 yard, fourth down and 2 actually. It looks like it's only 2 yards to go, so that must be inaccurate. Notice, so remember what we talked about earlier, Anoka's mistake on fourth down? They ran the heavy blitz again, but now it looks like they've learned, right? Based on their alignment, instead of running the heavy blitz, they did the heavy third down blitz on third down. What do you do on fourth down? Like I said, play your base defense, and they are currently lined up to do so. Even though it's a 3-by-1, you can tell, because he's not cheated over there. They're playing their base nickel package right now. And, oh, that's not even Sam Shaughnessy. That's the running back. They run the quick, they ran like a quick pitch. I guess there's that quick pitch we were talking about that was meant to set up GH counter. It only took until 45 seconds left in the third quarter to finally get it. 85 is a decent job kicking his guy out. He's looking for work upfield. Ooh, receiver blocking makes big plays. We're playing patty cake. Stay engaged, cut outside the receiver, and that's a touchdown. Oh, but instead, receiver blocking, man. If you're going to play wide receiver, you got to be able to block. This could have been touchdown Blaine. 85 did a great job. The O-line did a great job sealing up the edge. This is actually a great play, and Blaine executed it really well. I guess they're good at edge plays because they're so used to running to the outside. Yeah, I guess up the middle just is not Blaine's MO. I don't know. Like I said, I've never played against Blaine. This is I think the first time I've seen them. I don't know that I've watched any of the other film. I think I caught glimpses of them playing Rosemount later this year. I didn't see them play. That was the first round. I didn't see them play Minnetonka in the third round. I didn't see them play Forest Lake. I know they smoked Forest Lake, but I never saw the game. Is this GH counter? No, it's inside zone again. I should have known, right? There's the fake bubble, H-back slash across, your usual double team rules and all that. Obviously, he's opposite of the H-back. That's just the way spread offenses work. You should know pre-snap when you see this, they can't do a jet sweep because he's on the wrong side for there to be a jet sweep threat. The only run play that they can do out of this is inside zone. Like, it's a dead giveaway. And there it is. Okay, the O-line's getting a push. I like it. They're still fighting. They won't give up. Is that the end of the third quarter? They're going to run one more play. Give him one more, Mr. Shaughnessy. Give him the sauce. Penalty. False start, dude. Penalties, turnovers, kicking game mistakes. We're making all of them. And I guess that's the end of the third quarter, even though there was a few seconds left. I don't know. I don't know how clocks work. I'd have to ask my buddy Coach Belter. He's our clock guy. Oh, there it is. So, okay, anytime that both nickels are shifted over to the same side, I wonder if Blaine's reading this. Anytime you get both nickels there, they're bringing the sauce in the backside, and they're playing man, basically cover one at this point. Because see, you're bringing 6, you have one deep safety, and then man. That's what it is. It's cover 1, and he's acting more of like a spy on the running back. And it's a sack. And it's like a drop back deep pass pattern. None of the receivers are even looking for the football. Was it a pass play? Or is this a draw? It's not a screen. He does not look like he's running a route. He looks like he's blocking. He doesn't look like he's running a route. He doesn't look like he's running a... I'm so confused. Like, what is this? The receivers aren't running routes. The O-line is pass protecting. They're not zone blocking. The running back's not going out on a screen. What play is this? I literally don't know. Is it a run? Is it a pass? Is it a quarterback scramble? I can tell you what the result is. It is a sack. I know that for sure. And again, it's that same blitz. It's not like Anoka's done anything complicated. They line up in their base nickel. They shift both nickels to one side. And they're bringing their heavy blitz in the backside. And they're playing cover 1. Otherwise, they stick with their base cover 3. Except for the one time they shifted to cover 4 when they brought in another safety on a 3rd and long situation. That was smart. They caught Blaine off guard there. Otherwise, it's not like they've done a whole lot, like, variety-wise on defense. But they just execute. Again, you don't need to do a whole lot if you can execute it really well. And Anoka's executing really well. I'm super impressed. Another 2x2 set. So where's the nickels? Where are nickels? Oh. Like I was just saying, 3rd and long, they brought in the 2 safety look. Guess what they just brought back in? 2 safety look. They took out a nickel and put in an actual safety. So you have 1 nickel that's still there. Safety's deep on this side. This outside backer is a little bit out wider now. So they're giving him a cover 4. My guess is he's probably coming. He's probably coming. He spies. And then flat, flat, deep, 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 deep. If I had to guess, that's what I would say their coverage is. Ooh. No, I messed up. He blitzed. He blitzed. He blitzed. Coach Lance wrong. Coach Lance wrong. I should have known, because he's an outside backer. They always blitz both outside backers in their 2-4 nickel. What is the passing concept? Sort of have an opening here. The comeback was wide open on the backside. You know what? I'm dumb. Pre-snap, that's not someone dropping into coverage. That's someone blitzing. That means there's nobody in the flat out here. Your comeback is there. And since he took a post, he's taking the safety with him. That means there's nobody underneath. Look at all that green out there for the comeback. That is easy first down right there. And he's wide open. But pressure gets there. Ends up going with a deep ball. Oh, well. Yeah. Okay. Could have done better in pass coverage so that doesn't happen. First down, Blaine. Like I said, if we did hit the comeback right away, that was there against the cover 4. Anoka loves those backside hitches and comebacks. They killed Lakeville South. And I didn't even bother calling the play out. You can tell. Down, cross, inside zone. That's all they've done out of that. Set up. Are they play actioning it? No. And they never throw the bubble out there. Like, look. He takes 2 steps. They're at least keeping that nickel but again, it's a nickel back. He's not involved in the inside run game anyway. It's these 6 you have to worry about. And then get your running back, at the very least, matched up one-on-one with the safety if you don't have anyone to block for the safety. Or if you do, find a way to get one of those 2 in the wash. Then that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that you need to block. And you have 6 blockers, 7 if you run the quarterback. So, definitely a few things you could do differently there. Once again, where was the double team at the point of attack? Do we double? No double. There are no double teams. Oh, there's a little bit of one here, but it's not like they're trading a block off. And then Anoka kid does a great... I don't know if this is the Anoka kid doing a great job because he's standing straight up. But again, remember how I was saying try and get leg in between, get in between the double team? He does that. And he makes the tackle. Technique wasn't the best because it's not like he turned his hips to get in between them. But the double team blocking just was not very well executed. Defensive lineman took advantage of that. Was able to make the play. Yeah, like I said, the recurring theme is that the blocking scheme for Blaine's inside zone I do not understand. Recommendation, call up Coach Lambert over at YZ. Ask him how they run gap double team fat man rules on their inside zone. Rep that all summer. And then boom, now you have your inside zone clean as ice. I don't know, whatever something clean is. Clean as Mr. Clean. What was that? Did I even look at this last play? Was it another inside? Was this the inside zone that I missed? No. What was this play? It's a 3-by-1. They're in 10 personnel, but again, he's either H-back or outside linebacker. It's just another quarterback lead. And again, your tackle is not able to overcome, so he runs back inside. But the problem when you cut back inside, now your lead blocker isn't doing anything. So you bring a defender back into the play, you bring them back into the play, and your own kid's taken out of the play. Like, sure, you're fighting for yards, but you're having your quarterback get beat up for just a few yards when it could have been a bigger play had you followed the blocker. Maybe he just wasn't confident that the back could take on the nickel. We saw earlier that we had issues blocking the nickel on quarterback lead. Speaking of which, running back is in front of him. It's got to be a pass play, right? Because he was next to him when they did like that power read. I guess it could be that sweep read. That's what we called it. Because it's not power. Nobody pulled. Was Anoka? Did I miss it? Yeah, I missed. That's my bad, not checking that pre-snap. They're bringing heavy blitz. The nickelback is cheated over again. That means bringing the sauce. Sauce brought. Dude, that it's not like that's a nobody, man. That's Zach Welch. You're gonna let him come through clean? Who did the center block? Did the center go over here? That's a really nice blitz. See, the tackle had thought he was going to take the outside backer. Outside backer dropped into coverage. And the guard has the D lineman in front of him. Such a smart blitz from Anoka. And that's their inside backer. They do a little stunt here. They send him inside, him outside, and the guard bit and went with the D lineman. And the tackle's first look was outside. And yeah, that is a great... And who are you getting wide open? Coach Lance, bedtime. No, I don't think it's bedtime yet. I still have to finish up this game. I got a little bit of the fourth quarter left. Yeah, definitely not the kid you want to leave unblocked coming in. Great design by Anoka, not such good protection by Blaine. 2x2 receivers, 4th down and 6, obvious passing situation. Why are we not playing a base? We are playing base. 7 is an outside backer. Where's the other nickel? Number 4. So they learned. They brought the blitz on 3rd down. They're bringing their base defense in on 4th down. That's very smart by Anoka. There's no way they run that same blitz with Zach Welch. They got to get him going a different direction, right? Oh, they did get a sack, though. Look at the nose guard. This is one of the defensive linemen. Yeah, because see... So the funny part of it, remember how the guard last play took on the nose guard and Zach Welch walked by him untouched? Well, this time, he picks up Zach Welch, and the nose guard gets a clean look. And that was the better of the 2 D linemen, the one on the right side. I guess the defense is left, offense is right. The kid's a stud with the way he's playing. Only thing is he tries to dive. Oh, he gets a leg. Yeah, Anoka wants intentional grounding, but he's outside the tackle box. I don't think they're going to get that call. But that's a great play by the nose guard. Way to get out there and make a play. Either way, it's 4th down. It's Anoka football. So. Oh, dang. What is that? Twice that Blaine's gotten down in the red zone and wasn't able to capitalize on it? That's rough. Okay, so this is why jet sweeps out of pistol are so lethal. See how the running back is in pistol? When you do sidecar, if he's on this side, he's never getting the jet sweep. And on this side, either he leads or they counter back. So it's a little bit, it gets a little more predictable as you move him around. When he's in pistol, I have no idea which way he's going. You could literally have pistol here, have handoff here, and then go back the other way. Or even go back the other way on GH counter. Like, there's so much you can do out of pistol, and I don't know any of it pre-snap. That looks like straight Forest Lake right there. They did that, where they did dive off of their jet sweep. Only problem is So, okay, it looks like they're running power here. So here you get double team at the point of attack. He pulls around. The hole should be right there, but the running back bounces it to the back side. And again, maybe this is just the handoff was on the wrong side. If the jet fake is coming, and I think they snapped the ball too early. They should be doing jet fake here, running back goes out there, and then comes up right the middle for power, and then your mesh is right here. Podani can do fake handoff here, open this way, handoff right there, and there's your play. And then it also sets up your jet sweep because your running back is still taking a few steps out there and then coming back in. That would be a slightly better design, and I think it would execute a little better because then your running back has more of an angle to come back in instead of running to the backside where the guard just pulled from. You want to get him play side following those big boys. And Anoka's O-line is doing a great job on power. Power inside zone, they've executed pretty well. So see what I mean here? Now it's more of an obvious jet sweep. Because the running back, like, do that out of pistol, man. I would never have seen that coming out of pistol. But because they do it out of sidecar, and what's the running back's first step? Outside. Like, it's so obvious it's going to be a jet sweep at that point. That's easy to read. Although they did do like a fake power here, but again, the running back is on the wrong, like, if he was in pistol, especially on the last play, like, was this not set up? Was he wrong on this play? Was Zach Welch, is that Zach Welch? Is that 16 or 22? That's 22. If you did pistol here, run here, step out, and then back, that would actually better set this up. But then instead of lining up sidecar, you stay pistol, you run out, you do jet fake, and then you can actually do the jet sweep out there and he lead block and still do that pull around there because they'll think it's power. But when you move that running back, now it's too obvious that it's a jet sweep and it doesn't play off of the play you just called. Because like we said, running back was in a much better position out of pistol. Now that he's sidecar, it gives things away pre-snap. And because they're different alignments, they don't play off of each other or set each other up. It's still a well-executed jet sweep, though. Like I said, receiver blocking makes big plays. See how Anoka's receivers are coming up, blocking, got a block. He's getting pushed back, but he's still engaged in blocking. So, you know, give credit. Anoka's doing a good job. Little details like that. They're blocking downfield. Receiver blocking makes big plays. You love to see it. Oh, no. Penalty. False start. Oh, left guard jumped a pinch early. Looks like it was inside, or no. Looks like outside zone. No, it's inside zone based on their blocking. You can see double team, double team. He's just sealing the edge. But again, which side's the handoff on? It's over there. Do the handoff on the other side. Those two plays don't set each other up well. When you're in pistol, you didn't do the jet handoff. When you're sidecar opposite of the motion, it's always jet sweep. It's like, no, this is 3x1. There's not going to be jet motion here. Oh, and it says pass X hitch. So is it a comeback on the backside? Ooh, so why did the backside hitch not work here? Because look at Blaine's coverage. Man, remember how earlier we were talking about kind of that nickel concept of playing two different... What? I'm so confused. This is an outside linebacker. That's number 52. Your outside linebacker is all the way out there between the 1 and 2 receivers. Your corner is inside of the, or slightly outside the number 1. Your safety is right down the middle. Your other safety is over here. What? I would have looked at something over on this half of the field. You got 3-on-3 of an outside backer matched up out here. You've got numbers, whereas the backside hitch, and I'm assuming Coach Wasurick must have seen it. I'm assuming when they called it right here, see how he's off? This is actually really good coverage disguise by Blaine if they did this. Because see, once they pressed up like that, but here's the weird part. Coach Wasurick must not have been looking at the defense, because see, they look over right here, and he gives them the all clear right here. He must not have seen the Blaine kid creeping up. He gives them the all clear. Now the Blaine kid's up there. So that's actually really good timing by Blaine. That is fantastic. And it took away Anoka's favorite play, the backside hitch. That almost was an interception. Well played, well disguised. Gold star. You actually tricked Coach Wasurick on that play. Fantastic. Back to 3x1. Yeah, I guess they got a pass now. They're behind the sticks. Maybe a screen. It says sprint out flood. That'd be this hand signal we did at Jefferson. I think Anoka used the same one for flood. Some teams call that levels. Don't know that that's actually flood. Also, nope, that's not a legal man downfield. He's actually behind the line of scrimmage, or right at the line of scrimmage. Blaine has solid coverage against that, though. Are they giving him the backside hitch? Well, I don't care if they give him the backside hitch. Best corners I've seen so far on film reviews. I want to say, well, no, Shakapees were giving up some deep passes. I mean, the only ones I've seen are Prior Lake, which, no. Forest Lake was pretty solid, actually. I might have to say Anoka. Anoka's actually had really good corners. Blaine's haven't been too shabby. They've been locking it up. Anoka really hasn't gotten deep passes on him. Blaine's safety makes good read. It's more so like that they just won't budge out of their base defense. I want to say Shakopee usually has really good corners, though. Maple Grove had studs, obviously. Yeah. A lot of good corners out there. Rochester Mayo, also underrated team with good corners. You know what? Now that I think about Mayo, obviously they're not 6A anymore, but that'd be a good game to watch if it was on the pool still. Centennial versus Mayo from the first round last year, because Mayo won that game over Centennial. Like, that is mind-boggling to me. I'd love, and again, triple option flex bone offense, run heavy, pistol spread, the only team that passes more than they run in 6A last year. That'd be a sweet matchup to watch. I just love those matchups of like pass happy team, or I guess like spread teams versus run heavy teams. Like for next week, I was debating doing Egan versus Edina, especially after I saw Coach Johnson was looking at my story on Instagram. I'm like, maybe just as a little tribute to him, I go ahead and throw that out there. It is a screen. They're behind the sticks. Get the ball to Zach Welch in space. We do miss some blocking. This is pretty solid coverage, though. Looks like Blaine's playing cover 2. No, it's like cover 3. You see, flat, deep, 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 hook to curl, hook to curl. Yeah, that's cover 3. My mistake. They're playing cover 3. He gets a block. Oh, I think this is just a case of running back running past his blockers. If he follows the butts of his blockers, does a good job following that one. Go back that way. Tries to, but Blaine's DBs come up and make good plays. Blaine's got good DBs. I'll give him that. Their safety made that great read on Zach Welch when they tried to send him up the middle against the cover 4 earlier, like in the first half. Blaine's got some really solid DBs. Fourth and 7. Yeah, they have to punt. Interesting, they're so far back. Field position. Hey, Blaine's defense isn't doing too shabby in the second half. I mean, Anoka hasn't put up any more points since halftime. Well, actually, nobody scored since halftime. That's the problem. Blaine's offense just can't seem to get out of their own way. I mean, they've had multiple opportunities to not only tie this game, but at least at this point, bring it up to a 1-score game. And they're just kind of fizzling out. Oh, inside zone. This time they called it the opposite way. There's double team. He's filling backside. Double team. He's out. Do we get to backer, though? No. But this time, Anoka's linebackers made bad read. 2 of them went through the same exact hole because they both scraped that way and went up. Running back did a good job seeing the cutback lane. And good play. That's good running back vision. Again, that wasn't as much of Blaine, because neither of the double teams made it up to the second level. That one completely missed. That one at least got that linebacker, but again, he shouldn't have been over there. He should have been over here. So that's more so Anoka being out of position with their linebackers. Zach Welch is not in at linebacker right now. That's right. I imagine he's probably close in the sidelines somewhere down here. Oh, yep. There he is right there. They gonna hit the bubble? No. Same play again. Inside zone. hit the same cutback. And Anoka's linebacker did the same. Oh, this time, no, he's not as fooled. He comes back around, but by that point, it's still a first down. Oh, wait, no. Was there a fumble? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It doesn't say result fumble up here. There's a ball coming out. And, what? I think he's down, and then the Anoka kid ripped it from him. It looks like he's down. And then he rips it from him right there after he's already on the ground. So I don't think that's going to be a fumble. I think that's why it says result rush. But, yep. See, officials said right away, he's down. He's down. Another good run play, Blaine. Following the blockers, going where the hole is. That's a good read by the running back. Blocking could be better. Anoka's linebackers could fill their gaps a little bit quicker and actually stay in their gap. Which, speaking of which, the kid that didn't stay in his gap is now been replaced by Zach Welch. So let's see if Mr. Welch can hit his gap. Here it is right there. Yes, see how he filled the gap? Blaine kid was forced to cut back the other direction, and the other linebacker was out of place. Did they get a double team at the point of attack? Yes, they did. And they chipped off him a little bit too fast. There's holding. Running back had to cut into the hold. He found the right hole, though. That worked. Ooh, that was dangerous. My foot almost hit the power switch. My hand almost hits the power switch. My foot almost hits the power switch. My poor PC is down here like, don't touch me! Don't hit me! Yeesh. All right, 3x1. Where are the nickels? The nickels are on each side. Nickel back there, nickel back there. So I don't imagine that there's going to be a blitz. They're just playing base. They just play base into it. I mean, smart. Why do you need to call any blitzes when your base nickel package is getting the job done? And they only do that on third down. Uh-oh. I just looked at the top up here. Look what we got cooking. So keep in mind, we're probably having our base cover 3 again. Let's see, how do we get picked against cover 3? We're getting verts. And we threw to the kid that fell down. Again, if you're going to run verts against this, why are we doing it out of 3x1 instead of 2x2? Look at how long it takes for the H-back to get into the backside seam. And, you know, you could argue that's pass interference because the kid got knocked down. Yeah, but either way, that's just a tough break. Kid's being held. We're throwing it as the kid's being held. This might have been a better read, but because that kid fell down, safety can come over there and make a read. Safety does a great job watching QB's eyes, though. Great play, Anoka. And I like Blaine's play call of verts into cover 4. It's just I think it would have been better out of a 2x2 if you sneak the H-back over here and then have him hit the seam right there. That would have been a little bit better formation to do it out of. And then, like we said, that tricks that deep safety, like we saw with Prior Lake against Forest Lake. Which side does that deep safety go? Hit the other side. Like, Prior Lake had some wide open touchdowns from their H-back that they just didn't throw to because they're like, no, let's check down to the backside swing for no reason. I'm not even going to look at the coverage downfield. I like swing pass. Okay, don't score a touchdown then. That's cool. Is this the next play? No, I went backwards by accident. That's the pick. Ooh, Anoka ran that back. Okay. Delay of game, some kind of penalty. Whatever it is backing Anoka up. I don't think it was a false start. It says 2nd and 15, but it's not. It's 1st and 15. Did he give the all clear for takeoff? He's in the bottom left corner. Yep. Clear for takeoff. Run the play. Pass play. Tight end ran right by him. This is why I'm not a fan of, like... That says 4 verts. How is that a vert? That is not a vertical route. Look at this. He stops and he comes back. That's an in. They're doing like a vert clear out thing, but because it's zone coverage... This is an impressive play by this Blaine kid. See how his eyes go to the kid coming in? He turns around, looks at the corner, and then comes and fills. And that's a linebacker, too. Oh, no, that's a safety. Great fast reflexes by Blaine's safety. That's pretty good play. That's a good job. Good DB play. And again, that's just kind of luck. Remember when, I think that was the same kid that made that sharp read up here to come over to Zach Welch when he was running deep over the middle in the first quarter. Great play. That kid's got some good instincts. I really like that Blaine safety. Vert. This looks more... Yeah, it's a screen. Oh, no, did he get it? Oh, big man INT. No way. He played it. Okay. All the credit in the world to the Blaine defensive end. Look at him. He gets let through too easily. He sees Zach Welch, and he goes right back there with him. Oh, what a play. That's awesome. Hey, man, way to be heads up for a defensive lineman. And you know what? If you are picking the ball and the quarterback is throwing a screen, it's okay to jump. We'll let the big man jump right there. If you're chasing the quarterback, no jumpy. But if you're trying to block a screen, then you can jumpy. Unless you go to Prior Lake and you're 10 feet tall. Then you don't need to jump. You just do that. Or I'm off screen. Just do that, and then boom, blocked. Another S. Why do we have another S? Ooh, we're in the home stretch. We have 20 plays left. So close. You know what I just realized? The score hasn't changed from halftime, has it? It was 27-7 at halftime. There's been no scoring in the second half at all. But there's still been like all these details to talk about because there could have been a lot more scoring had a few details been cleaned up. Also, what is Anoka in? They switched over to cover 4. Took out one of the nickels. Or no, that's still one of the nickels, but they have him rotated back as a safety now. He's an outside backer. Outside backer. It looks like more cover 4. And then he comes up to run fit. Yeah, they were playing cover 4 there. But again, is that a person? No, that's not something you can ID with personnel because number 5 and 4 are the nickels. And they're doing a good, yeah, see, like, they line up there. Last play, he was back there. So they're doing a good job mixing it up with the same kids. That's where, like, the Wyzetta clap, fake, and then call another play based on how they align. That would really benefit Blaine right now. So then it gives him a chance to see what Anoka's actually up to. That's a good, is that the same whip? It's the same whip corner thing. The exact same one. We keep going back to that play. I mean, it's working. Anoka's playing cover 3. They're giving you the flat out there. It works. It's a good play call. If the defense is going to give it to you, keep taking it. I like it. It says it's a run play, but they're in 10 personnel. Trips open. They're not all the way to the numbers. Running backs on the back side. Is it really just quarterback lead to the back side? It can't be an inside run. Third down is when Anoka blitzes. And both no, that's an outside backer. Number 7. No, that's number 4. Both nickels are on the same side. They're bringing the sauce on that side. It's the same thing that they've done all game. You can see it pre-snap. Do not run into that. That's not a... Is this quarterback draw? What's the... What? I'm getting like deja vu. Didn't this same thing happen on a third down, like in the third quarter, maybe in the second quarter, where Anoka has both the nickels on one side. It's obvious they're doing their blitz on third down. Again, it's their third down blitz. Both nickels the same side. Blaine is in 10 personnel, and I could not make out what Blaine was doing. As we see, they're pass protecting. O-line and the running back are pass protecting. None of them are really getting past the line of scrimmage. None of the receivers are running routes. It looks like it's supposed to be a quarterback draw. But it's not there. It wasn't there before, and it's not there again. It's literally the exact same thing that happened earlier. Like, beat for beat. Just instead of down here on the field, now we're back at, like, the 50. Same exact events. The defense did the same thing, offense did the same thing, and the result was the same. Tackle for loss. Another TFL Anoka. Anoka's defense is killing it, man. I don't know if it's that they're not even like necessarily outsmarting Blaine. It's like Blaine's not adjusting at all. I'm really shocked. Like, one of the biggest things that like smaller classes say about 6A is that, oh, it's super big and physical, and the coaches are all sweats. They're always making adjustments, but haven't really seen any this game. Anoka has made some. Well, actually, they really haven't had to, because what they're doing is working. They're sticking with their game plan, and it works. Blaine needs to make some adjustments. They're not. Oh, here, this toss play did good. Oh, look at that was an inside backer chasing him down. Look at the angle. And again, running to the edge against a nickel package with multiple guys out on the edge. Like, I like the toss concept, but what was the difference? What did we talk about last time? He has to get... They're doing it out of 10 personnel instead of 11. He needs to be attached, hook him, you get there, but what is the main difference here? What are we missing? Both the nickelbacks are on the same side, so now there's an extra body to account for, so tossing that way does not make sense, and you know you're getting a blitz on the backside, so these defenders are going to be ready. That's exactly what happens. And now you have two nickelbacks. I don't like that the outer nickelback cut in. If he kept coming out here, he's out here, corner takes an angle, and I'm assuming this is still a turnover on downs, but it could have been like an even bigger loss had they all stayed in their lanes. Yeah, either way, I just don't like that play call into that defense. Again, come up and clap. If you come up and you do the YZ clap, you'll see, oh, both the nickelbacks are on that bottom side of the line. There are none on the top side. That means they're blitzing us up here with their backers. They're going to have extra speed on the edge down there. So we don't do something that goes that way and we don't run out there. In fact, if they did a talk about RPO stuff, if you put him on this side, have him run outside zone that way, RPO hitch right there. Watch what the backer does. Backer blitz. RPO hitch is right there. RPO slant is right there. First down, Blaine. Take a page out of the Diner, the Minnetonka playbook. Or not Minnetonka, YZ playbook. It's right there. And you know what? Like I said, YZ beat Anoka, and they were hitting them with some of that. So maybe Coach Brown noticed that on film. Some adjustments Blaine could have made, he decided to make. And they score 30 points on him. Boom. I imagine the YZ coaches had to have watched this game before they game planned for Anoka, because this is a big matchup. And Blaine was a pretty good team this year. That's another thing that shocked me. Blaine was a great team this year. QRF north of 125, and they're struggling this much. Like, I knew Anoka was good, but their QRF wasn't that much bigger than Blaine. And you know, now that I'm thinking about it, this game actually decided the section seeding. The winner of this game got the 2 seed in Section 5. Because, you know, Maple Grove obviously was the 1 seed. But because Anoka won this head-to-head matchup, both teams finished 5 and 3. Anoka gets the nod, gets put up to the 2 seed, and they get to host Roseville. Meanwhile, Blaine falls down to the 3 seed, and you have to host Rosemount. Would much rather play Roseville than Rosemount. That's just my opinion, though. See, even Anoka does it every play. Coach Wasurick is checking, making sure things are okay, then clear for takeoff. No jet mode. Oh, it's the orbit motion out there. Are they going to do the stretch or the toss? Yep. Mr. Welch does a great job reading the block. Gets enough of a piece of him to push him. He could have bounced outside. He could have run it inside. Either way, Blaine Backer got a little bit too far upfield. Mr. Welch is a stud athlete. He just does his thing. Kind of a high helmet tackle there. Is he all right? Yeah. Dude, what a hard runner. Kid's an absolute stud. Where did he end up playing college at? I don't know if I saw him commit anywhere. I'll have to ask Caleb over at Minnesota High School Football Network where Zach Welch ended up going. I'm sure he made a post about it. I'll just have to dig a little bit and go find it. But yeah, that definitely promising career. Absolute stud athlete. And good football IQ. He loves following his blockers. Does a great job with his reads at linebacker on defense. Great two-way athlete. Oh, is that trap? They pulled the backside tackle? It's like Prior Lake's line play. Oh, look at that. Tackle comes across. It's like a tackle trap, and he just absolutely dead. Was that the nose guard or the end? It's a defensive end. They let him come clean through and just pow. Absolute destruction. I didn't know they had trap in their playbook. I guess they do. Credit to Anoka, man. And blocking scheme effective. You let the kid walk right up, think, oh, I'm coming in clean, I'm about to make a play, and then pow! Other guard comes through, cleans the clock. Hey, I guess when you're up by 20 points with 3 minutes left in the fourth, you can start to get a little creative with stuff. Just run, and obviously you're going to do a lot of run plays here. You want to run the clock out. Are we in 12 personnel? We are! Is that? Yeah, it's number 7. That's double tight. Kind of weird that he's on the line. I feel like he needs to be a little bit further back. Otherwise, that makes him ineligible. Yep, there we go. Clear for takeoff. Time to run the play. What do we got, coach? Power. It's really interesting that they do the power handoff on the opposite side of the play. Power handoff's on this side, but it's meant to be power that way. So, you know, connective tissue has to move over a little bit. I think it's meant to be more like, kind of like a veer, where they're expecting such a hard down block that he just needs to run forward, because they're going to move him out of the way, and then he comes and follows through. I think that's what's supposed to happen. 3rd and 1. All right, and at this point, we're starting to choose some play clock. I'm surprised Peyton Podani is still in. You're up by 20. There's 2 minutes left. You got most of your starting receivers in there. Yeah, you got all your starting receivers, starting tight ends. 22's in there. He's he's starting safety, but you know, take Zach Welch out. He's your stud. Don't need to use him if you don't need to. Stretch or toss? Toss. Ooh, nice play. Oh, he got too far upfield. Ducked inside. He does a good job getting there. Got to break down, though. See how he's still running upfield trying to make a play? Gets enough of them. Holds on. He was able to grab him and makes a good play on 3rd down. Breakdown right here. Chop feet. See how he's taking more steps instead of chopping his feet? He at least gets a piece of him, holds on for dear life, and then the rest of the Bengals defense comes and fills. That's a great 3rd down stop. Again, technique could have been a little bit better so that you don't blow past him. Because suppose you blow right past him, and the rest of your teammates don't fill because they're getting blocked. Then we start to get in a little bit of trouble. But it worked out. Why is this an S? This is a long S. Oh my, how much time did they chew? And then it's a timeout. All right, we don't need to watch the S. Yeah, they took a timeout. That's the first timeout of the second half, and there's only like 96 seconds left in the game. Also, interesting, 4th and 5, they put in 10 personnel. They're trying to pass. They just want to end the game. Okay, he's calling something out. He did not give the all clear. They audibled the play. Uh-oh, didn't... Oh, yeah. Left tackle jumped. Bummer. They're not still going for it, are they? It's 4th and 10. And he gave him the all clear for takeoff. They're running a play. I don't think it's a punt. No, it's a real play. It was well covered. Blaine's DBs are playing solidly. Blaine corner and defensive back play. Corners and safeties are doing pretty solid. I'll give them credit where credit's due. Offense could use some work, but secondary is pretty solid. D-line and outside backers could use a little bit of work. But yeah, secondary coverage is pretty solid for the most part. Ooh, here we go. Outside backer, too far upfield. You should be right off the hip, right there. Not up there, because then you can scrape down the line and fill the backside. You sort of catch him, but yeah, see how you're out of position? You had to go you went from here all the way around back there. That's a lot of running when you could have just whoop, whoop, whoop. I'd rather take the short line than the big curl. Me personally. Kind of surprised that they're... And Sam Shaughnessy's still in. Yeah, they've got all the starters in. Did Anoka put in the backup defense? Trying to look at the numbers. Yeah, Anoka's got the backup defense in now. There are a lot of different numbers out there. It's good to get him some playoff experience. Again, especially against Blaine starting O. I think the H-back might be different. Play 185. Yeah, let's get back to the offense there. I think those are still starting receivers. I don't know if that's the starting running back. That's still... I think 2 is the starting running back. Sam Shaughnessy's there. Is that 85? That's 81. So they got some backup kids in there. Remember what I was just saying last play? Don't run upfield. This time he engages, he maintains his gap integrity, and he's able to make the play. That's a stud play by the outside backer for Anoka there. I want to see if they celebrate. They should celebrate that kid. That was a great play. Yep, there we go. We at least got one I-5. All right. We'll count it. Great play. You know, that was like what I was saying Blaine's outside backer should have done on the last Anoka offensive drive if he played it like that. It's such an easy play. Engage that, engage whoever's trying to seal you off on the offensive line, maintain gap integrity, and then block, shed, and attack. Fantastic execution. You can tell that was well-coached technique, too. Does the same thing here. Now he's chasing the wash, gets held a little bit. Ooh, what happens on the play side? What does this backer do? Doesn't crash down hard enough, and there's a hole. You read the mesh. It's a run play off the guard's hip, or off the tackle's hip right there. Close down. Instead of letting him block you out here, force him to block you right there. And if you do that, the hole's a lot smaller. Then the running back has to try and bounce it out, and there's nowhere for him to go. Also, O-line's doing a great job with the blocking. Good double team here. We missed the double team up there. Did he get to backer? Yep, we actually got to backer. Double team on the weak side did not do all that well. I don't think there really was one. Play side double team was solid, though, and that's where they ran behind. Like we said, outside backer got too wide. There's a nice kick-out block from the H-back. It's a good cutback lane. I think it was actually supposed to be inside zone to the right. Because see the handoffs over here. He's coming across, kickouts that way, and then double-double. I'm like 90% positive it's supposed to be inside zone that way, and he just happened to cut it back. So again, good job finding the cutback lane, good running back vision, good job by the backside double team, not the play side. The backside's the one that did good this time. H-back did a good job slashing across. Yeah, get rid of the funky colors, please. H-back did a good job slashing across. Anoka's backup outside linebacker didn't crash down hard enough to seal up the gap. First down, Blaine. Three by one. Oh, this is a touchdown. A 42-yard scramble. Is Sam Shaughnessy going to give him the business? Also, is Anoka playing their nickel package here? They have the too high safety look. If they are, they shifted him over, him back, and they rolled, and they kept that nickel down there. So they're playing cover 4. Oh. Ring 4. Yep, cover 4, and it just falls down. Maybe he crammed? I don't know what happened there. We spying Sam Shaughnessy? Or did he break the ankles? Oh, no, just fell down, chased. Oh, yep, Sam Shaughnessy found a hole, he took it. He's off. Oh, good receiver blocking. Good receiver blocking. Yes, sir. Receiver blocking makes big plays. Look at the effort right here by number 6. That got them a touchdown. Receiver blocking makes big plays. I always say it. There's your evidence. Fantastic effort by that receiver. And the other part of that is Sam Shaughnessy being a stud. Got to spy that quarterback. Zach Welch did a great job of that in the first, well, just throughout the entire game up until the backup's going. Uh-oh. Coach Wasurick's not happy. What's he doing here? He's saying something. His headset's off, so, is it back on now? Nope. The headset is off, so he's just having fun at this point. But then again, I just noticed there's 2 seconds left in the game, so. Oh, kid asking for a flag. That was kind of a whip around. A little chippy rivalry game, but the game's over. And there we go. Anoka takes the dub. What are these last 3 plays then? Letter S. Okay, I guess all the Blaine kids are in the end zone. Dude, that is a massive team. I always forget that Blaine is, I think officially they're the 3rd biggest high school in terms of athletic enrollment in Minnesota now. I'm not sure what Anoka's doing here. Maybe it was their homecoming game or something, but, yeah, it's the end of the game. And there's all the fans on the field. Scoreboard's off. So what are my biggest takeaways? I think one of the comments earlier was, and I think I'll pin this really fast. It won't let me. Or wrong chat. Here we go. If I go down here, scroll up to it, and how do I think... Put that pinned up there. How do I think Anoka will fare this year? Initially, as I said earlier, my thought was they're losing a lot of their skill positions, but they're still going to have solid linemen. After, like, doing a full 5 hour, I guess 5.5 hour at this point, breakdown of Coach Wasurick and his ability to analyze everything, Anoka's still going to be dangerous. Like, that was really impressive. The defense, for the most part, they executed very well. I don't know if it was as much Anoka defense good as much as it is Blaine offense, no adjustment and no inside zone rules. But very impressed with Anoka. Obviously, I witnessed firsthand what this Anoka team can do. They knocked us out of the playoffs in the second round. We came into that game totally arrogant, and we're like, oh, it's just Anoka, right? Well, not just Anoka, it's a head coach, the PhD, that's an offensive mastermind. And you see it on film. Now that you actually, like, slowly watch everything, give Coach Wasurick and his staff a lot of credit. And I mean, think about just a few years ago, like, Anoka was in the Maroon division in, like, the 21-22 cycle. And just look at how far they've come in just a few years. That's incredible. They've done such a great job over there. As for Blaine, I kind of want to watch, like, the Blaine Forest Lake game now, because I am shocked that Blaine had this much trouble with Anoka. Like, and they, not only that, but they didn't adjust at all, even though Anoka's not really changing anything they're doing. Their game plan stayed consistent, and they stuck with it the whole game, and Blaine did not adjust to it at all. Like, I'm shocked. I don't understand why no adjustee. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, and then going on the Blaine side, defensive backs, bright spot for Blaine. Love the DB play. A little bit of the technique could have been cleaned up, like we saw that pass interference at the far end zone. Clean up the technique a little bit. I think technique across the board just be cleaned up. Special teams, definitely a problem. Review prevent defense on Thursday before game day. Maybe they have, and they just weren't prepared for it. Who knows? Maybe the kids just weren't ready for it. They were not paying attention during the game. I guess that could be a thing. Obviously, we talked a lot about inside zone blocking rules. Blaine loved to attack the edge with quarterback lead. The toss sort of worked. Even though you're getting a 2-4 nickel package with the nickels up and the edge is heavily defended. Middle was weak, but the inside zone blocking rules were not there. Blaine also might benefit from doing kind of what Anoka does. Come up, do like a clap or fake cadence, look at the head coach, and wait for the all-clear signal, or audible the play at the line of scrimmage if you need to, based on the look the defense gives you. I mean, I don't see why you can't do that, because you already communicate all your plays and formations via hand signals. You can just give them another hand signal and change the play. And maybe a few light RPOs, have inside zone RPO slant. Like I said, maybe Blaine makes a call to Coach Brown over at Wyzetta, puts a few of those things in. I don't know. And I don't think they necessarily need to put stuff like that in. Like an RPO slant might be as far as they need to go. At least from the Anoka game, Anoka was giving him that. And funny enough, there you go. Week 8, Anoka versus Wyzetta down here. I guarantee there's probably an RPO slant somewhere in there. Now I'm just curious. I want to see. Well, nobody labeled it, but cool. I think this is labeled for the Anoka stuff, actually. Yeah. I'd have to go to the Wyzetta version. Opponent Scout, Week 8, Wyzetta Anoka. Now we should have it. Sweep, look inside. RPO slants. I'm sure this is probably mislabeled. I do not label the pass plays at all. And Huddle does not have, as you see, it's just play type. The only thing you can choose is pass or run. And all this other stuff. RPO, play action, none of that's an option. Which, Huddle, you need to get on top of that. This is modern football. Play actions have been around for a long time. Play action should be an option. And then we're in the 2020s. RPOs are common now. We should have RPO as an option under play type. Add play action and RPO to play types. But just watching, backside slant. This is play side. So this is a second level D-gap defender read. Anoka's in their base defense here. This is the Pumpkin Bowl C, base 3-4, cover 3. And I will give them some credit. They have him cheated down when he's coming off the edge. And this does mess with Berkland's read. See how he sees this guy coming in? First level D-gap or second level D-gap defender is attacking. That means instead of running the ball, we make it a pass play. That's his RPO read. He makes the read, and it's incomplete. But that's more so because Anoka did a great job stacking a safety down behind the blitzing backer. Do they do the same thing? See? Look at that. Look at the adjustment. Anoka's making adjustments. Too high safety look in the 2x2. Oh, no, they're in their nickel package now. So nickel stays back. No, he's walking up even when it comes over. So there's no adjustment. But they're running the same nickel look. This time it's actually... Yeah, they threw the other receiver. I mean, smart read. Because, again, what's his read? First level D-gap defender. What does he do? He's attacking. So, no... Is this play action, actually? Let me watch. It's not. It's an RPO. He sees, he attacks, I throw slant there, boom. So again, that's an adjustment Blaine could have made. Zeta clearly saw that on film, and they took advantage of it. Also, it helps when you have Sambu at wide receiver. That kid's a stud. Oh, here's another one. Well, this one's incomplete. Was it the same play? Watch... D-gap defender, attacks, pass play. Yeah, see, I think this must have been an adjustment they made because the inside slant isn't there. Because like we said, they stacked a safety down. If safety's stacked down, just throw the other one. Especially if you're in a 3x1 look. Sambu is wide open for a touchdown right there. Or at the very least, he's going to get some yards. And knowing him, he's a stud. He can probably break through those two and get into the end zone. But yeah, those are just a few things that I think... Blaine obviously was still good, made it to the state quarterfinals, got trounced by Minnetonka, but like I said, everybody did. But yeah, now that I'm going and looking at the potential teams that could win the North Division and just Section 5, I think instead of Blaine, I think I might lean more towards Anoka, and then Centennial Champlain Park might be my top 3 after that. I don't know. I think it's probably still Centennial. Anoka's... They have the coaching. It's just a matter of whether they can replace those studs at their skill positions. Will the quarterback be able to make reads like Peyton Podany could? And the big thing, at least like one of my biggest takeaways, Zach Welch. Like, what an absolute workhorse. How are you going to fare on offense and defense without Zach Welch? That's probably my big question mark with Anoka, which is why I'm not saying they're number one. I think Centennial's probably still my favorite to win the North Division and probably take a 1 seed in Section 5 over here. Yeah, that's hard to say. I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have for Anoka versus Blaine. Like I said, and this was a long one. We're going on 5 hours, 45 minutes here, but we got through the game. There was a ton of stuff to cover and got to see 2 high-powered offenses going at it. Just wasn't a whole lot of scoring from one of them. I'm thinking next week, obviously, if anyone has a specific game you want to see from last year, let me know in the comments below, or hit me up on Instagram, comment on any of the posts, comment on this video once the stream's done. Or otherwise, I'm thinking, like I said, maybe do Nick Johnson a favor. I saw he was watching some of my Instagram stories. He's not subscribed, which, if you were not, go follow me on Insta. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel here. That way you never miss out on any of the streams. I do one every Saturday night. Try to do it on Thursday. Depends on my work schedule. But I'm definitely thinking I want to do Egan versus Edina. Either the week 1 matchup or the playoff game from round 2 last year. So if you want to let me know if one of those 2 games is better than the other, I don't know how they... You know what? Let's actually go to Egan. And we're going to switch over to last school year. Then I can actually see the scores. Maybe one will be better than the other. 35-14, 42-20. Okay, well, I guess neither of them are all that good. But hey, I'm willing to watch either one of those. So if you want to see... One's at Edina, one's at Egan. It's pretty much the same result, same point differential, 21. There's a little bit more scoring in the playoff game, so maybe we'll go watch the playoff game. But yeah, otherwise, I'm thinking what we're going to get back to on Thursday is finish up our Road to the Prep Bowl stream. We still have weeks 4 through 8 to have chat pick, and then once we're done with that, we'll have seedings for all of our sections. We'll slap them in and then plug them into the state tournament brackets, randomly draw one of them, and we'll see who our first ever Road to the Prep Bowl state champ is. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Like I said earlier, don't forget to go follow me on Instagram, Coach Lance on Insta. Yeah, I get off stories here. I know that, like I said, Nick Johnson was watching. Go down there. Yes, sir, Coach Johnson. There he is. Yeah, go ahead and go and follow Coach Lance. Would greatly appreciate it.